something else. And I'm like, yeah, it could be something else, but it can't work on a stationary Earth. And they're like, well, with what we know, it can't work on a stationary Earth. I'm like, okay, but what you know doesn't fucking matter. It could work. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just,
Yeah, what they know or think they know is not the totality of what there is to
yeah.
know. So it's like,
I don't give a fuck what you think you know. You know.
reminds me of that lyric. It's in what's that? What's that rapper? B.O.B. It's in one of those songs, but it's like but it's like basically like he like the rap song. It's like he's like a student in a class basically, and he's kind of like asking questions, and the teacher's like, if it's not on the schedule, it's not up for discussion. It's like that kind of vibe. It's like some of these guys, like if it doesn't fit into their model, it's off the table, and it can't be the case. Like it's like that kind of strong arming position rather than like more of a process of wonder and discovery of like, oh, maybe it could be that, or it could be something else,
Yeah.
or maybe something that isn't in our model. But yeah, I guess when they have an agenda to like have their model have to be the totality, they're maybe not going to be open to figuring other stuff out.
So they went on to explain to me, they're like, no, when we say it can't work on a flat Earth or it can't work on a stationary Earth, they really mean to say, with what we know now, it can't work, which is a nonsense thing to even say. So you're telling me it can work, but you just, with what we know now, it can't work. Like, that doesn't even make sense what they were saying earlier. They were trying to get out of a jam because I got them, it's double speak. You can't tell me that science don't prove things and then tell me this gyro thing, you have an effect and a cause, and it's proven. You know what I'm saying? You can't do both things. You can't have it both ways.
Right, because if something's proven, then that's it. You've isolated it. It's the cause. So if you're going to say you haven't proven it, then how can you deny something that you haven't proven? Like, how can you deny another possibility of what's causing something when you haven't proven it in the first place to what's causing it? That would be like with the boiling water. If you're like, okay, we haven't proved that heat's causing the boiling water, and if I come in and say, okay, maybe it's fairies causing the boiling water, how could you deny that it's fairies if you haven't proven that it's heat? If that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm much more into like the last couple of days on this server. Like I feel like we've had a lot more like productive conversations of like exploring like all the tests that we were talking about, and I guess to me, I just find that much more interesting. Like just the process of like discovery and wonder, and brainstorming and considering possibilities rather than these positions where it's just like one side is trying to just strong arm the other and just trying to deny and like kind of just be negative, or like we were saying, kind of just pecking at people, just like pecking away. And you know it's just, I guess that's just a lot less interesting to me because I'm more interested in the potentials and the discovery rather than just kind of people trying to force things on others.
You know what I like? The idea I liked before. This shit costs what it costs. I don't even know, a crazy of millions of dollars for this thing. There's a wire that remembers the shape of it. So you get it hot. So you make a form out of it. And then like if you get the wire, and then you could bend the wire all out of shape, right? So say you had say you did a circle around a Coke can with this wire, right? You mold it around a Coke can. Now it's bent in this circle shape. Then you can bend it all up. You can bend it out of the circle shape and just make it straight or whatever. And then if you get it like super hot water or super cold water, I forget which one, it'll like go back into the circle shape. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard of that wire, I didn't know that existed, and I don't know who pointed it out. I think we did on Brandon's show one day. And I was like, yo, that's fucking dope. I'm like, that's all we need right there. Because I'm like, yo, we take a mold of level ground. I'm like, you wouldn't even need to go far. If we can make a mold of the something level, like say we had managed to make some sand level at the beach or something, we got the water, we built a canal, and then right next to it we make a half-mile patch level. And then if we were somehow able to make a mold of that sand and then flip it on its side, that would be super easy to tell if it was curving or not. So I'm like, yo, this wire, we can do it with this wire right here. I'm like, it's perfect, right? I'm like, we just make a mold of some level land and then, spring it back to life and flip it on its side. But the wire was like an insane amount. They sold it by like the millimeter or something, or the centimeter. So it was like crazy expensive. But if there's anything else like we can make a mold of the curve with, that'd be fucking dope. And flip it on its side somehow.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I hadn't quite thought of that before.
Yeah, like we were kicking around some ideas. Like I was thinking like using concrete or something, or I don't know, something. Wax, whatever you can make a mold of the top of some level ground with, and then flip it on its side. Because that would easily tell you. Because then we could take that thing that we just flipped on its side. We can make a straight line. If you're snapping a line, you could get it straight left to right easy all day. If you're not worried about up and down, it's it's super easy to make a straight line. But so if you had something that was supposedly had the curve of Earth molded onto it, flipped it on its side up against your straight chalk line, it'd be obvious in the sagittal and on the ends whether if you had a straight line or a curved line. So I'm taking a mold of the top of water or the top of level ground. I think could be something if you could actually do that in reality. Like I said, you wouldn't even have to go far either. I'm thinking like how much curve is in like 100 feet or something. Isn't there like
dude, that's
isn't
an
it like
interesting
0.1
idea.
millimeter?
Yeah, that's a very interesting idea. Like if you had concrete, like let's say we were talking about building a trench kind of thing. If you built a trench and like filled it with concrete, like that would level off. Like you'd be able to, if it was like liquid enough concrete, that would level off. And then if it's conforming to a curve, then you have that. But then you could almost like break it up maybe and then measure the individual chunks, or because it'd be pretty hard to like pull out that concrete and flip it on its side. That would be hard. But that's an interesting idea. What about even doing it like in like a PVC pipe or something? Like fill a PVC pipe, maybe only like a 3-inch in diameter pipe, fill it with concrete, run it along the earth, and then the concrete dries, and then I'm not sure how that would work. But yeah, there's
Try to roll the PVC. Well, they say it'll bend. It'll. They say even granite. Because I was pitching this before. That thing you said with concrete, we were fucking around with concrete tunnels and canals and shit. But anyways, they said even if you had granite, even granite, it would bend. It would just bend. I don't know. But that metal wire was my last hope. I was like, yo, that's fucking dope. But it's literally, I think it was like $7 or $11 million or something fucking crazy.
Yeah, like forming metal. Well, you know how like metal turns to liquid when it's heated? Like, yeah, that'd be another way. Like if you built some kind of a structure and then pour the liquid metal into it and then wait till that, that solidifies.
But I think even if as long as you made a mold of something and then flipped it on its side, like, I don't know. I feel like 100 feet, I got to see how much curve is in 100 feet. Because that's not even crazy.
Well, for that, you'd almost have to do it with water because topography would be difficult with 100 feet. But if you did it over water, perhaps, or even like a half a mile or something. Because, yeah, I know what you mean.
We got to make some level land. You got to make level land, that's all.
Oh, the other thing, it seems like you could do this with a water level too. Like if you had a water level and then you basically had concrete that you match with the water level. So you have water level system and then you match concrete and then that dries and then, or something, metal or concrete or something. And then like, I keep thinking that you'd have to chop it up into pieces and then measure the pieces and see if the pieces are straight or if they're curving. But you might be able to keep it all in one section. But yeah.
You think you could chop it up? But then how would you know where? I don't know. You might have issues there with are you matching it up correctly? Like, are you going to cut it in some way to where you can perfectly match it? Because if you're off by just a little bit, that'll fuck you all up.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, that would be.
Like, we either need to make a mold of the surface of Earth, of level Earth, which is not, making level Earth's not a problem, but the mold and then flipping it and shit, that's a problem. Or make something that only operates in a straight line. One of those two we got to do. Or make something that curves exactly to 8 inches per mile squared, or that. Like one of those three things we were going to have to end up doing at some point, I think.
Yeah, because we've been talking about doing the rope or the cable idea where you're kind of like pulling it taut across the earth to get a measurement. But what you're referring to here is like, yeah, basically creating a mold where instead of just being a rope that you're pulling taut, this mold would be more physical and more, concrete. I don't mean literally concrete. I just mean more like solidified, and then measuring that, uh, after that's formed to the surface. So yeah, that's really interesting. See, I think there's several definitive ways to measure the Earth's surface. The spherical excess, these ones that we're talking about. I don't know how many are there. 5, 8, 10. I don't know how many. And then within those methods, there's probably hundreds of ways to do them. So yeah, I think these are going to be. It's like the kind of the next phase of all this. Like we've done all the debates and the optical and all these different things and all these different philosophical concepts. But yeah, this is getting to these definitive physical measurements of the actual surface is really an interesting undertaking. And to get to these to where they'll be definitive, that's what's going to really shift this whole thing in a full way. But yeah, this one you're bringing up is another good one to be thrown around for sure.
Yeah, it's tough to do because how do you flip something on its side without bending it? I mean, I feel like if you got a steel, if you have, you could almost make it fall into it, like you wouldn't have to actually like lift it up and okay, pretend you made a mold of the surface of level, and then you want to flip it on its side. You wouldn't actually have to pick this thing up and flip it. If like say you did it on the beach, you made your canal on the beach, had the sand right next to the canal, the sand all matches the height of the water, and then you make a mold right there. So it's all, you got your nice level strip there. Instead of like actually like lifting it and flipping it on its side, like imagine you have a Lego sitting on a flat floor. You'd have to like physically pick, the edge that's near you up and flip it on its side. With this though, if you're on the sand, you could just dig away sand. You know what I'm saying? And like almost let it like gently fall, not fall, but like just every time you remove sand, it would keep like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. That you sort of being able to.
It's kind of how they used to set obelisks in like ancient Egypt. Like they never like lifted an obelisk up or any of those crazy big rock. Well, sometimes they did, but they would just remove sand and like let it fall into place or some weird shit. I don't know.
I know what you mean. I was also thinking, would there be some way to lift it up with like cranes or something? Like if you had like 20 cranes all the way along it, and then measure the rope distance of how far it is from the crane to the material, so that when it's lifted, that'd be tough though to lift it all evenly. But I'm just thinking, if you had this, like let's say you had a mile or whatever it may be, it would just be tough with the amount of curvature that's there to get that accurate enough. But I was just thinking, if like turning it on its side is one thing, but what if you could just lift it and then measure it that way? But yeah, I'd have to think more about that.
You got to either get it vertical or sideways, because we can make straight lines in either of those directions, up and down, straight lines all day. We can make straight lines on the XY as long as you're not worried about the Z axis. That'll be, you know what I mean? That'll be a straight line, kind of. Not technically straight, like a Glober straight. Only left to right, it'll be straight, for sure.
Yeah, like horizontally straight, but not vertical. If it's curving, it wouldn't be vertically straight.
Yeah. This is the fucked up thing about this. Like, it's so easy to make a straight line vertically. Like, what the fuck, dude? We need a horizontal straight line. That was another thing I was kicking around. Like, how do we is there a way to transfer a vertical line horizontally? You know what I mean? We make a plumb line, then maybe, I don't know, fucking dripped metal down it or something. I don't know. No idea.
I was trying to think, is there any benefit, like if you had water levels that you then match concrete to, like if you had a bunch of water levels going out over the land and then you whatever the level is that it's reading, you then would create like a column of cement like next to it that would then dry, and then would you be able to then bring those pieces of cement together? Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
That's tough. I don't know.
Some way to
You'd have to like chop them up maybe, but then when you're putting them back together, how are you going to know that if you're off, the Globers say if you're off by a micron or something or a nanometer or something, that it'll throw the whole thing off. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't how much water is curving in within 50 feet. How much? What's the drop on that? This is the way you can use drop too. You don't have to only go by this off the Sagita for this, or do you? You might still have to use the Sagita. Nah, you don't have to. You can use straight.
Check. What's going on,
you can
guys?
use straight. What up, Matrix? You can use straight drop on this one where you're turning it, where you're making a mold of level earth and then turning it. So you could use straight drop. So you could go by the drop, the 8 inches per mile, and you wouldn't have to worry about the 2-inch Sagita or whatever. So you could go a very small distance. I feel like if there's like a millimeter, as soon as there's like a millimeter drop, like you're good.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Doing smaller distances. Yeah, that's interesting. Like
does anybody know how much drop is over in 100 feet? It's probably not even a millimeter.
Well, for that, I keep thinking you have to do it with water. Like if you created a mold, like we were saying, like a metal mold. Like let's say you have water, like a pool of some sort that would be like a canal that's long enough, and then if you had like some piece of metal that you would have it be right along with the water level line, and then like heat it up or something to where it can. Well, I guess you just have to make sure it's along the level, like along the water. If you have to heat it to get it to do that, and then be able to, once that's in its position, measure that essentially and see whether it's curving or not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's a couple. I was just trying to think how to do that on a smaller scale, but it's definitely worth thinking about.
Did you not like etch it? Can we not etch a straight line indefinitely? Like, don't they do like etching, laser etching or something? Or is that based on like just the machine moving like on an axis or something? It's not an actual guy just fucking holding the thing. Yeah. I don't know. I thought about a slide ruler. You know what a slide ruler is?
Yeah.
You could put a pen or something in the center of it, move the one part forward, hold that still, move the middle part forward. You know what I mean? Like you could keep like progressing it like that. All we need is something that only operates in a straight line. That'd be dope if we had that. Something that would only move in a straight line. I thought of using fucking what are those flying things? Drones and shit. I'm still unclear about if you can even get one of those to go in a straight line without going off of the atmospheric pressure or GPS. You know what I mean? Like you can't just hit forward and that shit goes in a straight line. Because I mean, you could get in a building and you could control the wind and shit. Like make it so there's no wind in the building and shit. Move it in a straight line, and then we get something level inside the building or something, and something like that. If you know you're in a straight line, you don't have to go that far.
Yeah, I've thought about using drones like in the spherical excess thing to use drones for that. Like if you could have your 2 points and then you want to fly the drone like to get your line basically. I've thought about that. And then also using drones as plumb lines is another idea where if a drone can stay stationary, then you can hang something from it and then get those, plums in terms of the the plums being parallel or not idea.
It's going to have to come down to doing something eventually. You know, until that time comes, we just need to think of what to do. Like that's what everyone in flat Earth should be thinking about, even the Glovers. At least us, though. The burden of proof technically is on them because they're saying the Earth's curves, so that's a positive claim, and they've been saying it for hundreds of years. So there's no point in trying to switch it now. But I mean, I ain't worried about all that burden of proof shit. I just want to get this over with. So all of us, I mean, I don't know. I feel like some of these people want this shit to keep going fucking forever.
I mean, if they're getting paid to do this, what they would want to have this thing go on forever, right?
I mean, yeah, if you're somebody like Oakley, especially who lives off the money, or I don't know, you definitely want it to keep going. Yeah, you don't want that shit. I feel like it's just the beginning, though. Like if we showed it was a globe, that would be the end. But if we showed it was flat.
In Oakley's defense, right? He's very clear about his intentions. I wasn't specifically talking about Oakley. I was talking
no
about.
Doubt. I love Oakley.
I was talking about the people that are paid to mislead.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, them too. I'm just saying, I love Oakley, but as far as conflicts of interest go, he has a huge conflict of interest for wanting this to end. You know what I mean? He never wants this to end.
Oh no, of course. Well, in that sense, yes, he has a conflict of interest. Yes, but he's very clear that he's a YouTuber and he loves the topic. No listen, I agree with the man 100. I have no contentions to for Nathan Oakley, right? And I don't agree with him 100%. You know what I'm saying? But I have no content. I love his personality because I have an alpha personality as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a beta. I don't really get offended, like, you know, for stupid shit. Somebody raise their voice at me, I raise their voice at them. We're just gonna yell at. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bitch made like a lot of people.
Oh, it's Jake on a plane. What up, Jake?
Speaking about Oakley, have you heard of the whole gas going down thing and supposedly the globe busters or whatever, they made like a video demonstrating gas going down?
Them guys been beefing for a long time with this gas goes down thing. Yeah, but I didn't see the recent one. No.
As far as I know, right, gas goes all over the place, including down, right?
Yeah, sulfur hexafluoride. Even if you had if you leave the tank open, it's not going to just stay down. It doesn't do that. You can make the argument for solids and liquids that they go down. But if you want to make the argument for gas going down, that's a whole nother thing.
But isn't that a part of its nature for it to go down, up, sideways, wherever, you know, whatever is the path of least resistance?
Yeah, all directions.
So why they're fighting so heavy to say that gas doesn't go down? Is it like Apple or something that it doesn't fall down in that way? Is that their point?
Yeah, because it doesn't just go down. You have no idea of knowing it whether a gas molecule, if a gas molecule is shooting straight up in the atmosphere, what's going to stop that gas molecule? You know what I mean? You can say gravity, you can say a dome. I don't think either side can really say for sure. Could be gravity. I could have a flat Earth with no dome on it, possibly. I don't know. We definitely need container walls, maybe, if it's not infinite, but no, a dome. I don't know.
Because we're thinking of it like they're like solid, like, you know, it might be something else entirely. It might be some sort of vibrational technology that, you know, that we just can't touch because it'll probably disintegrate us, you know. The way I see it is like this, right? It's like you see the bacterias and all the little creatures that we have in our body. I don't think they're able to survive outside of our body, right? Like if we were to take them outside of our body, they probably would have died because it's not their optimal condition of living. So I think that will probably happen to us if we try to go somewhere else that isn't here.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yo, what up, Silent?
I cannot hear your dice low. What's going on here? What?
No, solamente estamos hablando mierda, güey.
Don't start talking all that mita shit around here.
Sounds like racism, Holmes.
I grew up in a town. Well, for a little while, I lived in a town where there was all Puerto Ricans. Like it must have been like a massive. I don't know why this city had a massive Puerto Rican population.
Oh yeah, bro, we're all over the place.
I say I ain't complaining. Some of those little fly Puerto Rican chicks.
I think it's good now. Jeremy, you there?
What up? What up, son?
What's up, man? What's going on, Jeremy?
Lounging.
Te saludé, cabrón. Te dije qué hay, qué onda, güey.
Matrix, you?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I was testing my mic because I wasn't able to hear any of you. I was fixing the settings. Yeah.
O ya, ¿qué hay? ¿En qué estás?
playing video games. You Hispanic, Matrix, or you know how to speak?
Buen loco, yo soy puertorriqueño, hermano.
¡A la madre! Nice.
Hey, yo hablo español perfecto.
All right. Muy bien, güey. I never thought that about you. You have no accent.
Yeah, I don't have. That's because you're Spanish as well. But probably the people, the English, the white, the gringos, they probably hear my accent.
That's true. That's true. So what's new? Nothing.
No, hablando la misma mierda.
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, what is a good coin to buy right now?
What's up?
What's a good coin to buy?
I just got into 2 coins recently. I got into Guitar Swap and Night Swap, and I bought some D&D USDT LP tokens, and I bought WOTG LP tokens, and I got a third one I can't remember. Last 2 days I invested. I make $5 more a day now from the last 2 days worth of it. Probably $500-600. Dollars a day, bro.
That's pretty
That's all
good.
you need. That's all you need, bro. Like, I obviously need more than $5 a day, but eventually, when you get enough dollars a day, you know what I mean? You're good. Some people it takes less. You know, my wife makes good money, thank God, so I don't need that many dollars a day. But you know, maybe somebody like you, if you're supporting your whole family, you need a lot of dollars a day for that. It's no joke, you know. But it's good to start now, though. Like, just because you can't do it all in one swipe, don't mean you can't just start. Like, when I first started it, I was only making, $5 a day or something. And then my shit did, one of the coins I was in did a 10x. And then I was making like $30-40 a day. And then I took that, reinvested it. Now I'm making like, $60-70-$80. I don't even know right now. I just wiped everything.
Why do you think that everything is going down right now, Jeremy?
All your shit's going down. My shit's not.
What?
My baby swap. Go look at the baby swap chart. That shit bubbled on me again. I'd already sold it last time it hit $1. I sold a ton of it and it went back down to 33 cents. I should have bought it all back, but I didn't. But I still had a nice chunk of it. But most of my other shit is down a little bit, yeah. But I still make money though. It doesn't matter. See, I don't play that go up, go down game. It don't matter. Even my coins that went down, they made me money today. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. I got the cheat code off the table. Fuck.
Bless you.
No, I was making noises to get scared of cat.
Oh.
Fuck a cat on the table. Yeah, like even the coins that went down on me today, I made money with them. So it doesn't even matter for me if that shit goes up. It's obviously better if it goes up, but even if it goes down, it's okay. So I still get my little, few bucks a day out of them, depending on which one it is.
Hey, like I said before, I don't want a coin that you're gonna have to be selling and buying. So I want like a coin that maybe for the future. That's why I don't want to get involved into these little coins that show up every day, and it's just for I guess people like you, which they're paying attention to the movement of the coins, and then
I don't
sell
even,
them.
bro. The things I bought recently, I check my shit bi-weekly. Some of the shit I check monthly. If I have something that only makes me a couple bucks a week, I mark it as a monthly check, and then I check it once a month. But my other stuff that does good, I have it marked as bi-weekly, so I check it every 2 weeks. It's not like I'm paying attention day to day. I mean, I am watching shit, and I'm always looking for new investments to get into. But if I didn't want to, I wouldn't have to. I could just let that shit roll. That shit's on autopilot, bro.
Okay.
But I'm always trying to make an extra $1 a day, though. So, that's just me.
Nah.
Guitar Swap actually looked pretty good. It's got a goofy ass name, but their coin was only a penny. I think I got like a couple $100 worth of that one. The ROI is Guitar Swap. Binance. I don't know. Just Google Guitar Swap. It's on Binance chain in the MetaMask. So if you like go to the dApps in your MetaMask, the browser, it'll that's where it's at. I think I make like $4 a day. I bought $300 worth of their LP tokens on Baby Swap. So I make $3 a day off from there. And then I think I bought $300 worth of their coins straight up. I can't remember. The last couple of days I made some nice income per day. Like I upped my income. I'm always trying to get more dollars per day. Like I said, my goal by the end of 2022 is $200 a day, which is doable.
I don't know. I'm still a little bit skeptic. I have right now. I mean, I don't have much money because I don't want to go full on it. Right now, my investment is about $2,000. That's it. I'm afraid to invest more money. But that's why, like, what I'm saying
if you're only working with a G, yeah, you got to try to find something to bubble off of real quick. Get a little 2, 3, 4x or something off of like a couple $100 maybe. I don't know. Shit like that is risky though, man. You could lose those quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, the shit I do, dude. The shit I do, that shit happens. Like you get those little 2, 3, 4, or 5 X's every once in a while, and you'll be making $2 a day off something, and it'll do a little 5x. Now you're making $10 a day off it, which $10 a day is not really like a tiny amount of money. That's like $300 a month, so that could pay your cell phone bill and your car insurance and something else. Or something. I don't know, whatever. It's $300.
Yeah, that's true.
Like to make $10 a day, that would probably take like $1,500, give or take, maybe 2 G's. This one's real good. What's it called? Wonderland or something? I think it was on the Avalanche network. It had like a 60,000% APY or something. It's crazy. I just threw like $100 in it. So I mean, I just throw $100 in shit. It's like, yo, if that shit shits the bed and flops, and I lose the whole $100, whatever. That's the cost of doing business. But if I put $100 into something, that shit does a 10x. Oh yeah. Or it just holds steady for fucking, for forever or for mad long, and I just get my little $1 a day off it, whatever, that's fine too. Or if it goes down and now I only get 50 cents a day off it, but it goes for mad long. Like it doesn't, I rarely lose. I'm telling you, man, I need to get up on this. Dude, you work your whole life for this passive income I'm talking about. Your whole life spent trying to get Social Security or your pension or your Roth IRA or your 401k, whatever. You could do it now, though.
You're using MetaMask, I heard?
Yep. MetaMask. I use SafePal too, but mostly MetaMask.
I just made an account actually, I think maybe 2 days ago, something like that.
For MetaMask? Did you write down your seed phrase safe and put it in safe spot?
Oh yeah. I got all that done. I don't have any ETH on it. I have all my money on all my.
Dude, don't even use ETH, bro. The gas is so much. You got to be making $1,000 moves for it to even be worth it.
Yeah, I have a Binance account, which is where I keep most of my shit. but I just made a min-max the other day to download some. Just look at this like video game. I'm not gonna play it, but I just wanted to go in and check out like what people are doing in
Play
this
to
whole.
earn.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't really play video games, but I just wanted to check it out, see what the whole thing was about. That's why I made the MetaMask, but I didn't put any money in it because all of my shit is in Binance already. Might transfer it later, but
dude,
sure
don't even use. If you're gonna use MetaMask, you're better off using Binance or Avalanche or Phantom or something like a different network than the Ethereum chain. If you go to chainlist.org, chainlist.org, and type in Binance and add the Binance like main or whatever it's called, the main Binance one, and then you'll have the Binance chain. Then it's called the Binance Smart Chain. The gas fees are like 50 cents to $1, sometimes even cheaper. It's way better.
I'm on Chainlist right now. So I have a Binance, like a normal like Binance.com or whatever. So is the smart chain separate from the
Yes,
site?
it's not. Yeah, you can't just send regular Binance coin there. You got to turn. There's another website called, I think it's called changenow.io. Or it might be Exchange Now. I think it's changenow.io. And there you can take Binance coin, and if you send it, they'll give you like, it's a little process, like a 2 or 3 step process, but you put in how much Binance coin you want to exchange for Binance Smart Coin. Then they'll give you an address to send it.
Yeah, I already have Binance in the vault on Binance, and it earns like some bullshit. I don't really know what it does. I usually just use Binance to trade and hold my crypto portfolio. I already have like my stock portfolio set up, right, with the Roth IRA and TFSA in Canada. But I have Binance because I was in Canada before. Funny thing is they don't let you access it from America, but you can just use a VPN and just log in from a VPN in Canada, and they can't tell the difference. But yeah, I might switch. I'll look into this Binance Smart Coin. I knew something about the Binance chain. I didn't look too much into it because I have like other things to look into. But this is some good. I got both of the chain list and the.
Binance Smart Chain is fire, bro. Like I said, it's just like Ethereum, but it's way lower gas fees. I can make $100 moves all day instead of having to make, on the Ethereum chain, you can't do that. Gas is $200. You got to be making $1,000 moves with Ethereum. With Binance, it's fucking beautiful, and there's just tons of action on it. Like I said, I make a lot of my business is done on a Binance Smart Chain. I'm making like $60-$70 a day or something. I made 2 G's last month, totally passively. I don't even trade. But I do trade, and I did make a couple thousand trading, but that's not even counting that. I just made 2 G's trade passively.
What are you using? Are you just reading on the Binance Smart Chain, like different things you can do?
I do farming and I do pools. So I do LP liquidity pools, farming, and just regular pools, staking.
You said smart pools and staking?
No, they're just called pools. Pools and farms usually. Go to like babyswap.finance, right? And that's what I do. I got a lot of shit in a baby swap. And their farms and their pool. I got probably 2 G's in their pool and probably, I don't know, another grand in their farms, maybe, give or take.
Wait, what? One more time? Sorry, I missed that last part. Go to where?
Baby swap.
Baby swap. Okay.
Yeah, .finance. Or it might be .io. I think it's .finance.
Cool. All right.
And then they'll have pools and farms on the side. And they have their own, instead of using Pancake Swap, you could use their swap. You use Pancake Swap, it doesn't matter. If you use Baby Swap, they actually give you a bonus back from the trading fees. And I don't think Pancake Swap does that. It doesn't matter. I use whatever the fuck. The things they give you is nothing anyways. But if you go to pools, they'll have us on the left-hand side or wherever, they'll have pools and farms. Like that's where the stuff is that I do. Like I'm in their baby auto pool, which the interest is terrible. So I've been slowly pulling out of that, but I like their farms. Where's your pants? Hey, where's your pants? Shit, I'll be right back.
Fucking Jeremy. Oh, man. Shit.
Yeah, baby swap, finance, pools and farms, and you'll see right what I do. If you go to the farms, you can sort it by APR or APY. And then it'll show you it also has a calculator there. So it'll tell you if you invest.
Is this on Baby Swap? What you're referring to?
Yeah, on Baby Swap. Yep. And there's lots of places like Baby Swap. There's Auto Shark. There's Ample Swap, Elite. There's just tons of them. Guitar Swap, Night Swap. Tons of them.
Where do you find all these swaps at? Are these all Baby Swap, Night Swap, all these
Bro, it's taken me a long time to find the things I'm in. A long time. I'm also in a Telegram group that puts a list out every day of the top 5 highest interest rates that you can get, which it really isn't the top 5 because I know there's a lot of spots higher than what they're putting out, but they still give me a lot of ideas of where to go and shit.
Yeah, if you could send
$100.
If you wait, go ahead. Sorry.
Or if you put $100 in a Baby Swap right now, you'll into one of their top farms, you'd be getting $1 a day. Some of them it's $2. One of them was the last one I just put in right before my wife left to work about an hour or two ago. I put $100 in it, but the ROI was 2% a day. It was a little over 2%. So I'm making $2 a day off that $100. Which is sick with it. That's just what I need right there. Every day I try to just get an extra $1 a day, $2 a day, whatever I can get that looks good. Honestly, I've recently been trying to stack up my stable coins though, just in case we hit a bear market here. That way I can.
USDC is really, really sus. I looked at not USDC, USDT is really, really sus.
I know. I try not to hold too much of that. I got BUS.
I use it for trading, but for holding, I use USDC because I think that's the one that's gonna actually last. I don't think there's been all kinds of shit, and it's the more you look into it, the more sussed you are.
I got my shit chopped up into 3 different things. So I got USDT, BUSD, and then USDC, just in case something happens. I never keep all my eggs in one basket, bro. I don't even like holding stable coins. I usually don't, but we've been pressing our luck with this bull run. So I just want to make sure I'm good. This shit ain't a game to me no more. I live off of this money. Before it was a game, so I would never even think about buying a stable coin. But now it's all right, I got to try to be safer.
First quarter, I think there might be stocks and cryptos how do I say, a downward turn.
Bear market, yeah. Maybe we'll see. I think in the long run, no, it's gonna be bullish, but we'll see. But yeah, bro, $100 right now. I didn't look at the interest rates change too. Also, it doesn't say I won't always make $2 off that $100 I put in, but it'll probably be always $1 at least, or 50 cents a day or something. It doesn't matter. It's just money ticking in. And your thing could go up too. I was in buy swap. I put about $500 in a buy, maybe less. I don't know, a few $100 in a buy swap a couple months ago, and that shit went through the roof. And now my shit, that few $100 I put in, is worth $900, and it's making me, I don't know, $5 a day instead of the $3 a day it was making or something. I don't know. It all depends on what happens. Shit could go down too. You could, you could put $100 into the thing and it go down to be worth $20. tomorrow. That's why I never go too heavy. That's why I only put $100 in. I could have put 3 G's in that shit if I wanted to. But if that shit goes belly up, I'm not trying to lose 3 G's. If I lose $100, I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like 3 G's is like months worth of my bill money, so it's like not really something I want to be playing with like that. It's a no brainer, bro. If I was single right now, if I was single and had all the time in the world, I would go drive and make $200 in Uber a day, and I would keep 100 to live off of, but I would take the other 100 and just put that shit right into making $1 a day. Every day I would come home and fucking put that $100 into something to make me $1 a day.
Yo, what's up, fam?
What up, Frog?
Yo.
Y'all doing all right?
Yep.
Killing.
That's good.
Jeremy.
What
do you
up?
think about what do you think about that test White's gonna do?
It's fucking risky.
Is it?
It's risky. The length of the line. All right, first of all, a 10-kilometer piece of line is no fucking joke. Right? You've never even touched a 10-kilometer piece of line. Neither have I. It's dumb long, bro. To stretch that whole thing out on a beat. I personally think I think the test is great. If you have a strong enough string and you can get the forces where you need them and you pull it tight enough, you know, as long as it doesn't snap. I don't know. I think it's a good idea. I think it needs to be done on private property though, but like a 5 or 10 kilometer stretch is like 1,000 acres or something crazy. So
that's what I pointed out yesterday. To me, that's the main problem. Because if you want to have control of that, of whatever is happening, you're gonna need a lot of equipment, right? You need cameras, and you probably the right way to do it is to have the
10 kilometers
scales connected to each other, and so that you can actually have a little program detecting the weight of. Yeah, if you want to do it properly, yeah, I do believe that.
Listen, here's what you do. You can do it on the cheap. You can do it properly on the cheap. You have someone every kilometer or every waist at both ends and every point in between where you're going to weigh it. And you get some clocks. You get all your fucking clocks synced up, synchronized your watches, and then you got your scales there. You put the watch at the scale, and you can time it. Everyone can be talking on Discord. The whole thing could be recorded. You know what I mean? So every point would be being recorded and live. You know, and we know what time everything happened at and who did what. You know.
Okay, I mean, sure.
The pulling the line is the tough part, right? You needed to register a force, and I think some of the Glovers make valid claims when they say, this might not work or whatever. And I don't know. I feel like you would get pounds of force going down if you were pulling it because he's got an 1,100 pound or kilogram test. I don't know which one. Fucking kilos and shit. He's got an 1,100 pound test. We'll just say rope. So if you pull that tight, you should be able to get a decent amount of force out of that going up or down in either direction, I think. Like earlier today, Moyak said at point B. You know the diagram? Have you seen the diagram?
Yeah, I've seen it. The thing for me is that as soon as you have a little bit of tension on that cable, you're going to be able to demonstrate. Because if you have tension on both sides, that means that the scales are going to have a more pressure reading if it's a curvature, or less pressure on some of the scales if it's flat. Right?
I bad. Say that last part again.
Yeah, if it's flat, as soon as you have some tension, the scales should have some of the pressure release.
Yeah, so like say you tear all your scales and then you pull it, well, the scale won't go into the negative, will it? You'd have to tear it at like a pound or something, or a couple pounds maybe. That way, when you pulled up, you could see the weight going down.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect test.
As long as you can pull that rope tight enough to get the tension you need to even get a reading at one of those points. Now, Moyak earlier today said that at point B, you know where point B is?
The problem that you're going to have with this, Jeremy, from the globe side, is that they can claim that the topography is flat. So, in that area, right? So at that point...
No, we got it all level with water. We got it all leveled out with the water. So
yeah, but you got to remember, for them water curves, they
yeah,
have a pretty good fucking unfalsifiable model, though. It's gotta admit that.
We could falsify it like this. This could falsify it potentially. I'm not saying it will or it's gonna, but it could. It's better than anything I've come up with, and I've been thinking about this for fucking over a year now.
No, Jeremy, because if we're gonna use water to show the level, right? They in their head they're gonna say it's curved. Well, if they say that, then yeah, you're right. If they say that, then
yeah, they're saying the water's curved. We get all the spots that we make sure the
that's true.
We make sure the rope's all at level, and then we will be able to tell.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Are you guys talking about White's word again?
Yes.
I love it. It's so funny how we have a test, and like, it's the greatest litmus too. Like, people come and deny it, but we're gonna have our test done, so they can.
Well,
say
there is some physics involved with it that may not, work, so to speak. Moyak earlier today said at point B we won't even be able to get the line off the ground. If you can't get the line off the ground at point B, how are we going to know? Is it going to be pressing down at point B? I should have asked him that. I mean, we should all be brainstorming on this. What can we do to check to see if water is definitively curving or not, or if it's flat, still water? You know what I'm saying? Anything else we do, we're kind of just like killing time. I'm trying to end this. Heads with kids, they're trying to end this. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to hand this to your kids, and your kids are going to be like, why didn't you guys fucking do anything? You had with our parents, all right, they didn't have the resources to do this. They didn't have the internet, the communication, or anything. Now, with us, there's no fucking excuse. If we don't do it, our kids are right to blame us. Like, why didn't you fucking do anything? You had everything you needed.
Well, it requires money, Jeremy. Come on.
What's up?
It requires money.
The money, yeah, but we don't even pretend we have an unlimited budget for this. Like, what can we do?
Oh, yeah. Then you're.
Can we get everyone to send us $3? You know what I'm saying? I'd throw in.
Listen, if I would have an unlimited amount of money, like a lot of money, I will get all the flat earthers like on these discords. I will pay for for whatever money they need, and for their families and everything, and then to come up with ideas and start testing this shit.
We can come up with ideas now. You don't have to pay them to come up with ideas. That's free, bro.
No.
We should be doing that.
Do it, but I mean to actually do them on real life, Jeremy.
I think
there's only.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go. You go.
I hate to be the stick in the mud, but I don't think that this line test is going to work out the way we think it is. This is the first time I've spoken about it. I've been listening to it for a week now. You guys have been talking about this. Yeah, I don't even know where to start. How much does 10 kilometers of cable weigh?
It's heavy.
I heard that we're going to be using 2 4x4s. To try and winch this together or something? Like,
Oh, you get a post hole. Yeah, you get a post hole digger at either end. You get a post hole digger. Go, I don't know, 6, 8, 10, 12 feet down. You get a giant post, stick it in there, and set your winch up on the other side. You put like a eye hole or a loop through that on the top of the post. So
All
that
right,
way,
so
the
a
rope.
winch with like a 12,000-pound capacity winch.
How long is this cable?
The rope. Hold on. The cable's 10 kilometers long, and it doesn't weigh more than a car does. I don't think so. You can buy a winch for like a couple $100 that'll pull a car. So I mean, it shouldn't really be a. Hey.
Damn. The thing is that it seems like the rope of like even when you tighten it, it's just gonna be so long and so heavy that it's gonna sag down to the floor. So it's gonna be very difficult to actually like hold it like tense.
That's what I'm talking about, because you're not just you have to pull the sag out of it, which is going to be tricky. And I only feel comfortable constructively criticizing this test, which I hope is done, because if somebody's got the money to send me up there, I'll get in the damn balloon and I will go up there and I will see if it's what's going on without hesitation.
What you mean balloon? Like a one of them?
I think that's the only way we're gonna know. Somebody needs to go up there that's not connected to NASA.
But the thing you're talking about those balloons with the hot air balloons?
Something similar to what the Red Bull jump guy did.
Ah, no, you mean like something like what Augustus Picard did?
I've never heard of him. So
That's the guy. That's the guy that invented like that round like a round dome kind of thing. And he flew up in the sky with like a hot air balloon. I don't know. Just Google Augustus Picard. He said that when he was up there, he saw that the Earth was like this shape with like upturned edges.
Damn. Okay.
They actually have a commercial. They have. Is it like a Hennessy commercial or something like that? Let me see if I find it.
Or Hennessy, some shit. Yeah. We bought some seats. So you want to do the balloon thing, and you will go. You actually will you will put yourself on the line.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Well, if something like this it would to happen, I guess none of the Glovers should know where your location or any of this stuff was going on, because I don't trust these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna matter once I'm up in the air. That's it.
I posted the this is a commercial based on the true story of Augustus Picard and what he did that post. That this guy did something like that, and if you want to on your own time, just Google up or watch a few videos on him. Anybody remember his actual quote? What he said that the Earth looked like? Was it a disc with upturned edges or something like that, or was it just flat?
No shit, I didn't realize I was on mute. What year did he do this? Do you know?
No, man. I don't have the information like that. I haven't looked into this in a while.
Do you have any idea about how high up he went?
He supposedly reached the altitude of yep 775,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough, but that's a good start. Does anyone remember that video of the weather balloon going up and then hitting the dome and like scraping against that?
No, it wasn't a weather
whatever
balloon. It was like a little like a bottle rocket.
Are you sure?
Well, I only seen one video of something hitting something, and it was like a little bottle rocket.
No, this is like a video of like an orange balloon, and it's rising, and then you hear it contact something. It stops rising, and it like scrapes against the dome.
Dude, if you have that, please link it up.
Oh shit! Okay, I can try and find it. I remember the last time I looked for it on YouTube, it was super hidden. It was like in somebody's playlist. But I'll go ahead and give it a shot.
Yeah, something is either hitting the dome, whatever that is, or them fucking them motherships up there disguised as fucking clouds. His exact quote was it seemed a flat disc with upturned edges.
Yeah, I'm not finding that video. I'm gonna look for it a little later. It was a good one though. Oldie but a goodie. I know I've probably brought it up a couple times, so forgive me if you've heard me ask this before, but
look at this
any
picture.
Of you...
Look at this picture I just posted, right? And the guy Picard saying it looks like a disc with upturned edges, and look at this depiction of the Earth.
I mean, yeah, logically that makes sense. Because it's got to be a container.
Something has to contain the water, man. I mean, unless it's some sort of cycle that it just goes somewhere, comes out of somewhere else. You know, constantly maintain the motion. Man, it has to be contained.
Have any of you guys heard of David Paulides and his 411 research?
No, what is that?
He's a former police detective that's written, I think, at least 8 books on missing persons cases that fit a very specific profile in terms of how they disappeared. Some of them are found, some of them are not. Some of them are found alive, most not. And it's great. You just type in missing 411. He's got like some free movies on Amazon and YouTube with ads. As far as like shilling for anybody, with very loose terms for shilling, like I would definitely give him a look out.
What's up, Jeremy?
So we had a little quick hour or so spurt there.
Yeah, I was kind of around the house doing stuff, and but yeah, I just kind of just got back to my computer. I thought I had heard that Ranty like created a new Discord, like the Flirspective thing. I haven't. Is he using that? Like, I just didn't know if he's like still like doing anything with it. But I'd heard that he created a Discord. I only say that because I was just looking at one of Nathan Oakley's flat earth debate things, and it had a picture of Ranty on it. So I just thought about Ranty for a second. So Yo, what's up, Grim?
Hey, what's up, support free thinkers? What are you doing, Joe?
I'm just chilling. What'd you say?
Support free thinkers? Yeah.
That's what I thought you said.
That's
Nice.
kind of like the answer to your next question. What are you doing here? Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's cool. Yeah, man.
I'm ahead of. It's time for my head. I'm ahead of my time.
Yeah, I'm just kind of chilling, dude. I've had kind of a long day. I was out in the world doing stuff, and then had a bunch of stuff around the house. I'm just kind of jumping on here.
I feel it. Yeah, I feel it. Kind of normalcy for me too. Like to slow it down a little bit and touch base with some of you guys. Do all the hustle and bustle of the rat race.
Oh yeah.
And say all the things I wish I could be doing. And then like fishing right now. Fishing.
Yeah. That'd be nice. Yeah, I try to stay out of the rat race as much as possible, but still have to go out there. So it was fucking.
Well, see, that's kind of like my life motto, right? You know, not just I work for free time. I don't work for money. I work for more free time. So whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever work I'm putting in, it's because I'm expecting to have some more free time out of it.
Yeah, like a little trade-off.
Yeah. I mean, it's not lazy, I guess, because it's like when I am just chilling, I'm not ever just chilling. I'm always doing something. But I mean, I like to do my own stuff. Like, it doesn't, nothing is required from somebody else. They don't want to, I don't need them to buy it. I don't want them to even see it, maybe in some cases. It's my peace of mind, like fishing, catch and release. I don't care if you see them. I don't even take pictures of them all the time. I'm just doing it. I noticed I got a friend who like literally cannot, just skip taking a picture of every single fish that he catches, no matter which one it is. And he just like he's connected to the digital world like that. And I'm like, man, those are for you too, man. Just for you, basically. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Are you?
I'm not a big.
I'm not a for you.
Yeah, I'm not a big picture taker. I just kind of prefer to live in the moment. I mean, pictures can be cool and it can be fun to look back at them, but in general, I like rarely take pictures of things.
Yeah, I regret now that I'm older not taking pictures because I used to have a perfect sort of memory where, now it's like, it would be nice to have more pictures.
Yeah, I actually, even though I say that, yeah, like even though I say that, sometimes I do think like, oh, I wish I had pictures of something. So
that's why I said that, because I was the same exact way. I am the same way, because on one hand it's that way connected to this other thing, but yeah, we do take pictures, but just not of every single fish you catch. There's a difference. Or I'm on the toilet. Look, 8 a.m. tweeting shit.
But I mean, you do all your work like on the property there, and do it on your own time, right?
Well, I mean, again, basically, as far as on your own time goes, you know that you have a deadline and all that every time you have stuff like that going on. So it's not ever really on your own time once you get in it. It's constant.
Yeah.
But I take breaks. I mean, I'll set it up to where I can be away for a whole week. Which I've never really done a whole week. But I have it all set up, or I could if I was really daring enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, just don't trust people, man.
Do you have a lot of people there helping you, or is it kind of more of a solo? setup?
No, yeah, no. It's when you I'm talking about for my like automated type shit, there's still gonna be 2 groundskeepers and another, you know what I mean? So it's like I mean they're like, oh yeah, we're like family, but you know, I tell them straight up to their face, yeah, I just no, rules is rules. I mean, we're not doing barbecues over here. We don't do this, we don't do that. You know, like I don't trust people. I feel like they try to be too friendly. You know.
I gotcha. Yeah, I just didn't know if you had like a whole bunch of people or whether it was
Many
just
horror
you.
stories, dude. You know, I've seen, you know, from around this way too. People end up, you know, getting roofied and shit and all that because they're friends for 10 years. We're just, you know, money makes people go stupid, man. You know, play right. Something happens. I don't give them the chance. Like, yeah, we'll always stay really good friends because you'll never have the chance to fucking, you know, make a mistake. You too, kitty. Quit trying to go outside. Get eaten by a mountain lion. Actually, my cat would probably nurse on the mountain lion. Big mama's boy. Yeah. You heard me?
Do you think, Grim, in our lifetimes in general, like in your viewpoint, like, because I know you do agree that there is like some, you know, corruption and, you know, all the, yeah, just evil people, evil entities, whoever they are. Do you feel like in this lifetime there's going to be like, you know, any big changes, revolution, anything like that? Or do you think it'll kind of stay the same and get worse? Like, what is your kind of overall thought on that? And I'm not talking, doesn't have to be flat earth. I'm just saying in general, like overall.
Well, sadly, unless there's some sort of an actual revolt in a bigger way, and it looks like it's getting worse, right? Because it just is. I mean, it is getting worse. Stop screaming, kitty. I know what you want. In a way, like.
Yeah, well, things do seem to be kind of tightening up in a way. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, yeah, it depends on, you know, who's better and what's worse, you know. It's, for my opinion, it's worse. More draconian measures, all that nonsense, template changes, cashless society. That's all really scary shit to me.
Yeah.
I believe in being able to survive, like you know how there's like squatters' rights and there's just different types of rights, and I think it's that if society's laws actually prevent you from surviving, then it shouldn't be illegal to break those laws. Like, you know, like it's the catch-22, the exemption of you know, because survival comes first, I think, right? And like overall man's laws, self-preservation, blah blah blah. So seems like there's an argument to be made when you do these little, you know, different states in the U.S., especially, you know, busting people for like little bits of weed and shit, or for selling weed or whatever it is they're trying to do to make an extra $15. You know what I mean? Whatever minor bullshit it is, and they get these huge penalties. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way, it does kind of seem like it's just like tragedy after tragedy. Like I was talking to my mom today, and like, you know, she was, you know, we're talking about like the Vietnam War, and she was saying how like she was, you know, around the time when there were all the protesters, everybody protesting it. And so I asked her, I was like, were you, you know, against it or for it? And she said, oh, she was against it, but she said she wasn't protesting. And I was like, oh, I was kind of surprised because like she's pretty mainstream, you know, like she's pretty much just like believes the news and, you know, pretty much buys it all. So I was kind of surprised that even she was like, you know, against the Vietnam War. So
well, here's the thing, you know, it was the movies and stuff after that that made us think of them as the dirty hippies, because they were the 99%. So now they turned into this small percentage of dirty hippies through the movies and everything else. just another little, you know, they were saying all the same shit we're talking about right now about basically the same exact people and families.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's pretty similar. Yeah, I mean, just the corruptions, just criminality, like just all of it. Yeah, I mean that's war, I guess. Whereas right now, like the main thing going on right now is a little bit of a different thing, but it is a war of sorts.
Yeah, I remember, you know, when they were talking about, you know, like 1980, George Orwell, 1984, and you know, and some of the stuff they're talking about in the 60s and stuff like that. They were like basically telling you, hey, look, here's the menu. This is what they're going to serve you. Brave New World, you know. I'll hear people arguing, no, it's more like a Brave New World. Well, no, it's more like 1984. That's a nice little blend of both, baby. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I haven't really ever. I haven't gotten like within my own mind to the full conclusion of what Aldous Huxley, who he really was, and what really was going on with him. Because there definitely some very poignant kind of rhetoric.
I'm embarrassed to say, but I've never really dug into it as well. I just take a general, you know, in some aspects, I'll, you know, get a general idea of, you know, well, besides reading certain parts of the books and stuff like that, you know, the whole thing. You predict what's the next move because that's what do you think you would do if you were with a bottomless fucking you know, what am I trying to say here? You know, I got all the money in the world, you know, so I can plan and organize all kinds of tables of thinkers to do all kinds of interesting stuff outside of what I'm even thinking about. Of course, it would lead to that, right? Because how could I know all of the things that I need done in one head? You know, couldn't keep that, you know, just. So you'd have to set up a doctrine among the group of the secret societies so that they don't reach outside of their, you know, shit game plan.
Yeah.
She should have said go off script.
Well, people are protesting to some degree right now. I don't know how much that will accomplish, but
well, I guess in a way that alerts to the super normies that something is pissing people off. Otherwise, they have no clue. They don't see people massing in the streets. The super normies will believe everything in the media and they won't think that there's anything wrong. They're not looking for the censored doctors off of YouTube and all this different things that are been going on for years and years. You know. Save.
yeah, no, I agree. It does. Yeah, it could get some kind of awareness.
All right. That baby talk. Sure. Sure. Yeah, normally it doesn't take too long for people to notice that there are people in here once a couple of us show up.
You mean right now in the room?
Yeah, I haven't really been studying anything new, so I'm not like, gung ho about, this and that's just happening today. I almost feel dirt out on it and trying to even explain some of it. Because at this point in my mind, there's so much Electric Universe data coming from the mainstream that definitely describes exactly everything in Electric Universe and basically nothing mainstream. And then they're still holding up the mainstream view. It's just disenfranchising me. It's like there's a weird dogmatic, tool to keep just like forgetting people like Hennis Alfine until they die and then saying, oh, they're awesome. Look what we already knew. While it was fresh and he knew it right at that time, boy, we didn't get to know it.
Yeah, I don't see how the mainstream could incorporate Electric Universe. I think that it's just too paradigm breaking, and they have such an agenda to hold on to. I don't think they're going to let that go.
Yeah, it's even talked about like a absolute paradigm shift, because I mean, what are you talking about black holes and anything anymore at that point? No need. And that just fucks with them because they got a lot of really cool math that they don't want to throw away. But it's like art, really cool art. It's art. It doesn't necessarily reflect what's really happening in the world. And it's, math can be art in that aspect. So they need to start putting that in the art gallery and then get it out of the scientific realm. Yeah, it's me. That's a pretty good insult, actually, when you think about it. That shit belongs in, theater. Are you by yourself, babe?
No, 2 versus 2, but he's just staying in the goal.
And then crashing the meeting.
I keep setting it up for him, expecting him to be there, but he's all the way in our goal the other side of the board.
Gotcha. Guess what she's playing? Can you guess?
But yeah, you were mentioning people coming into the room. Yeah, it's been a little bit quieter in general, like in the VC the last week or two. I think, it seems like on sort of several servers it's been that way. But yeah, like last night it was like just a couple of us, and then a bunch of people ended up joining. So yeah, it seems like kind of just goes in waves. It's kind of like a tipping point effect. Like if, when there starts to be more in the room, it seems like more people end up joining.
Yeah, they're attracted to them lives and scheduled on time lives and shit.
Like I know that you don't think the Earth is a planar surface, flat Earth, whatever, in that sense. But it does kind of blow my mind, like in a way. Like there's a lot of people that know about this in YouTubers and whatnot, but in terms of actual people like talking about it, like on the Earth right now, like actual live talks, like
right, not many, as many as you would think. I don't know if there's enough organized people who want to take the responsibility to be seen steadily in the spot. Lot. Nice. I think so.
or even just discussions on just the nature of reality, just in general.
What's that? Not enough of them. Yeah, do that. Yeah, not necessarily in particular.
Well, it's like the idea of like our ancient ancestors, like, you know, looking up at the stars and wondering and philosophizing and all that. It's like, I mean, that still happens in certain categories of these days, but it just seems like, I guess, yeah, it's partly as people are just, you know, distracted by life and everything that is contained with making money, and then especially now with the major distraction of today's world, everything going on now.
Yeah, the rat race. That's basically what I call that.
It'd be nice if it was just distraction instead of like genocide. seems like, you know, like a lot of the things they do is just to, you know, sidetrack you or cause a distraction. But this is a different level, it seems like. I'm hearing bad things all the time about the jibby jabs. Like serious, like holy shit, fucking A kind of shit. Like, oh my God, like every day I hear somebody new say, my friend can't move his arm, or, you know, there's even mainstream, like NBC. I saw a clip earlier, and this woman was talking about all her negative reactions to it, and it was on NBC. So it seems like they're starting to put some of the stuff on YouTube too that is getting to a little bit of like the jibby jab's not good for you type information, which is, I don't know. I think a lot of that is even controlled opposition, even if it's true. Weird. Like they're giving us both sides of it to freak people out. You know, like once you get the minestrone, then you have to like either accept everything that goes along with it or start freaking out about getting it to begin with. And people just choose the psychological, most comforting thing, you know. Even though they should be worried, it seems like.
It's troublesome for sure.
There was, I guess, a guy that was big graphene oxide expert. What's it Kids that was talking about it on their server, saying that this guy was killed like immediately, just recently. I'll post the thing that he posted on it. He was basically saying these are nanobots.
Yeah, go to.
And can you imagine if you'd gotten the minestrone and you thought there was a nanobot like crawling around inside you? What kind of a feeling that would be? Like you would just freak out. You know? So they almost have to accept that it's not that, or just believe it's not. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm just talking all over you. Shit. No worries.
Right.
Your mic is a little low too, Grim. It's a little like sounds distant and a little low. For it was better earlier.
Yeah, right now you're doing something.
Yeah, and then the whole mandatory minestrone situation as well. Like someone mentioned yesterday, the thing that happened in Germany, you know, with Germany, where they're like locking down. Yeah, like they're like locking down everyone that doesn't have the minestrone, and then, but it's like, even I was reading that article. It was on like CNN, and it literally felt like I was reading science fiction. I was like, I can't believe I'm reading this. It was like, and some of the little quotes that were said, I was just like, what? Like, it's just mind blowing that this is like mainstream news now. It was just like, what is even going on? It's just unbelievable.
Right? Well, we should just be all like
it went from
yelling in the streets.
You know, that's ridiculous. Why would anybody ever put graphene oxide in anything? To after we show them that it's being used in all kinds of different COVID-19 even vaccines, and being used in different types of delivering examples of delivery, different in biomedicine. It's being used like widely right now in different trials and different things. So now it's, well, of course it's being used. I mean, it's but just before that, as the argument wasn't so evolved yet, it was oh, that's ridiculous. It wouldn't even be in there. It's a poison. You know, so it's like these guys are just gonna evolve to accept it either way. It's what I'm saying, is they just keep evolving to accept more and more bullshit of what's going on.
Well, it's almost like they want you to know it's bullshit. Like it's almost like if you had like say you had like a farm and you had some animals that you wanted to make sure that they knew who was in charge, right? You know, you would do something to show them that you're in control. Give them a little bit of freedom, but then show them that you can always stop them, like, you know, with the cage or whatever it is that you've got. Like, or a dog, you show them the ball and then you take the ball away. You show them the ball and you take the ball away. You're showing who's in charge, who the alpha dog is, you know. And it's like they're showing us the truth on purpose, not only for the psychological ramifications, but just to be like, okay, this is the truth, but you're going to do what we say because that's what we said. You know, you're not going to do something that's, you know, common sense. It's going to be something that we told you to do, and you're going to know it. That's the kind of attitude almost that I'm getting from the whole thing. Like, you got to do what they say, even though they're saying it doesn't make sense. They themselves are saying it doesn't make sense. From the start, they told us there was only like a 0.0999.9% chance of getting it or dying from it, whatever it was. It was like all the numbers were really low as far as
survivability rate of, you know.
Yeah, from the start. Like what was the panic ever even caused by? It was like you were supposed to panic, but here's the thing you're supposed to panic from, which didn't even add up to begin with. It's crazy. It's called crazy making. It's the cult of chaos, basically, right? It's insane.
Yeah, it was also saying in that article about how, you know, it was like, well, you're only considered, you know, fully minestronied if you continue getting the boosters. And they were saying, yeah, and they decided that they're going to do every 3 months instead of 6 months. So it's like, that's what's even more intense. Like, okay, I get it. Like this, you know, okay, like what they're rolling out. But in addition, they want you to become an intravenous drug user. I mean, at this point, it's like you have to now become a complete test subject for ongoing injections for, you know, till what, the end of time? It's like
exactly. When's it going to stop? And people like, even my parents or people that are educated that you know, I mean, I can't even believe it, how convinced they are that this is science. You know, I mean, from the start, I'm like, okay, here's the percentage, and my mom looked it up, and she's like, oh, you're right, it is a 0.0099. Like, you know, even after I was proven right on the first point, after that, they're still encouraging me to get the jab and whatever else. Like, don't you want to make sure that it's safe before you recommend that? I mean, I just sent you 100 articles saying it's not. And not only are you not going to read them, you're still going to advise it for me, even though you know I have read them. I mean, are you kidding me?
That's annoying.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I think the fear of death can be powerful, you know, in terms of like, I mean, really, when you think about, you know, like war, like all of war is ultimately fueled by the government, whoever's, you know, pushing the war. That the reason that they have to go do the war is because we might die, you know, like they might come take us over, or they might take away our freedoms or whatever it is. But ultimately it'd be like death. Like, oh, like if we don't go to war, then they might come and kill us all. So like, you know, it's the fear of death that drives that. But I'm just saying that the fear of death in general is a powerful motivator. And then you add disease into that, you know, that's what this is. It's like you got the fear of death, and then you've got people getting sick or whatever. And then that is like the fuel by which people are then thinking is rationalization for this whole set of behaviors involving the minestrone and all these things that are now needed. And then people saying, oh, well, everyone's, you know, people are dying, so you have to get this thing. And it's like, oh man, it's just such a deep
psychological operation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like layers.
Yep. The good of the whole, you know, should be what we're all thinking about. Otherwise, you're selfish, and you got to tell everybody else that they're selfish if they're not on board with the whole. And they know they've got the mainstream media behind them, and most of the alternative media even.
Yeah, it turns out we did have the good of the whole in mind. Was it to vaccinate? It was not to vaccinate. It's the good for the whole. See,
yeah,
it's like
herd immunity all of a sudden is not a thing.
Good of the whole. It's like an hell yeah, it was good for the whole to not vaccinate. It would have been much better, obviously. I mean, look at all the little kids who were not susceptible to anything from COVID, who all of a sudden are now dying of mitochondritis and all different fucking, heart inflammation issues and just heart death, dude. Cellular death in the heart tissue. What the fuck is that about?
Yeah. All these athletes dropping dead. It's insane. I mean, can you imagine, like, if you're watching the NBA, a few months from now or whatever, and just like
dude,
one player on each team starts, dying every other week. What Witsit was saying about the thing that the doctor, the stuff I posted was, he was saying it's like razor blades. This stuff like acts like razor blades, and since he was saying since the athletes are very active, their blood's flowing, and it was making it worse, it was flowing through them like razor blades. I mean, talk about a nightmare.
Abrasive, really, really abrasive, like sandblasting
yeah,
corners of your veins are getting thinned out.
Oh, and when that one show, it's called, it's on the Rumble, whatever his name is, that I posted some stuff from last night. The graphene oxide claim that the ex-Pfizer employee was talking about was that they're maybe basically, she thought they were testing the tolerance for the human body to ingest this, or not ingest it, but for the tolerance of graphene oxide with all the boosters and everything following that. And then, if that's the case, then maybe there's some kind of thing in the future where we're going to have a lot of graphene oxide around us, and they're seeing, how much the human body can take, so they know the limit to put on the, the future civilization they want to keep around or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, they want every transaction, every adrenaline increase or decrease, every pulse. They want to be able to register and record every time your pupils dilate when you're looking at a particular thing. They'll know every single thing about you, and you won't have an inch of freedom or free will after all of this is over. Mark my words, guys. It's fucking crazy. There's no more free will. You're about to turn into part of the machine.
They can't kill our spirit altogether, though. I think they have to build on our spirit. I don't think any new paradigms built on people just following orders and falling in. The new paradigm has to be built on the shedding of that oppression and the inspiration of the future in some way, even if they just give it to us artificially and to some degree. I don't think that any civilization can go on just based on oppression. It never works, I don't think. So that's like the best we got going for us, I guess, maybe. They may fake a revolution to start a new fake inspiration, new world. I don't know. Not that it won't all be real, because we're organic, and there has to be some kind of reaction to this, which is also built into their script. Oh, Trump was on the Fox. I just watched a little clip of him on Fox. That was he was talking about Biden or whatever, and
either.
Yeah, and he's just chalking up the jabs as if he was like, taking credit for it, as if it was a great thing still. Like
oh yeah,
what?
He's a Jesuit scumbag from day one. Everybody remembers me saying that. Because I was like, fuck Biden. They're like, oh, so you're not Trump, huh? I'm like, no. Biden and Trump can go fuck each other. I do not give a damn about either one of them Jesuit scumbags.
Right. They're probably having dinner together before they fuck each other, in fact.
I'm not gonna say Jesuit, I mean colloquially, they're in a secret societies together, get ran by the same proxy, controller. Right. So I don't give a shit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that whole QAnon thing was the the Operation Trust the Plan is still going, right?
I don't know.
Perfect timing on that, because everybody that was on board with whatever. everybody that got on board with Biden was based on just hating Trump, not liking Biden to begin with. And then, you know, the reversal on the jibby jabs was a crazy thing. They were like refusing to take it when Trump was in office, but then all of a sudden Biden, now they're embracing it. But they got with the insurrection deal, that whole thing that they did at the Capitol.
Switch. That's everybody can see that. I mean, if there's any brains in this whole place, that was a bait and switch where he got all the people who were against the vaccine on his side to rally behind him.
Yeah.
And then bang.
And anybody doubting the mainstream after the whole Capitol thing, they blew that up. Made it seem like he was actually like a terrorist. Yeah, everybody that's doubting the mainstream then all of a sudden is a terrorist, basically, in the back of people's minds. And anything that's not mainstream is associated with Trump. Like he's not mainstream. That's so crazy. There's so many levels of pills.
Well, a reality TV king, right? He's not mainstream. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
I couldn't. I didn't want to even really get too much involved because I mean, everybody's got their emotions in it, and it's like that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing for them to uphold this bullshit. You hold the emotions, and you just don't think with your logical senses. Like, who are these people really?
It does seem like they're playing the script out for people to think of Trump as this hero. People that like him or want to think of him that way can think of him that way at some point, maybe in the future.
Yeah,
they might bring him in as like not a hero, but like seeming to save people that are really. I mean, they may let it get really bad and then bring him in and then make it seem like he's saving something.
Oh.
Because then all the people that were refusing the jabs are going to probably, go along with it if he says to go along with it. Seems like they've been building towards that.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I hate to say it, the public just keeps getting dumber and dumber with the fear. So it's not like they're, improving, in my opinion. Now it's just so confusing, and everybody, But I did like the fact that they, withdrew that so-called mandate for people, companies of over 99 employees.
Yeah, but they're still firing people off, government jobs that are refusing to get it, and they're getting basically
like a civil war out here though, because other companies were just firing people that were vaccinated, so that they could keep the majority of their
people were getting fired if they did get the vax.
Yeah. That's
who's that?
This one dude. Well, a dude had 138 employees, and when they changed that law to where 99 or more, everyone must be vaccinated or they close down. Then what he did was he just fired like all the vaccinated, which was like 45 of them. So there was like under 90.
So that he wouldn't lose his staff a couple years from now.
Yeah. So, and then he just split up their pay as bonuses.
Wow.
For the unvaccinated, for the rest.
Drop a link to that. I want to see that.
Yeah. I'm playing.
Do you remember the company name?
Right now.
Yeah, that's encouraging to see. Like, you can't come in the store with a mask on and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like normal, because I mean that's a safety risk.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't need a burglar.
You rob the store.
I got cameras so you can see people's faces, not this other nonsense. What's going on?
Yeah, we've seen some sprees. I thought it was going to be even worse. I mean, think about it. You got a mask on, and no one's noticing you from anybody else. I bet there was a lot of robberies you never saw anything about.
We're getting robbed. Well, it's Black Lives Matter. Just let them finish. Get the fuck out of here.
Right?
Just let them finish.
And then Walgreens was telling their their security to stand down for anybody trying to rob the store for the longest time. I think it's still going on. What's the deal with that?
Walmart too. Oh. Whoops. Oh, shit, nice shot.
And all the military are totally being required to get the jibby jabs. I mean, the military is going to die off. We're going to have all the frontline workers dying off, all the police. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, there's kind of been a really huge problem. A lot of the military guys have refused.
Have they gotten discharged?
Yeah, a lot of it is going on. There's lawsuits now. This shit might be flipped over on its head pretty soon.
I hope so.
I mean, it might not. There just might not be strong enough people.
Aren't they totally exempt from getting sued because of some kind of national disaster thing? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not about getting sued. It's the civil lawsuits and stuff that eventually you can't just make military law. This is a executive, the military doesn't make law, so there's that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the federal government is supposed to go with the overall will of the states, not its own agenda outside of the will of all of the states, right? Because that's not what the states wanted it for. It was about banking and money, and it wasn't supposed to be about them, for the federal government having any control over the fucking states and its citizens anyway. The states, themselves, but not the laws that the citizens make. So when the feds are coming in and they're busting the pot plants that the states say are legal. Well, I mean, there's those lawsuits. $16 districts of the federal government.
You might be interested in what Electric University, Grimm, has to say about your white world force the curve experiment. Gio, you might have some ideas on that. If you want to explain it, I don't know.
Sorry.
Gio's here still.
Yeah, I'm still here. Oh yeah, like you're saying. Yeah, I'm not. I think
see if Grimm had any reaction to it. I don't know if you've heard about it at all.
I'm not sure if he has. Have you, Grim? Have you been in some of the conversations or heard any of the conversations the last couple of days about this?
No. I don't think I have. Sorry, it doesn't seem like I'm paying close attention. I am paying
form of force the line that I'll just let Gio explain it.
You mean like tightening a line? Is that what Riggs is?
Yep. But with the weights part, I still don't get.
Well, that would pull the lines tight, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've described it so many times in the last couple of days. I'm getting a little bit over. More,
yeah, I hear you.
But like I've said it so many times, well, in a nutshell,
because I'm playing Rocket League, so I won't even spit it by me,
Well, I'll give like the super quick elevator pitch, which is just essentially it's just taking a line. So White's Word is doing a particular setup with this, but he was the one who originally came up with the idea. But there's a lot of other ways to do it. So I'll just say the general idea is to have a line, that's on the Earth, and you essentially pull it taut. And if you pull it taut on a globe, it should press into the Earth, and therefore you should be able to put scales along that rope to measure that, you know, pressure as the rope is pushing into the Earth. Whereas if it's a planar type of a Earth or like a flat Earth type reading, then there would be no additional pressure on the scales when you pull it taut.
Interesting.
So it's like measuring the Earth with kind of in a physical way by kind of pulling a line taut against it, essentially, to see how it conforms to it.
It's probably 6 miles of that elastic cord he's going to use. That's a long piece of cord.
Can you measure the amount of frictions going through a fiber optic? Like, you know, if you just laid the fiber optic cable, you shot the light through, could you just measure, you know, which side, you know, if there's more light friction on one end, you know, the top or the bottom, right? Wouldn't it show that it would be like more at the top if it were?
Well, that's an interesting idea. Well, I hadn't even thought of that.
An idea, right? Here, we take a projectile, right? Because if it's curved, the projectile itself will scrape mostly the top of an arc, right? As it goes along an arc. So you shoot a projectile under an arc and see, or under what we say is a straight, you know, line as a flat earther, we say is the straight line across the horizon measured for half a mile or whatever, and see it as a projectile scrape the top of the arc at any point, right? The rifle.
Well, so there were two things you said. Yeah, the one, the fiber optic, that was interesting. But this other one, you're saying build like a structure and then shoot a projectile underneath the structure.
Like a metal Hot Wheels track, right? You know what I mean? Like upside down, and then you put a rifle underneath it, and it's straight, right? From where our point is, it just looks like the rifle bullet should just go underneath it and never touch the top, right? If it's not curving down around the curve or anything after, let's say, several, you know, 1,000 feet. I know it's a very long, large, expensive experiment to set up.
No, that's interesting though. That's an interesting idea. Like if you were to, like let's say you had 10-foot tall posts or something. So you got, you know, all the way along the earth, 10 foot, you know, let's say every 300 feet or whatever it would be. And then you put a track on top of it and then you shoot something under it. Yeah. Like the bullet, if it's curved, it should run into it rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting idea too. I hadn't even thought of that. I've never even heard of that. That's pretty cool.
Seems like a projectile would be hard to.
Because it drops immediately, right? I just thought.
Like, how do you know? Like, that wasn't the barrel distortion that was causing a little bit of a, you know, angle to the bullet, or you can't film it. But like over water, if you were to stretch this cord, even like Whitesville has, if you were to do a cord from like across the lake, that's a very still lake, you know, over 2 miles from shore to shore with a line taut, and it show that it doesn't, you know, have any kind of hump in the middle. And then even you could fly a drone along it and show the drone, you know, with the camera that it's, you know, with the water and the line perpendicular to it all the way across.
Yeah, that gun thing wouldn't work anyway. After further thought, the bullet starts dropping from the barrel immediately at the same rate. It's just that, you know, how many seconds it takes. So it would already be dropping immediately. Ooh.
What I think is interesting about this whole topic, though, is that they're convinced that 1 degree over 69 miles is not much, right? How is that discrepancy when a flat earther will say that should be 6,000 miles of curvature. How is that discrepancy? How can you ever get a meeting of the minds between a baller and a flat earther? Yeah, they're saying 1 degree over 69 miles as if that's nothing, kind of like they do with 15 degrees or whatever. But what's the deal there? You guys have any ideas about that? Like, why is it 1 degree in their minds, and that makes it at 6,000 feet negligible? How can that be resolved before any of these tests go on?
I don't think it was 6,000 feet.
No. Well, 70 miles would be like 6,000 feet of curvature.
You're mixing up the horizontal line with the horizon. You're mixing the line of sight horizontal with the horizon. It's not the same.
Okay, explain it then.
Well, I'm playing Rocket League right now. I really
Okay.
I'd just rather like show you a link or something. So, or one of the guys in here, actually, even a flat earther in here can kind of explain it. There's not all flat earthers don't think the same thing, you know that. So,
I got it wrong though. It's 3,000 feet of curvature. 3,267 feet of curvature.
yeah, that's
Over 70 miles. So how can that be 1 degree in their minds? You know, I guess because 1 degree of 360 would be whatever, 3,600. I don't know. It just seems like such a discrepancy in the way you think about it and the actuality of it.
wait a minute. Are you using the 8 inches per square past their
Right. 8 inches per mile squared is 3,000.
Their limitations, because they do have a set limitations, so they know it's a parabola, so it only goes for sections. You don't keep going with it because it wouldn't make sense. Like you don't.
Okay, so when they say 70, when they say over 69 miles, it's 1 degree. Well, how much drop are they talking about? 1 degree. What's the equation there? What's the actuality of it?
I don't know off the top of my head. Like a lot of the people who are very, very interested in arguing with you guys, like I'm not. You know,
I'm not trying to argue it even. I'm just trying to figure out why it is.
I'm saying there are those assholes though who are like really interested in arguing with you guys all the time, and so they got all their figures, and I've heard it. I've heard the numbers, and I've checked them out and everything, and I just don't remember them because for me personally, not that you know interesting for me to want to.
I know you understand these arguments as far as the force the line stuff. I knew you might have some ideas on that. The fiber optic thing. What was that? I didn't really get it. I cut out.
Well, I was just trying to see if there was a way we could measure the heat friction on a fiber optic with like wrapping it with something and then shooting what we think is a straight line of fiber optics across the horizon and then trying to measure top or bottom where the heat friction was so we'd know, if there was any discrepancies in curvature along what we suspected to be flat cable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of all begging the question in my opinion, but I'm convinced that we're not on a spinning ball. So is Geo. I know you're not, but I'm not that the tests aren't, needed to convince the people that aren't convinced yet or whatever. But I think the idea I've brought up the idea of having a camera on the bottom underneath a plane several times, and if it starts at a different conserved speed and flies over many latitudes with different tangential speeds, should show some rotation if the Coriolis effect is real. I've never heard your response to that, Gio, or what you think of that idea.
Say it again. I don't think I fully heard.
Okay, so if a plane's flying north to south and it doesn't correct the Coriolis, that means that the Earth is moving west to east underneath the plane, causing it to go off course, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think they in their model they just, but yeah. I'll just say yeah, so you can.
Well, it's if okay, if a plane's trying to land on a north to south facing runway,
the argument would be that you don't have it on there. You wouldn't expect that speed.
You're kind of a little bit low, and I can't hear exactly what you're saying.
Their argument would be that you wouldn't expect there to be that you're not free ballistically flying. You're actually flying propelled by continuous engine, propulsion, which is it's different, and that you're in in the atmosphere that's already moving with it. So it shouldn't be even suspected that while being propelled in the atmosphere, you would already be adjusting yourself to all of those effects.
Right. I understand. Yeah, that's the argument they usually give, but it doesn't really work though, because they have the idea that you have a original conserved speed. Say you're at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour, and you start flying north or south. You're gonna fly into a lesser tangential speed, and to argue that the winds or the atmosphere or whatever it is that is making this plane match the rotation of the Earth and stay on course or whatever it is that makes it seem like the Earth is stationary. That's a big claim that the winds would force a plane, especially a jet that has a lot of propulsion capabilities and resistance and all these things that jets can do, and flying 1,200 miles per hour.
Jets are using the wind to fly, right?
Sure.
So yeah, they have to push through whatever's happening. You're just it's a net force. You want to go 30 mile an hour, you're going 30 mile an hour because the wind is already moving with you. The whole atmosphere is stuck to the planet, moving at that speed in that rotation with you. So you've already started. You're not getting dropped in from outer space. So there's no big friction difference. You're not coming in relatively to it like you're expecting in this.
But you can fly into the wind in a jet, right? You can fly against the wind.
The actual winds. You're just turning around and going into the regular wind, but you're going with it's not with the wind that you feel. Isn't the atmosphere spinning with the Earth? That's the wind you don't feel.
Okay, that's an interesting point. So what's the difference between the wind you don't feel and the wind you feel?
That's the problem. There's no real difference between the wind you don't feel and the wind you feel. You have to be moving relative to the wind you don't feel.
Well, how could there be wind? How could there be wind that you wouldn't feel?
Well, as like I said, you would have to feel that wind that you don't normally feel. You would have to move through it at a different rate than the actual,
So you're saying there's a force that can't be felt again? Is this a force that can't be felt again?
That's not what I'm saying at all. Actually, I think you're confusing yourself with those kind of thoughts, thinking that I would be saying something like that. That's what.
No, I'm not trying to say you're trying to do anything other than explain it the way you think that it works, right? But when you say the wind you don't feel and the wind you feel, it sounds like contradiction.
Wind. Well, no. If I'm in the gas of the atmosphere and I don't feel anything, and then I start walking, I all of a sudden do feel it. That's the air I do feel, and now it's called wind, but it's just air before. Like you're being kind of pedantic.
Right. I understand. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like if you move through the atmosphere, you're moving through it is causing it to feel like wind, but it's just moving through the atmosphere. That's what you're saying.
Right, but that's the wind of motion, right? But the other winds, like blowing against it, they're already moving in a way in which it's like against the rotation of the Earth. You know what I mean? Those kind of winds. Then those are different net forces that you have to apply to the to the equation. Is what all I'm really saying.
So, right. No, I understand the way that they try to explain it. Yeah, it's hilarious in my opinion.
The jet. Well, no. I'm saying so with that, knowing that, right? The jet does have to actually adjust for those other types of winds, and when it does that, right? You're still going. It's saying you're going at such and such nautical, or air over the air miles per hour, and sometimes you're not.
Right, but you understand the argument against that. Because the argument ends up being about the winds compared to the atmosphere and how those can be separated. And if you're saying that the winds are slowing the plane down, then you're saying that the winds are all going with the rotation of the Earth, right? And that means all the winds would have to go in one direction, which we know doesn't happen. So then they get out of it by saying that the atmosphere is moving, not the winds the winds move in all directions, but the atmosphere moves with the Earth, so much so in lockstep that you don't even notice it in winds unless you're moving against it, and then it would feel like a wind.
Well, no, that's not really what the narrative even states, right? Because the higher up in the atmosphere, the more structured the winds actually become, right? So there are winds that are going faster than the rotation of the Earth,
the jet stream
above.
Yeah,
right, and that's another important aspect that the standard narrative likes to. That's why I'm not a part of the standard, because I'm an electric universe proponent, and I'm saying that all that rotation is also an effect of the electric current that's going in on both ends and coming out on both ends, and that that electric current also goes inside the planet and has global electric circuitry, which also is the rotation of the planet mechanism for the rotation of this big motherfucker.
I think you're going to find at some point, this is just my opinion, I think at some point you're going to find that all that works way better on a dielectric plane.
Well, no, the dielectric plane, yeah, because that's the magnetic field. And the dielectric plane is in the center of the sphere, slitting it in half.
Right. But what if we're just on it and it's not really the ball?
You'd be metaphysical then.
Well,
in physics, the Z-pinch creates a little spheres. It's a little bigger on one end than the other, but it's got like a little belt ring in the middle of it. But that's one of the little, effects of a Bennett pinch. And that's where the magnetic field.
I like the Bennett pinch thing that you came up with, that you were talking about with the sun. That's interesting. But let me explain the rest of my idea with the camera, though, maybe to Geo, since I don't know if you got what I was trying to say. I've gone through this with Baller too many times on here, but I feel kind of like you do about the force the line experiment and explaining it. But basically, a north to south flying airplane goes over many different latitudes, which have different tangential speeds. And to say that the airplane is always going to match that tangential speed so magically and so much in lockstep, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how much it doesn't want to correct the Coriolis, no matter how much it forces itself to go against the spin of the Earth, it's going to automatically be in this illusion as if the Earth is stationary relative to its own motion. Now that's crazy to think would be possible.
It's not really.
And I'm saying, well, hold on, let me explain it to Gio real quick. What I'm saying is that it wouldn't be possible. That if you would, at some point, you would be not in complete lockstep with the Earth, so much so that you can't see any west to east rotation underneath the plane with these cameras that you would have underneath there showing the movement of the Earth underneath the plane relative to its own motion. Right, so it would be going crosswise underneath the plane at some point, to some degree. You can't say that the winds or the atmosphere or whatever it is magically going to force this awesome machine to always have that illusion of a stationary Earth.
Check it out. Like if I'm a fly in a car, I've talked about this quite a lot, right? If I'm a fly in a car, and even if I put a camera on me and look down all around the car, I'm still in the air that's in the pressure of the car.
That doesn't explain it.
So, but yes, it does, because then, like, I'm still, if the car, stops, I'm still like, okay. So, at a fly, I have my limitations at say 25 miles per hour, right? But I'm in a car going 130 miles per hour. But somehow I can fly to the front of that car faster than the car, or am I actually in the air pressure of that car? See, that's the whole point that I'm making.
It's not the same. It's not the same because the airplane is in a separate reference frame.
I'm not getting a bunch of different forces, right? I'm not getting a bunch of different. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm talking, so it's going to be hard for me to focus on the video. I made us lose.
Yeah. Anyway, Gio, are you still listening?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so my point was that an airplane can mimic a projectile, right? When they do it, when they claim Coriolis, and anytime I get into this argument, they're always going to want to say, "Oh, it works much better with a projectile," or you should use a Foucault pendulum, and that'll show you the rotation of the Earth. But when you talk about a practical, hold on, let me go through this real quick. So what I'm saying is that a projectile is the reason that they say that over a longer distance, you're going to have more of a Coriolis effect with a projectile is because over a longer distance, it's going to go over different tangential speeds of latitude. So if you're like at the equator shooting a ballistic north or south, that means that the reason there's a Coriolis is because the Earth is turned underneath the projectile, left to right or right to left, underneath the direction of the projectile. So therefore, if you just make that projectile with a little camera on the projectile, if the Coriolis force is real for a projectile, then you had a little camera underneath that bullet that was showing everything that happens. It would show a left to right, a right to left movement of the Earth underneath it, which is what the Coriolis effect is. That's what it is. It's when the Earth moves under a north to south projectile. That's what it is. So if a plane could not correct the Coriolis and show that movement is my point.
Yeah, well, a plane's not in free fall, so I mean, there's that.
But it works. It's worse because a plane can go over longer distances. It's like a long distance projectile.
It's not in free fall, so it's not falling. So it's not like separated from the other motion of it was already moving. It's moving itself through an atmosphere.
Saying that a plane's even better. A plane's even better because it can do whatever it wants. It can fly in a straight line and mimic a projectile.
It can't measure the Coriolis because it's clearly.
It should. It should be able to better than anything.
I'm sorry, you're just confused. I mean, we can go back.
I think that you are. I think that you are. I know. I'd like to get to. I think that you and I could. I think you and I could at least talk this out, where it's not like you're just saying I'm confused and I'm saying you are. I think that we actually could figure this out.
Yeah, what? Sorry, my boys.
I don't know. Gio, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, like as a test idea, this would be, or
right. Yeah. Like if you had a camera underneath the jet or out the window, even if the plane or jet has enough force, and there's lots of jets, or even a regular airplane should be able to show this. But just for the extreme example of it, I was using that F-35B jet. It has like 40,000 pounds of thrust. It could hover in the air. It's a hovered plane. It can fly at 1,200 miles per hour. So it has jets can fly pretty much wherever they want anyway. They may be slowed down by winds, but they're not completely controlled by it, right? They have an engine that allows them to fly wherever they want, right? And so using those capabilities over a rotating Earth should be able to show west to east rotation of the Earth with cameras underneath the plane. And to say that you would never see it
air pressure
is ridiculous. Unbelievable that a jet wouldn't have the capabilities to show this. It's in a separate reference frame.
It's not.
It is in a separate reference frame. What are you talking about?
It's not falling in free fall.
I don't know why the falling in free fall makes it more capable of showing.
You don't understand what it is I'm trying to say.
You ever seen the Blue Angels where they do the free fall?
Free fall is what's important to show the rotation of the Earth. You don't understand why the Foucault pendulum is claimed to do that, because it has the fall and free fall in order for that rotation to even impart its effect. Because it has to be in a motion that isn't expected to be changed by any thrust or acceleration other than its parabola of falling in free fall. You're measuring where it aimed it to where it has landed.
Okay, let's just get the parameters straight. So if a projectile is going straight north to south, the reason that what we call Coriolis is the Earth is moving underneath the projectile, right? Am I correct there?
Yeah.
Right, and it's because it's just a straight line that this projectile is going in, right?
It's really just a straight line, basically, except for it's a parabola as well, because you have to remember it's in free fall, so it is curving.
Right. Okay. So why does the free fall make it show the Coriolis more so than the straight line?
Rainbow.
Huh? What? Anyway, when I got into this discussion with Rumpus and a couple other people, they were saying it was the density of the bullet that would make a difference. And so you'd have to have a really dense plane or something. My point is that if say you're going from New York, let's say you're going from New York to Miami, and you already have that straight line projected out of what it would take to fly the plane straight from New York to Miami, right? One straight line. Now, if a plane can get its readings and get its parameters set to not veer from that straight line, right? And if it did follow that straight line and didn't correct for Coriolis and didn't allow the winds to push it or whatever it was that the ballers want to claim, then it would not reach Miami, because Miami would have turned away from the straight line heading by the time the plane got there.
Except it's not.
And that means that just forget the free fall for a minute.
No, you can't, because you're driving and flying with engine.
I think that's where you're getting hung up. Like the engine makes it less capable of showing it. Is that what you're saying?
And the wings guide it left and right.
Right, and it can also the pilot can make the wings do whatever they want, and the pilot can make the plane do whatever he wants the plane to do. Right?
No, the plane gets pushed around in the wind. Even though the pilot wants it to go in a general direction, it can still get sideswiped and go in different directions as it's trying to go forward.
But it can resist those winds to some degree, right?
Right, but not to a degree where you can measurably accurately rule out or measure any Coriolis, being that the net forces on those are much greater than the Coriolis force.
All right. So that's I don't think that's true. I think the fact that I think that's well, I don't think you're just arguing the ballers side of this. Maybe you really believe it, but I think that's a cop out, because the jet engines and the jet propulsion capabilities should allow it to fly in a straight line for a longer distance, which would show more of this Coriolis rotation underneath the plane, right?
Listen, do you think I feel when if I'm in a tiny little jet, right, the size of a fly, and I'm in a car, the windows up with the air pressure, and the car takes a left while I'm doing circles, do I feel it at all? Do I feel the car take a left? I'm still doing circles. No, it's not totally different. It's the same.
It's same reference frame. A car on the surface of the Earth is not the same as a plane above the surface.
In the car to the left, as long as you don't go left further than the circle of your tiny little jet, right? If the car is spinning in circles to the left, would I know if I was spinning in circles to the right in a little tiny jet inside the car?
It's not the same. I know you want to think. I know you have to think of it that way. It's not.
In of an air pressure, it is the same. Yes, it is.
If the jet was a ball, if the jet was the ball with different tangential speeds that you were
on, so you have different tangents of speed. There you go. I knew you were
not the same.
So listen, I just turned on the air conditioner. Now it's not a false equivalency, because now I do have little jet streams of wind going in different directions.
I'm not talking about jet streams. I'm talking about different tangential speeds.
Right, and I'm still going to have to adjust for those little vent speeds more than the speeds of you moving around in the 130.
Could you force yourself not to adjust?
Of course not.
No. So you're saying that the winds is this atmosphere that's not really the winds, the not really winds are causing it to always be in this illusion.
We don't have any vehicles that are impervious to what do you call it?
I'm not saying impervious. I'm saying resist.
Resist, but I mean, resist perfectly? No, I mean, you can't resist.
I'm not saying perfectly. You're trying to make an absolute statement out of what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to make a point that you can't resist past the error margin of measuring Coriolis. That's the statement. It's not that it matters if you can resist any amount at all, right? And that's not pedantic of me. I'm not trying to be that way. I'm trying to say that no, you can't resist in a measurable amount that's over the net force of the Coriolis you'd expect, so that you wouldn't know the difference. You couldn't rule out signal to noise ratio. I've been trying to say
I understand. No, I understand. Dude, I've been over this. Believe me, I've heard all the arguments. You're making all the same arguments that I've already talked about with other people. And what I really wanted to get was Geo, not that you're not helping, but Geo's response to this, because I think that if you really worked out the math, if somebody were to work out the math, and show that this plane is flying, 1,000 miles per hour, and it's flying over different tangential speeds, and the air resistance, and what if the wind's going in the opposite direction of the plane's need to slow down to the tangential speed it's flying into, right? Because those winds go in all directions.
And it's still moving with the Earth.
So your claim, let me just get this straight. You're saying,
different.
okay, so this is I just want to clarify to Geo exactly, and this is what most of the ballers claim, and not that you're just repeating something, but this is what the claim is. A jet that can fly 1,200 miles per hour with 40,000 pounds of resistance and hover in midair and do all these crazy things. That flies all over the Earth and over many different tangential speeds, fly in circles into the jet stream, out of the jet stream, all of these different crazy things that it can do. Somehow the winds or the atmosphere that's not really winds, but are still acting like winds or whatever it is that causes this plane to have no independent direction of its own. So much so that it's always going to have this illusion of a stationary Earth, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how far it flies. It's always going to make the Earth is always going to seem completely stationary relative to its own motion. Is that what you're claiming?
It's basically still to the ground. Yeah, man.
So you're saying that the jet cannot get out of this illusion that the Earth is stationary, even though it's flying at different tangential speeds, even though it's spinning at different tangential speeds over the planes, separate from the plane's motion. That's your claim.
No, you don't understand the claims, I guess. You keep making.
No, you keep saying I don't understand, but I'm trying to put all the particulars out there.
No,
it starts at a different tangential speed, and it flies into a 700 miles tangent. It didn't have the. If say it started at North Pole, it had zero conserved speed, right? And the plane takes off, and now it's flying into latitudes that have 100, 300, 500 mile per.
Right, because it's gradually moving right into them. That's right. Yeah, I think you might want to look into why free fall is such an important aspect of detecting Coriolis. And that why your examples are not good examples of detecting Coriolis for Coriolis.
Well, I know the discussions with Coriolis can be very, very intense, very heated. I've never had any confliction within my own mind of understanding what their claims are, just within myself, I'm saying. So I usually don't get super into like the heated back and forth on Coriolis that people tend to get into.
Yeah, I don't even know why it's that big of a deal, but I mean, there's a couple just I don't know. It just seems like there's got to be a level of reason somewhere in some of this. It's like I'm pretty sure you understand why the part about the free fall is so important. The disconnect from the other motions so much, and that while moving in one direction where you're not expected to change directions in a motionless path, right? And moving in one direction with free fall could then detect the rotation if there were any. So it just doesn't seem like unreasonable to say that would be a reasonable experiment to do, because you can break that down relativistically and do a smaller experiment and show that all of those mechanisms would end up with a particular result. That if you find something in the parameters of that result on a larger scale, you could then say that these forces could be in play here, and still not be like, that's 100% proof of anything, but it would be like, well, I mean, there is an explanation for Coriolis that does fit in with laws of physics that we've seen demonstrated for us. And get over the argument. So we've got to be able to tie some of these ends up at some point. then we can talk about maybe what the Coriolis is actually, the reason for it actually is. It might not be rotation at all, or it might be something else, but at least we can go, oh, well, we do see that there is a thing that does at one point result in the idea of Coriolis being causation.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the magnetic field of the Earth, the electromagnetic field.
Very well, for all we know. For all we know from this point right now. Like, I don't have satellites. I don't have my own shit to know that I'm looking through my own shit. So I can't certainly be for sure, that.
I mean, I think there's a vortexual process happening, like north of the equator in its own vortex, and then another one south, because I think the equator essentially acts as the neutral, or like the dielectric inertial plane of the horizontal magnetic part of the field, meaning not.
Well, all that still comes into play on a spinning ball, though, dude. So I mean, and would be actually more realistic being the experiment of a circuitry like that it would be necessary for a spherical object to hold that particular, those particular dimensions that you're describing that we see. The different circuitry, polar regions, blah blah blah, dielectric plane, all of that stuff from the Earth's global, electromagnetic fields and whatnot. So it just seems like, like with all of that, it's not that big a deal. I don't know what's a big deal about it. Like, I know the government lies about shit and everything, but this ain't something they could even be lying about. This ain't like religions and shit. People can measure these things and see this stuff. And I guess people doesn't, it's not that big of a deal to me. I just hate.
Well, I think
the idea of hurting somebody's feelings over their own fucking world belief. I don't really care for that.
I think there's a bigger process going on. We're just nodal points for the discussion. And I mean, you and I would obviously differ because, yeah, I think this absolutely is a deception. I think it's the core of one of their whole thing. Like, I think it's the center of the lollipop or whatever, like the Earth deception, and that's the fuel for all the rest of them. But
yeah, well, because I mean, they were already going a lot stronger though before the shit came around. You got to admit, it doesn't seem like the fuel for the rest of them. It seems like the diffuser for the rest of them. I mean, this is what I'm worried about, dude. You hear people just battling around, yelling about shapes and Earth shapes and shit, and then getting vaccinated and fucking wearing their shit and just mandating their asses out. And just really kind of just like, settling. Talking a big game online and settling in the real world. And the more they ignore it and go along with shit, the more they don't want to really talk about it. Obviously, because then it makes them feel a certain way about themselves, and then it becomes even more and more swept under the rug.
Well,
I know there's a problem, Gio, because I mean, I will show people who normally I feel they're honest, but then I show them that this is how you focus on Venus. It clearly shows that Venus is a crescent, a nice crescent, sharp, clear version of the image when properly zoomed in on with the P900. And then this is what the stars really look like videos have it as some cymatic thing that's feeding on our psychosis, because we do talk about plasmas and cymatics and things like that. It's literally just feeding our psychosis. That's why I saw it coming up from a mile away, And then like I was saying though, you got Lemon and stuff. I was talking to him about it, and I'm showing him clearly that they just can't receive that information as truth. And there's a problem now because this bias is so strong that even with clear evidence of the contrary, that something is not true that's being told to him about flat Earth, he can't accept that it's not true. And that maybe some more of them are, though, and this one's just the one that's not. That's where it gets a little bit scary, right? Because then you're not really dealing with people who are as honest as you thought they were.
Okay, so you're feeling scaredness. Where is that coming from? Like, what's the actual?
No, it's a little scary in a way. And that's a turn of phrase, dude. Right? Like curious or peculiar or shocking or.
Well, I'm a very live and let live kind of person. Like think and let think, live and let live. So I'm not personally scared by anyone else's thoughts. That's all good. Like they're in their own flow and part of, but I do think there's truth. And I think it's interesting that we're all in our own kind of discernment process of what that is. And I respect other people's viewpoints. And I think, the truth will remain. And even if we don't have the truth, or if we do or don't, it will come eventually either way. So I think it's all good.
I just think, when maybe scary in a way where, people who you think you would be able to trust, but you then find out that rationally things aren't connecting, right? These are people who may drive heavy machinery or, it's just, and that's what I mean by that. It just, are they being honest with you even at this point? Or do they think they are, and then they're just obviously not being honest to themselves?
This is an intellectual dishonesty. I don't know what you guys were talking about. This whole thing is intellectual dishonesty at its highest peak. We've peaked for just this intellectual dishonesty thing. Yeah, earlier today I'm in Gems, and they're going, this can't work on a flat. We have an effect, right? And they think the cause could not be caused by a stationary Earth. So it's like, dude, you told me we couldn't prove causes to effect, so it could always be anything. So you can't say that this effect can't work this way because you could never know. You never know the cause. Like they've backed themselves into a corner to where they have this ridiculous position to where we can never prove anything, and it's working against them now. Where every time they say this can't work on a stationary Earth or this can't work on a flat Earth, they're going against everything they've said for the past 3 years about how you can't prove anything and you can't prove causes to effects. Fucking bullshit. I'm pissed.
I think they don't say that they say you can't prove it to within 100%. You can get a confidence level that it's to this particular theory, and then they use an excuse as if, like, let's say, because we can't really know if we're actually just a brain in a vat. So how do we actually know that any of this is happening? Or there could be another theory. This lines right up with it all, and that it's really the wrong explanation, and it's gravitons or whatever the explanation may be. But they always leave room for that. That's why they say only math proves stuff. I mean, it's kind of, Jeremy, it's what they're saying.
Listen, listen, Grim, I need you. All right, use your head. Nobody smokes as much weed as we do. We need to think of a way to measure the shape of Earth and fucking end this shit definitively and finally.
Yeah, Grim was actually coming up with some ideas actually earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but he had an idea, a couple. I think we didn't fully hash them out, but I don't know if we want to take the convo into that direction. But yeah, he did mention a couple that were some new ideas that I hadn't heard before. It was cool.
Well, just off the top of my head, I was saying, stretch out fiber optic wire level as, lay it right across the damn, float it on the horizon. I don't know that way, but,
on the water, float it on the water,
or just off a salt plain, salt flat, anything like you can, I don't where water used to be, it wouldn't matter. But I think that would be great if we could do that over water. But I don't know if we get enough still water for that. It'd be cool if we could. But a fiber optic cable, and then measure if there's a way the oscillation. Like, is there more friction on the top or the bottom of the cable, or is it equal all the way through if there's even a discrepancy?
That one's actually pretty brilliant. Yeah, that's actually very interesting. Now, I don't know if fiber optic cables can map out that way. Can you map it and have, of whether it's bouncing on the top of the cable or the bottom? And that gets into optics too with light. But I mean, you could have something there. I would find it very interesting to see like if it works that way, and if you could measure that differential, then you could measure the curve with a fiber optic cable.
Right. You'd probably have to insulate the whole cable, keep it all at a really, really cold temperature to measure any heat friction from the light. But it would still be cool to try. But that's just, after thinking about it, that's a very expensive experiment.
Yeah, dude, I don't know about you. Got anything else?
Well,
Jeremy doesn't like. Yeah, that one's a little crazy. Okay, no, the other one. Yeah, mention. Yeah,
I don't want to do it.
No, it's good though. I think the
thought you were
going to
measure
interesting. It's just intense.
I got a 30-06, right?
Hold on.
We can take
Hold on.
We can take this rifle and then take like a race car track, little metal Hot Wheels track.
Hold on 1 second, Grim. 1 second. This fiber optic cable, light travels at light speed through it.
That's what they say.
No,
it has its interactions.
No light.
It's not going to be light speed exactly because it's not going in a straight line. It's reflecting off the internal of the fiber optic cable, and you don't know how much it's reflecting. So it's kind of like, the average speed.
Put sensors on the top and the bottom and measure the top and the bottom to see if it's equal or if there is more friction on the top because of the parabola of the and I don't even know if it would be relevant, like if that's even something that I would expect to find. It was just an idea.
Okay, I regret bringing you back to the fiber optic cable. What were you going to say about your 30-06?
Shoot it under a straight, super straight, long track, and if it scrapes the top,
but it's going to dip anyways.
Immediately I withdraw that idea because it's in free fall, so it's just already going to drop. But so it'd be interesting to if I had something that wasn't a fucking bullet that's dropping.
What if we put a bullet on the top, like imagine, like you said before, like one of those car tracks, like little toy car tracks, like Hot Wheels or whatever. What if we had one of those that was like as straight as we could make it with like water levels and everything, and then maybe not shoot a bullet, but basically try to fire something down that track on the top of the track. And shouldn't there be a difference whether it goes like planar or whether it curves?
Right, I don't know if it's going fast enough. Would it ramp?
Like if it curves, it's gonna want to shoot up off of the track, right? Whereas if it's flat, it's gonna stay right on the track.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have like a flat bullet. Like a hockey.
Like a flat bullet, yeah, like a flat bullet thing inside of its own like tube. That would do it as well.
Here's something good that I heard.
Gun with a flat piece of hockey puck metal.
No, you're getting crazy. Here's a good thing I heard. This is kind of an optical thing, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe here's what you do: is you make a cord. You use the globe math, and then you make a cord. And then you make, this curved level line on top of it. So you'd have the curved level line on the bottom, and then you'd have the cord, going across the top of it. And then you get at a orthographic view.
Okay.
And look at the lines and see what's happening. You know what I mean? Like you could put like lights on them or something. You could do it at nighttime and put lights on them and see like, what do these lines look like? Because one's going to be insanely not a straight line, and the other one is going to be a straight line. You know what I'm saying? Like one of those lines is definitely going to be a straight line.
I didn't get it, to be honest. I got the curved level line. You have lights there, but what about the cord line? The cord line would have to go through the water or go through the earth.
No, you go right. You make it right above the. Well, no, not a. I'm just saying a straight line compared to the globe math. So it's not an actual cord, but it's like in 1 mile, the line would raise up 8 inches, regardless if we thought that was straight or not. You would
horizontal line.
Okay,
like
so we just manufacture something that's raising up in 8 inches. I mean,
8
over a
inches
mile.
every mile. Yeah. Then you would have like
gotcha.
lights. You could have like lights every 5 feet or 10 feet or something. And you would only need like a few miles of this. Then you get an orthographic view and see what's up. Is the curve? Yeah, you get a side view of it. Yeah. Like one of the lines is going to be insanely curving and the other one is going to be straight, no matter what model it is. You know what I'm saying? We just need to figure out which one's the straight one. Is that crazy, or is it? It's because that's kind of optical though. So
yeah, I don't know. I think it could work. If like, you know, because it wouldn't look like it's curving if it was, you know, a globe, right? If you're increasing it the amount that, you know, it's supposed to be decreasing, that one that you're raising up, then it would look straight, right?
Well, on
but
a
if
globe,
it's flat and you're increasing it, you're raising it up, then it would look, you know, it would look.
That's what I mean. If you get
concave.
to the side, yeah. If you get to the side view of the orthographic view of it, and snap a picture and then put it in a computer and fucking line it up with a straight line and paint or something, one of those lines is going to be fucking curving like crazy.
The issue is
a globe,
you'd have to level out the ground in order to do this properly.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could do this for 5 miles. All you need is some cheap little fucking LED lights or something to put every 20, 30 feet or something on the line. Nothing crazy. It doesn't even need to be an actual line. It just needs to be points along a line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You do it like posts or something. But yeah, one of the lines is going to be curving like crazy, and the other one's going to be straight, depending on what it is. But then you could always come back and say, "Oh, refraction's lifting the sides up," or I don't know.
No, but if they're right beside each other, then refraction shouldn't be affecting them differently.
You have one right on top of the other one. Like you have the level one, you'd have the curved. According to the globe, you'd have the level curved one on the bottom. And then you would start the chord, in quotations, the chord line, the straight line, according to the globe. You'd level it out at the middle, but then you would just raise it up, 8 inches every mile you went out. Either way. So if you have a 3 mile line, a 3 mile long line, or 2 mile, if you have a 2 mile long line of lights or whatever, you level the middle out for the straight one. You level the middle out, and then just raise it up 8 inches by the time it got to the end. According to whatever the globe said, yeah. And it's right on top of each other. So like, I don't know. Would refraction make the level one look curved, or the straight one look curved, and the curved one look straight? Could they argue that, or
no?
I don't know, bro. You said no pretty quick. I don't think you know what these guys are capable of, all the double speaking in the world. So
they could try, but it wouldn't really make sense.
I don't know, Gio. What do you think?
I'm just back here laughing, enjoying the conversation. That's funny. Then Grim just did that little evil laugh.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Like, could you get a 7? Go ahead.
I suppose they always could argue refraction, but I think my vibe from one percentage said no so quickly. He was just saying like no, that actually wouldn't be a factor, but perhaps they still might argue it, even so.
Yeah, that's what I gathered too. Like, it's almost obvious they would say it, but no, it won't work for him.
No, it literally wouldn't be a sensible rebuttal to it whatsoever. If the thing is like just a few feet above, refraction wouldn't make that much difference. It's the temperature and pressure variation of a few feet it's negligible.
Well, Jeremy, I want to hear that idea again. Can you give me that like summed up again, like in a summation? Because I want to grasp it like even more. I didn't mean to interrupt you, percentage. If you want to keep what you were saying.
No worries. You're good.
Hey, listen. We got 2 lines. Okay, the one on the bottom. We're gonna make level with the surface of water. Okay, so according to the globe, this line should be curving. We're gonna put little LED lights every 20 feet or something along the line. It doesn't even have to be a line. It just has to be posts with a little LED light on them. Then, so we got this 3 miles, let's say, 3 mile long strip of lights, all level according to water, right? And right on top of that, you know, I don't know, a couple feet up or something, a foot or two above that, you do different color lights, and you make a straight line according to the globe. So you level it in the center, 1.5 miles on either side of the other line you had made. So right in the center of that line, above it, you're going to make a straight line according to the globe, right? So you're going to go up 8 inches every mile on either end, you know, or more, because it's 1.5 miles. That's why I wanted to use 2 miles at the beginning, but whatever. So one of these lines is definitely going to be straight, right? Either the bottom one is curving on a globe or the bottom one's straight on the flat Earth. And then it'll be vice versa for the top one.
Nice, dude. That's a solid idea. Whether that would work in its own, like by itself, would be one question. But another thing is if we combine that with water levels, that would be fantastic. In addition to lasers, that's what I thought of when you said that. Like, because we could actually have water levels with LED lights at different levels and use those lights as an additional verification.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could just use a water level to like put posts in the ground and
use bubble levels.
No, I'm talking like an actual water level, not a bubble level.
I would use like a bubble level and then get a horizontal line and then keep at short distances, right?
No, I would use a water
level. Making my little sections.
I would use a water level for this.
And then just keep following the horizontal line and see if I go up or down in altitude off the ground at any point.
Right, because that's
building my ramp, right?
Yeah, and it's an interesting idea just in and of itself that if you were to build a line that you know is straight, and then you were to build a line that goes along with the Earth, if the Earth is curving, then that straight line and the curve of the Earth are going to diverge. Whereas if it's a flat Earth, that level straight line is just going to keep being level with the ground. And essentially that's what a water level does, an actual water level where you could have like tubes and you have it all at different distances to where you're actually verifying the level of water at all those points. So at some point,
you just build a dock, right, with the with a railing and have the railing your super horizontal line.
Exactly.
And then you just keep building your dock and then building your railing and see if your railing gets higher and higher and I think that's the easiest way to do all of that.
But that's what it reminded me of what Jeremy was saying.
I mean, if you built those two lines and then went far away enough so that you could use a rectilinear camera or whatever the fuck they're called, right? And take a side-on view of these lines so that you could fit each end of each line in the frame, one frame, single frame. And then you just load it up.
The best part about the dock, Jeremy, is you can walk along it with your arm, and then at the end of it, your arm would be much higher or lower, depending on,
Yeah, I mean, a dock isn't really feasible. Building like a 2 mile long dock.
No, you can go. Well, no, there are already some super long docks. I mean, have you been to Los Angeles?
Yeah.
In LA?
I have been, but
There's
not
some
to a
docks
long
that
ass
go
dock.
all the way across like 5 miles and shit. You can just use those.
I mean, if it exists, let's do it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you're on the beach, you don't really even need to do the fucking the curved line's easy. You can just put those right at the water's edge. High tide was in and high tide's going out. Just put it right where the water was, or you could just use a water level. Anyway, either way, it's not difficult because you don't need to make an actual line. You can just put little stakes in the ground and put a little tiny LED light on them, just enough to where you'd be able to see them from far enough away where you could get both ends of the line in frame on the side view shot.
Yeah, but I think the idea is if you do it over water, then you don't have to worry about leveling out the ground that you're doing these stakes on and stuff like that.
You don't have to level the ground. The ground doesn't have to be level.
Each board floats at this height over water at all times, so the boards just float.
If the bottom line's supposed to be curved level, then
you get a water level. You get stakes. You get a water level. You put the stakes in the ground to where it's all level, and just put the lights.
I got you.
Yeah, this ain't crazy. Like you don't even need to.
It's kind of like what was it? Who was it that said this earlier?
Somebody said this a long
Brian,
time
like
ago.
a week or something like that.
Bro, Leaky had this idea like 3 months ago or 4 or 5 months, whenever we were going
I heard him
over
say
all
it
them
like a week
ideas.
ago or so.
Yeah, he said it way before that though. That's where I got this from. Or no, it might have been Bob Dole that brought this up. I can't remember who said. Somebody said
I
this
heard Brian Leakey tell me, but maybe he got it from Bob Dole or something.
Months ago, somebody brought this up when we were brainstorming on Brandon's for those few weeks. I think it's a good idea. Like, I don't know if they could use refraction to get out of it. It'd be funny to see him scramble to try. I don't know the logistics of it either. How far away would you have to get to have both of the fucking things in view? You know what I mean? This could even be something that you could get up high for too. Like, you know, you could set these lines up at the ground level, but then you could go up to a hill or a mountain if it was close enough and take the shot. No?
Yeah.
You still see it curving?
If you can make out the thing with, like, you know, the resolution, then I don't see why not.
Well, yeah, it'll be lights. We'll have lights on the, you know, it's not even going to be an actual line. It's just going to be poles with lights on them. So as long as the lights are bright enough, one of the lines is going to be insanely curving. We should do it fucking just one. We should curve it just one way and not in the. Actually, not. It might not even be a good thing to start it in the center. You might want to start it level on one end. Normally, I start all these lines center, level in the center, but this might be one where you want it level on an end, and then you go up, and then you go up from there. You know what I'm saying? For the straight line on a globe, on a flat Earth, it would be curving up crazy.
No, but you can only do that, I think, if you're observing it from that place where you started, where it was level. You know, but if you're going to get an orthogonic or whatever view from the middle, I think it should be leveled out at the middle.
No. Listen, because if you do it at the middle, they could say some weird thing with like, oh, refraction's affecting on both sides because of this or that. But if you have it leveled on one end, listen, normally I'm all for leveling it in the middle, but I think this is the time where you don't want it leveled in the middle because you want to see the curve as much. One of the lines is going to be curving. You want to see that as much as fucking possible. I think it's going to be the top one is going to be curving, obviously.
Yeah.
That's the straight line on the globe, but I think that's going to be curving. So if you level it at one end and have it curving up, I mean, it'd be super high up in the end. It'd be, you know, I don't know, 30, 40 feet up. You need some tall ass fucking poles or something. I don't even know how you do this, but I think that's the best way to do it would be to level it at one end. That way it would exaggerate the curve that much more than if you had done it in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're convincing me. It would be definitely more apparent, and I don't think like they couldn't really say anything because when you did start it was leveled, and it's supposed to be decreasing, you know, at the rate of the globe. So
like it wouldn't be symmetrical thing. If you leveled it in the middle, it would be like this symmetrical thing. So they could be like, yeah, refraction on the ends is making it pop up on both sides. To where this way, you know, it's gonna be it's fucking obvious. I don't think they could talk their way out of it with refraction if you leveled it on the one side.
Yeah, I think actually this test could work.
That shit's dope as fuck. What do you think, Gio? This is easy too. This is fucking doable right here. I don't know, because I don't know about the camera and shit. What's your field of view and your fucking angles and shit?
No, I think you could get it, you know, especially if you have like infrared or something like that, and maybe even put it on a balloon, or, you know, who knows, but I think it could definitely be observable.
If you were to get far away enough or high away enough at just the right angle.
You might even be able to do it with a drone, to be honest.
Snap the picture with the drone. That's what I mean. Yeah, the picture with the drone.
Trying to measure the curve from a distance with LED lights.
Yeah, have you been listening?
I don't think he got it.
Gio, listen, here we go. One more time. We got a level line. Forget line, it's going to be posts in the ground with lights on them. But it's going to be all level according to water, right? Like a foot above the ground. For 3 miles. 3 miles it is. So we got this either curving or straight line. Either way, it's definitely one of them, right? It's definitely either straight or it's curving. For 3 miles, this line of lights. It's just a row of lights, basically. Row of dots or lights or whatever.
Yeah.
Then
I got you.
All right, so you with me on that. So a foot above that, on one end, we level it out. Okay? And then we start raising it because that bottom line should be curving according to a globe. So the top line, we're going to make a line right above it, or a line of dots of lights right above it. But we're going to have it go up 8 inches per mile squared above the bottom line. So that line on a globe would be a straight line, right? You with me?
Oh man, sort of. Whoa, that's intense. Yeah, no, I mean that's what I was catching the first time, but I was like multitasking, so I might not have heard every single thing.
Yeah, it's fine
because you guys were going into some other stuff as well. And I was trying to do something as well. I was trying to fix something. But
it's fine.
Okay, so so the line. All right, when you say, let's start with this. When you say level out that top line, what do you mean? What does that mean? Or when you say draw 8 inches, like, are you using bubble levels? Like literally, how are you doing that part? Because that gets down to creating a straight line and creating an actual curved line over long distance. That sounds complicated. So what are your thoughts on that?
This is easy peasy. This is easy peasy. We're using all globe math for these lines, okay? So we're just going to assume that the bottom line is curving. They're curving level line, right? So the top line, we're just going to use the globe math and make that line raise up from the bottom line at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
So by the globe math, it should be a straight line.
Yes, by the globe math, the bottom line should be curving and the top line should be straight.
You
with me?
Nice. Yeah, that's what I was talking earlier about the diverging. Yeah, that's why I was saying diverging. Because exactly. The curve and a straight line will diverge.
So one of these lines is definitely going to be a straight, and one line is definitely going to be curving crazy, right? Like that top line that we make. What's up?
Yeah. So you're trying to say that you're trying to measure the straight line by reverse engineering 8 inches per mile squared in order to get a straight line? Is that because how about just creating a straight line?
No. So we're comparing the curve, their supposed curve, with a straight line where we're basically negating that supposed curve, right? Where instead of it falling 8 inches per mile squared, we're increasing it. We're raising it 8 inches per mile squared, right? So by their logic, it should be a straight line on the top. But if it's a straight line in the bottom, if the Earth is flat and it's a straight line on the bottom, then what we're doing is we're increasing this top line 8 inches per mile squared, meaning we're making a concave line. It's going to be curving upwards if the Earth is flat. So basically, looking at that top line, if it's looking straight or looking concave, will tell us if the Earth is a globe or flat, respectively.
Yeah, and we level it at one end, right? My first initial thought was to level it in the middle, because I've always leveled my lines in the middle, because that always just seems like the best thing to do. But for this, it's not the best thing to do. We're going to level it at one end, and we're going to rise up off of that.
I think the only issue, Jeremy, is we would need to make it pretty long to be able to observe the entire thing and also appreciate the disparity between the lights. Because
after 3 miles, do you know how high up the thing's going to be after 3 miles?
After 2 miles, it's going to be 8 inches. After 3 miles, it's going to be what?
1 mile. 1 mile, it's going to be 8 inches. 2 miles, it's going to be 32.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was thinking of the Sagittarius.
No, wait. What's the second mile? 24 or 30? The second mile.
32.
24.
32.
32, yeah. So after the second mile, we're going to be 32 inches up. What's the third mile going to be? 8 times 80.
64,
what is it?
I think.
No, it's more than that. It's like it's in the 70s or something. What is it?
72.
Is it? Either way, you're going to be fucking like 6-7 feet after the third mile, bro. You can't go much farther than that. What kind of post are you going to get to go up that high?
Yeah, and I think initially, instead of having it 1 foot above, we could do it 1 foot above, or we could just do the lights at the same location on that end that's leveled, and then just see how they kind of spread apart.
No. I don't know about this. Now you're getting fucking crazy on me, bro.
Why?
Just for now we got 2 lines.
3.
No, I'm saying 2 lines, but
I was right. 3 miles. It is 72 for 3 miles. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you know how we're leveling it out at the beginning, Jeremy, and you said initially you said,
Gio, you're lagging a little bit. We got you though. We heard you. All right, go ahead, percent.
Yeah, you know how we said we'd level it at one end, right?
Yeah.
But you said, you know, the second, like that second line, the one that's above, you said put it 1 foot above, right? And I'm saying maybe not. Maybe just put it at the same level initially, and then see how they spread apart.
Use the first light for both.
Well, how are you?
No, you have different colored lights, but you know, just have them on the same level initially.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So, so they can't say anything about like, you know, it's a different position, so refraction, blah blah blah. You know.
Have them just like a few inches behind, like use orange and blue lights, and just have the orange ones a few inches in front of the blue ones or whatever.
Yeah, they just have them side by side or initially, and then one will go down, one will go up. You know.
Yeah. This is. I mean, I like this initially off the rip. I think the problem was the last time that this got brought up, I didn't think to level the line on one side. So I'm like, well, they could weasel their way out with refraction. But I think if you level it on the one side, they can't get out of it with refraction because it would have to be like crazy. The refraction's not going to work for them with this. The problem is, can we get a side-on view of this in its entirety? How far away do you got to be to get a 3-mile view? To get a 3-mile length of something.
I don't know, but that should be kind of easy to math.
That's easy to math. Yeah, we'll get the math guys on it. But yeah, you could do it from multiple angles. You could have a guy down low. You could have a guy with a drone get up high. You could have a guy just lift up with a drone and just get the whole shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If the cameras are good enough and shit, you have to have bright lights. You have to see how bright. There's a couple math things that go into this. You know how bright the lights need to be, because you're going to need to know how far away you have to be to get the whole 3-mile strip in its entirety. So the second math is going to dictate what the first math. The how far away you have to be is going to dictate how bright the lights need to be. Like you can't just use the fucking. You might not just be able to use like a little fucking Christmas tree light or something. You might need something a little brighter or whatever. And you only need lights. You can put lights every like 100 feet or 100 yards or something. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be crazy. You don't need to have them every like 3 inches apart or something.
Yeah, but the closer, like the more data points, the better, because then we'd be able to appreciate the line. Right?
Absolutely. If we can have a Christmas tree string out there, then that's what we'll do. But if we need brighter lights than Christmas tree lights, and it gets expensive or something, you can put them every 100 feet or something. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's really an issue.
One of the issues would be in terms of measuring because like, you know, if you have 8 inches divided by a mile, it's, you know, and let's say you have posts every like 10 feet, you know, it's going to be a very small amount of difference between these posts, right?
Yeah, which you would do.
And you're not just gonna add it to the last one. You have to do it by the level each time. Do it by measure it from that light that's below each time, you know?
Yeah. Getting the lights in the right spot's really not that big of an issue. You know what I'm saying? You could just do the math for it and figure out how far this light every light should be above the bottom one. So
yeah, all I'm saying is like whoever does it needs to check their bias, because if they see the light below and they're measuring just a fraction of like, you know, a centimeter,
you can't be biased. No, there's no bias in this. There's no bias in this. If the mile's supposed to be 8 inches above the last mile, you know, we're 1 mile out. And now this last light in the mile needs to be 8 inches above the bottom light. That's just where you put it. What, like, I mean, if it's 7 7/8 or 8 1/8, I don't think it's really going to be like that big of a deal. If every light is like 1/8 of an inch off, as long as all the main points are correct and the ones in between aren't fucking nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as the first mile is 8 inches above, and then the second mile is 32, and then the third mile 72, and it's, you know, it's all pretty good in between. It'll show it. Yeah, I think 3 mile. Gio, what do you think, bro? Are you high or what? I'm high as fuck right now. Let's fucking go.
Dude.
Said I am.
Can you hear me? My internet, I'm hearing everything, but my internet is, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so basically maybe it's coming back. So my internet went out like at my house. So I have to like tether my cell phone. So I have my cell phone hooked up through my computer right now, because sometimes where I live, like the internet will go out, and usually they don't fix it till the next day. So anyway, so I'm on my phone right now. So like that's why I'm hearing everything, but when I talk, it seems like it was like lagging, or sometimes it might not come through. So I was just like, I was listening.
Damn, you whipped up that MacGyver fix quick.
So what do you think then?
Well, okay, I guess first question is, how do you like it's understandable to put the lights at the compared to the water level. That's all good because you're comparing it. But how are you getting this other string of lights to create that line? Like
the other string of lights. Here we go.
Yeah. How are you actually creating that? Yeah.
I got you. The other string of lights would be a cord just floating in the air, basically. So if that bottom line's curving, you should say we do a percentage and we start the row that's going to go up. We start it behind it. So the first light will be behind it, and then a mile down the line, it's going to be 8 inches above the bottom one. And then 2 miles down the line, it's going to be 32 inches above that one it's under. And then, you know what I mean? So that should be a straight line on a globe. That one that's going up. And how crazy does that sound? That's fucking nuts. They think that's a straight line, bro. If you were to make a line like that, if you were to put a stake in the ground at 1 foot high, and then another stake in the ground a mile later, 1 foot and 8 inches high, and then another stake in the ground 32 inches high, they would think all those stakes are on a straight line. So that's what that line does. And it's easy to make. That's not even hard.
That's why I'm asking, like, are you going to compare that? You're going to compare that to the one that's in line with the water? Like, what I'm saying is that okay, I guess I'm still not getting it. Like, if you have the line, I totally get the line with the lights that's going along with the curve of the water. But we have this other line above it. Now, when you tell me what you mean by how are you making that 8 inches per mile squared? Because what I keep thinking is that if we just created a straight line with those, just a straight line, meaning that it just literally is straight. Whereas on a globe, that's going to kind of want to shoot up into space, Therefore, it's going to deviate. It's going to deviate from the one on the bottom. Yeah.
We can't make straight lines. So we're going to make a straight line according to the globe math, which that top line is. You get me? So that top line.
We're reversing the 8 inches per mile drop. We're doing an 8 inches per mile rise.
Yeah,
and that would be a straight line on a globe.
That's a straight line.
Okay, that's where I'm not.
How are you verifying this? Please don't tell me you're verifying this optically, looking along the line.
It would be optically looking along lines.
At an no.
That's what I asked. Like that's what I asked 20 minutes ago. I said that you guys were like, "Is Gio even listening?" But that's what I said.
No. Like these lines would be right beside each other, so you shouldn't expect a huge disparity from refraction or any sort of effects like that, right? So you're looking at it perpendicularly, far away. So it's basically like a horizon line, right? And you're just comparing the two lines of lights together. One's gonna be straight and one's gonna be curving. Either it's gonna be curving downwards or curving upwards. You understand?
No, that's the part I don't get, because if you have the lights that are all in line with the water level, I get that. Mm-hmm. You have this line above it. You're talking about making it curve as if like in a concave 8 inches per mile squared, like it's going up, literally like curving.
Yes.
Not necessarily. Only if the level line below is flat. If it's a flat Earth and it's straight and flat, that level line, if level is straight and not curved, then that top line will be concave because you're raising it 8 inches per mile squared, right? But if but if it's a sphere and the line below is curved, then that line above is just going to be straight because all you did was undo the curve at the same rate.
Why would it be straight? I'm not...
Because if it's curved, the bottom line is going down at 8 inches per mile squared. If you're then increasing this for the second line, you're increasing it by 8 inches per mile squared, then it should just be straight according to the globe math.
I don't see why it'd be straight. It seems like it would be going up, like it'd be two
No, because
things
all you're doing is canceling out the drop. The drop is 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're raising it by the same amount, it would just be going straight.
It's a straight line on a globe. That if we raise it up 8, that's a straight. The top line on the globe, that top line should be straight.
I guess I see what you mean now, but I think the way that it was described, I wasn't understanding it. But I do. I'm not, and that may have just been me because it might just be the way I put it together. But I think I see. Well, you're just saying that what you're trying to say is that it deviates from the line on the bottom at 8 inches per mile square. Because what I was thinking is that you're making a line that does its own 8 inches per mile squared, and if that's the case, it would just shoot up into space even more. But what you're saying is making a line that compares 8 inches per mile squared, but that line you're making is straight. It is a straight line, right?
No, I think it's going to be a curved line. Listen, on a globe, that line will be straight. The top line on a globe, it'll be straight. On a flat Earth, it's going to be curving insanely, like an insane curve. Not even close, and it's not even going to be symmetrical. So if there is any refraction or anything, they won't even be able to blame it on refraction because it's not going to be symmetrical at all. Like,
all right, then I still don't understand.
All right, I'm gonna try once more. All right, so the bottom line is level. Okay, on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, it doesn't matter. It's level. The bottom line,
level with the
right?
water. It's with the water. Okay.
We used a water level to put these like stakes in this row of lights. So the bottom line is level, right? The top line, what we're doing is we're uncurving it, okay, on a globe. If on a globe the level is curved, we're uncurving it. We're increasing it by the same amount that it drops on a globe, 8 inches per mile squared. It's curving up, right? It's not drop, it's rise, the opposite of drop. You got me? So that on a globe, that top line will be straight. It'll be horizontal, whereas the bottom line is level. You get me?
What distance are you talking?
Hold up. Let's just like understand the foundation.
Yeah, Geo, on a globe, the top line's...
Are you starting? Here's the question. Here, there's a couple things. Okay, are you starting the second line? Let's call it the second line. Are you starting that second line at the same point you start the first one, and then you're just deviating it at 8 inches?
Level at the end, and then it's increasing 8 inches per mile. So we're basically uncurving on the top one. The bottom one is curved for them. We're uncurving it on the top one.
Yeah,
that does make sense. What I was picturing is a line that, let's just say you start, 2 feet above the line one. You start line 2 feet above it. I thought you were just going to create a new line that was going to be curving up at 8 inches per mile squared, and that's why I was just like, no, that wouldn't be straight in any way. It would deviate up no matter what. But if you're drawing it along the line and then deviating it, that's different. That's on the other side.
So on a flat Earth, though, that bottom line, which is level and flat, right? We're basically curving that. We're adding curve upwards because, again, we're making it raised by 8 inches per mile squared. Right? So that top line is going to look concave. It's going to go up to the sky.
Right. Yes. Yeah,
If level is flat, the top one will go up. If level is curved, the top one will be straight.
I get it. Can I just ask, over 3 miles, what are you expecting? What's the difference you're expecting to see optically over that distance?
There should be a disparity of 72 inches, like between the two lights at the end.
We're going to get a perfect.
So over 3 miles.
Hold on, guys.
Refraction is probably more likely going to lift that bottom one up, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't have to be.
How close are they?
Well, you could just put you could do this with just markings on stakes. Like the lights thing is cool, but I don't think they're talking about going back and trying to get some like panorama photo. Although that'd be cool, but I don't think it's that. What you guys are talking about. You could just
mark, is more visible.
You could just mark the stakes with a marker if you wanted. And the point is that at the end of them, there's going to be the deviation either way.
Yeah, but that might be hard to see.
It's possible with the markings, maybe, but we need to get the whole. Okay, so we got all these lights set up. We get perpendicular from it or whatever, an orthographic view. We get an orthographic, a side-on view from it, so where use a rectilinear lens. You go to the side. You have the first and last light both in frame, and you snap your picture, right? You could even get a drone and lift up off the ground and get a shots as you're going up of it. So you get all kinds of images of this. Now, one of those lines is going to be curving crazy. Like on the flat Earth, that line on the top will be insanely curving, and there's no amount of refraction that they could say because we leveled it off on the side instead of the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can't use refraction.
The most important part is the data points in between. Like because what we need is that curve. If it's just if we just have like a one thing from the base, like the one end where it's level, and then another one in the middle, and then another one in the end, they'll just say that's the horizontal that you created, and it's a straight line or whatever. What we need is that curve going up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think this would actually, this actually could work in multiple ways, but even if you just did it with stakes and marking stakes, you could do it.
That might be hard to see.
Yeah.
That might be hard to see. You're going to be.
Well, all you'd have to do is, like, for example, if you had little markings on stakes and they're all at water level, definitely water level, and you have all the markings, meaning that you measure it, 12 inches up from water level or whatever, and you have that going. If you then go on each stake and you do the math that's needed, so of course you'd have to decide, like, okay, if you have 100 stakes or 1,000 stakes, you'd have to fraction it and break it up and figure out what distance above your first marking you're going to mark each one. And if you're going to make like a quote unquote artificial 8 inches per mile deviation, then I would think you'd have to do the math and then split it up by all of those posts and then calculate. So it's 5 millimeters or 0.2 millimeters or whatever it is that you're measuring all along those stakes. And at the end, you're going to see what the results are.
That's the plan. But I don't think drawing it on stakes would be feasible. It would be too hard to see. I think you got to stick with lights, and you got to do it at night.
You have to get the whole thing in one shot. Like, you can't be zooming in on shit because you need to get this whole 3 mile stretch in one shot, one camera shot.
Yeah, you need these 2 rows of lights at night. That's, do it during the day, set it up during the day, and grab the pic at night when it's, cold and no refraction and, when these lights are most visible.
Yes, I think doing lights and trying to get photos of it would be absolutely amazing, and trying to view it ourselves, like you said, from drones, from high altitude. That would be very interesting to try and to do. But the thing is, my understanding of what we're talking about, whether you use lights or whether you do markings, I would think like if you had stakes that had really fine markings, actually, like some kind of like a paper or something where you could mark it with like a really fine, not paper, but some kind of very fine marking. But in my understanding of it, at the end of the line, at the end of the thing, the deviation from what it actually did, just the marking of it, without even having to take a picture of lights or anything, just from looking at that, you'll be able to see what the shape of the Earth is.
No, because they'll just say that's the horizontal. It's a straight line. It's a horizontal. That all you're doing is checking the disparity between the curve and the horizontal.
Hold on, Gio. You're not going to be able to use markings or fine markings. You're going to be miles away, right? Looking at this thing.
Yeah, it'll be too hard to see.
Yeah, you have to use lights. Like, you can't, unless you get some glow in the dark fucking magic markers or something and do it at night like that. I think no matter what, you're going to need some kind of light coming off of this shit. Because think about it, to get an orthographic view of something that's 3 miles long, how many miles away do you need to be? Does anyone have the quick math for that, rough estimate or anything?
I would say 15 miles.
That's probably too far. That's insane. You're out. I'm gonna say like 7 miles. So somewhere in between 3 and 15 miles. It's pretty big. You're going to be miles away. The point is, you know what I mean, to be able to view this. So you got to use lights. Now, how bright the lights need to be dependent on what that fucking actual number is of how many miles away we're going to need to be. Then we'll know how bright the lights need to be, and how cheap or expensive it. Because this is relatively cheap. I mean, if all the lights cost $10 a pop, that's still not that bad. And you could probably get them for cheaper. Lights are cheap these days. You might be able to use dollar store ones or some shit. And we could do this for like $500 or something. Like, this is like some cheap shit. You need a drone, a camera, the lights, the stakes, a few guys, a few days. Is it feasible though? Is it
this sounds very good.
Is it
besides
like
the
it, White?
optical analysis? I do. No, it sounds very good, and I could certainly incorporate this into the posts over 10 kilometers, and also have a look at that. You know, because I'll have the water line and I'll just measure up where I need to put the other lights across the top. But the thing is, it's still, I mean, yeah, you've got to get how far out do you have to be for 3 miles, and then what's going to be the angular resolution or angular size of 72 inches at one end? Like, are you going to be able to discern this or not?
Yeah, that's a good point. We might have to put the lights farther away from each other. Well, like percentage, that was a good idea, but you might have to put you might have to put the lights. The diffraction limit is going to make the lights. Think about it. You're going to be miles away from these 2 lights. You got the diffraction limit coming into play, so you might have to put the lights like I said, not like you said. You can't do the lights like you said. You're out again.
Well, it depends on the glare, but if
it's the diffraction limit, bro. It has nothing. There's nothing you could do.
No, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, if you'd have to do enough so that's the disparity is obvious, right? That's why I asked if like 2 miles it probably wouldn't be enough. 3 miles, 72 inches, maybe you could appreciate the divergence of the 2 lines, right?
No, but you're going to want to see the whole line, though. You can't have even the beginning of the line. Yeah. You got to do it like I said. You got to have the line. You know, you start one at 6 inches above the ground.
Contrasting colors too.
That's what I said, blue and orange or something. Yeah, but you start one off the ground. It was a good call with the diffraction limit, Whites.
So you think that you're going to be able to get a shot, though, of lights from that far away that are going to show an actual visible curve or not? Like what?
We need to have one of them would have to be curving.
Yeah, one of those lines is definitely curving. You're going to know which one the straight one is right away. You take the picture.
Oh, definitely.
You take the picture of the video, you load that shit up in the computer, and you're like, bing bong, fucking here's your straight line. And they can't blame it on refraction because we didn't level it in the middle and we leveled it on one end. So it will be totally like unsymmetrical that refraction wouldn't do it on one side and not, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way.
Because you're going to take the picture at night.
I still think there's a way to do it.
Frozen lake experiment.
I still think there's a way to do it physically, like with the original idea you guys were having, where if you had, you know, water level and like posts, and then you mark, you know, all the lines that are exactly like, let's say 12 inches above water level. And then so you have all that. And then if you then go to your post number 1 and you just put a dot right on the original one, because you're starting the line there. And then the second post, you go, you know, whatever the fraction is of your 8 inches per mile squared. So you go a little bit above it. So essentially you're like you guys were saying, you're putting a negative, as it were, like you're removing the curvature. And so you're creating a deviation from the Earth on both models. Like on a globe model, you have the curve of the Earth, and then this 8 inches per mile squared that you're kind of going up a little bit, 8 inches per mile squared. That would end up being a straight line, like you guys were saying. So the deviation between the curve of the Earth and that straight line can be measured. And then if it's a flat Earth and the line is doing that, then it's going to completely deviate up the other way at 8 inches per mile squared. So the end points should show whether it deviated up away from it on a planar, or whether it actually leveled out to it would be on a different position on the stakes, and whether it leveled out to globe reading.
With our thing with the lights and shit, the top line is going to be the one that tells you, because that line is going to be curving like a madman, or it's going to be, you know, relatively straight.
Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, that should be part of this whole setup. I'm just saying both can be done. Like if we can mark on the stakes and then validate that with the LEDs as well, like as an added component. But I would think, like,
or you're not going to be able to see your marks.
Just no, we're not. I'm not talking about taking a picture, dude. I'm talking about measuring it. Like the purpose is that when you get at the end, you have a measurement. So you look at the last poll and you see the result. That's what I'm saying.
You have to measure it. You have to physically measure each one to the discrepancy that's calculated to physically put the light there or the mark there. So you're actually creating the curve, Geo, right? But there should be a discrepancy. So I'll definitely incorporate this, guys, into my thing over 5 or 10 kilometers, because I can easily incorporate this with some lights. I'm already going to have the posts, fucking, shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. You could totally add it. Yeah, exactly. Have it be part of the. It's part of the setup with the one with the line, force the curve or whatever it's being called. Like, yeah, the one where the line is strapping on the earth. The only reason I don't like force the curve is because it implies there is a curve. So it's like force the imaginary curve. I don't know. That's funny.
Yeah, I really think all we need to do is figure out the math on how far you need to be away to use a rectilinear lens and get the whole 3-mile shot in one shot. And then we need to figure out how bright the lights need to be. And that's pretty much fucking it.
Well, I think that'd be really cool to see what you would get with that. Although I don't see that as definitive, and I definitely think that they'll claim refraction.
No. They won't be able to claim refraction because, listen, we're going to have a side-on view of this. So
I mean, each end of the light. Like, dude, that's such a long distance. How far do you think you can get away to like get a shot? You know,
as long as it takes. You can get up on a hill or something a little bit, or put a drone up. The point is they can't use refraction for this because the lights are going to be fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, because the way we're curving the lights, it's not symmetrical at all. So it's going to be nuts. It's going to be in order for them to use refraction, it would have to do the same thing on both ends, because they're you're looking at them through like they're the same distance from you. You know what I'm saying? Well, like both ends of the light. So the refraction would be happening on the left side. It would be happening pretty much the same all over. But one of these lines is the line's either going to be somewhat straight or insanely curving. So I don't know.
Well, I just think I think it'd be really cool to do, but I think optical things at long distance like that are pretty difficult to get that long of a stretch. Maybe like, what about using sensors and like infrared? That'd be interesting. Like infrared sensors with an infrared camera, because then you could get really far away. That would be interesting to do as well. No, I like all these ideas. I'm not shooting any one of them down. I'm just trying to think about it as well, like the positives and negatives. But yeah, like another idea. What do you think about that one? Like doing infrared with like some kinds of sensors? Because I think like, how bright would these LEDs be? You know what I mean? If you're trying to see it from that far away.
That's what I mean. We need to figure out how far away we have to get to view it in one shot. And then you have to figure out how many lumens you need. That's all. I'm gonna go ask them in Gems fucking tomorrow or something, or when we're done here. That shit's money. Listen, I hate the optical shit. You guys know I hate the optical shit. But this can't be dismissed as refraction because of the way, because of we leveled it on the one side. And we got to take the diffraction limit into account. Good call, Whites.
What is the call?
You want to be able to see both of the lines. So you don't want the first ones too close to each other.
What I was gonna ask is, wouldn't it to the
We didn't catch that. Say that again.
I think White's was hot miking. Okay, so yeah, so this really, so the end result of this would be a photo.
Yes, I don't like the way that sounds when you said it like that.
No, it's all good. I'm just wondering, like, is that like at the end? It's like, it's good. It's good. It's just, it's still optical, right? It's not. It couldn't be definitive, perhaps, or do you think it could? Because it's still an image.
I feel like this is definitive because of the way we've made the second. It's all about the top line, right? The top line that we raise up 8 inches per mile squared. That line's not symmetrical, right? So if it was symmetrical, and it raised up and looked flat, they could say, oh, it's refraction. But it's not symmetrical at all. So if it's raising up, it's not going to be raising up on one side crazy and then not the other. You know what I mean?
Why not? Like, because you're saying the atmosphere might have different conditions, or?
No, I'm saying it's that it doesn't really, the atmosphere doesn't really do that, where like you'll have a horizon and you'll see one side's way higher than the other one.
Because it's not the horizon.
Unless it's a mountain. Oh, Zanuck, here we go.
I think it does do that, actually. No, I think it does. But I mean, in terms of what's up,
the Globers wouldn't be able to argue this. Listen, let me get 2 minutes with Zanuck. Hello, first of all, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Listen, if we have a 3 mile long line, right, 1 foot above the ground, how far away do we need to get to be able to get we have a rectilinear lens camera. How far away do we need to get that whole 3 mile line in one shot, one camera shot, one click?
You mean a 3 mile long circle around you?
No, just a 3 mile. There's a 3 mile straight line in the distance. How far away do we need to get that whole 3 mile line?
3 miles.
Zanuck, get your calculators out. Let's do this. Let's do it.
Yeah, we need some math done. My math guys aren't.
You're going to say it's 3 mile long. That would be 3 miles. So what am I missing?
Well, explain the whole thing.
I would need to get through.
Jeremy,
I would need to get 3. I'm gonna
explain it so he knows the whole thing.
I will. We would need to get 3 miles away though to just get the whole line. The whole line in view.
If you're looking, so if you're 6 feet tall, in the theory, the idea is that the horizon will be at 3 miles if you're 6 feet tall. So if you had a 3 mile straight line, you draw a straight line from your eyeball.
Sorry, hold on. We have an orthographic view, a side-on view of this line.
Okay, well, the line would be.
Does that change things?
You're 3 miles to the line too?
We have a 3 mile long straight line. We want to get in the middle of this line and walk directly backwards until we can get the whole line in one camera shot.
Man, I'm so I could be late at night. I'm soft, or I don't get it. I just don't understand what you're saying,
bro. There's a 3 mile long line, a foot above the ground. We want to get an orthographic view, a side-on view of this, to where both ends of the line are in one camera shot.
I think you should explain the whole thing to him so he knows, because I think you came in giving him like right where we were at, which is good, but I don't think he has enough backstory to it, because I think once you mention the lights and everything, he can probably have.
So maybe you're at like a right angle you're taking a perpendicular path from the middle of that 3 mile line, maybe, and going outward.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So
how far do we need to back up till we can get the whole line in one camera shot? With like a rectilinear. He doesn't need to know any of the backstory for this, Joe. We just need this math. I'll tell him about it. Here, let me.
I can play along. You just the size of the lens. If you had a wide angle lens, you might be able to get.
No wide angles. It needs to be rectilinear. Here's what we're gonna do. Let me tell you the plan.
What millimeter lens do you have? You have a 50 millimeter lens? 60.
I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Let me tell you the plan. Here's the plan. We're gonna set up a row of lights. We're gonna get stakes in the ground. We're gonna put some really bright lights on them. And we're going to make them all level for 3 miles. You with me? That's pretty simple.
I got you.
Okay. Then
level. You're all right above the surface by 1 foot or whatever.
Yes, right above the surface of water, 1 foot. It's going to be level. Okay. Anyone's level. It's going to be level. Mm-hmm. Then we're going to go like, I don't know, a couple feet, whatever the diffraction limit calls for, so we can still see the first light. Okay. So if it needs to be 2 feet above the first light, that's fine. We level that out. So we start a new row of lights. So we have our bottom row of lights, 3 miles long, all level. We're going to start a new row of lights and essentially make a chord in the air. We're going to make a horizontal line going by the globe math. So this top row of lights, within a mile, after 1 mile, it'll be 8 inches higher than the light that it's under. You know what I mean? We'll have all the lights synced up and shit every 100 feet or whatever. You follow me?
You lost me up. If row lights all level, which means they're just, I don't know what that means if they're level. I mean, are you all this same distance above the water?
Water level.
Bottom row,
at water level, but they're a foot above water level.
Yes, they're a foot above water level. They're all level. There's a level row. Oh, I thought we were past that. Where there's a level row of lights on the bottom row. 3 miles long.
Then halfway through, so at mile 1.5, we make a 90-degree angle and we go away from this row of lights.
No. Just stop. First row of lights is 1 foot above the ground, 3 miles long, all level. That's it. Okay. Right? Got it?
All water level. 1 foot above water level.
Yes, 1 foot above water level.
Okay, got it.
Simple. Easy peasy. Then the next row of lights, we're going to start a new row of lights right above this row of lights.
Right.
Like 2 feet above it, we're going to put a light above the first light on one of the ends. Okay. And then we're going to go up 8 inches per mile squared according to the first row of lights. So after 1 mile of the top row of lights, it'll be 8 inches above the other row of lights. And then the second mile, it'll be 32 inches above, and the third mile, it'll be 72 inches above. Right? Okay. Whatever the globe math is.
Right.
Okay, so that will be a straight line according to the globe.
Right.
That's not a straight line for us, though.
Well, it would be you're setting.
So here,
okay.
So here's what we do. We get a side-on view of this, orthographic view, side-on, perpendicular, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Okay.
We get in the middle of the line and start walking backwards until we can see the whole line of lights, both lines of lights in one camera shot. We take the picture. Boom. We go back to the lab, put it in a computer. And then, draw a line. Is it straight? Is it curving? It's going to be obvious because that curve would be crazy on a flat Earth. But that would be a straight line. The top line would be curving insane on a flat Earth. However, the top line on your shit should be a straight line. Now, let me ask you one thing. Could you weasel your way out of this?
I'm not going to weasel. I have to commend you on a good imagination. So I got a picture of my mind what you're doing. So you're saying
could you use refraction?
There's no refraction. Let's forget about refraction. One of the days we see the oil well, half the oil well that's 9 miles away. It's buried underwater. So we'll use that day where there's not a lot of visible refraction happening. Or we can say it's sinking. Whatever you want to do. Doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. Refraction is not even going to matter because the line will be.
You're looking from the side now, and you're seeing things at a hypotenuse to the target, to the place where the lights start, to the plate where the lights end. You're going to be in the middle of that, so you'd be only 1.5. You'd be at the 1.5 mile marker and out some, quarter mile, whatever. You can't be too far because if you get too far, you won't see the end because it'll be further than 3 miles away, right?
We can get a little bit of height. We can get a little bit of height up on a hill, a mountain. We can get a drone, lift a drone up, whatever.
Let's get high. So let's get 30 feet in the air, 40 feet in the air.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The height's not an issue. We can get height.
So now we can look at. Now we're going to try to observe those lights and what do they look like from the observer from the side? Is that what you're saying?
Mainly the top row of lights. The bottom row is kind of irrelevant. We almost don't even need that bottom row of lights, but it's all about this. It's all about that straight line we make.
Well, the bottom light gives you a little perspective.
It'll give you a reference. It'll give you a reference.
Not perspective.
Definitely too. Yeah.
Contrast.
It'll give you a reference. Fine. We're keeping the bottom line. Okay, but you understand what I'm saying? Like when you take the picture, go load this on the computer, and you draw a straight line against it, it's going to be pretty fucking obvious which if it's a straight line or if it's the curved line on a flat Earth, right? Could you use refraction to get out of this? If it showed a flat Earth,
no refraction.
If it showed a flat,
no refraction we need. But you're confusing what you're actually looking at. See, now you're looking at a row of lights from the side, and they're following. They're trying to straighten out a curved path. So that path from your perspective of that 8 inches rising will not be straight. That'll be curved. That'll be curving upward.
Crazy curving. Swerving all over.
Not very. You're seeing a 3 mile long line that's going to be 6 foot high on one end of the other. You're 3 miles away. You're not going to be able to see very much of that curve. But it will be curving to you from your perspective.
Now the question is
from the origination point of this dual light path, it will look like it's a straight line if it follows the 8 inch per mile square counter curvature path. So
yes, if your bottom. If the bottom row of lights is curving, like you guys say, that top row of lights will be a fairly straight line.
Yes.
If it's flat, like we say, that top row of lights is going to be curving crazy.
Upward. Right. Exactly.
Oh, I don't know. You don't say crazy, but I mean 6 feet on one side. That's going to be pretty noticeable, no?
Well,
and a picture. Once you take a picture of all the lights, and you draw.
Think about the oil. Think about how crazy it is. If you look at Quantum Racer and the Black Swan, if you look at that first platform. Even though they say, oh, the horizons are all the way out to the 9 mile. No, it really is at that first platform. You can barely see some of the things that are being blocked. And then there's fog. And I posted a picture in the chat of what I was talking about there as far as multiple fake horizons, which are really fog in the distance. The true horizon is where that oil rig is being blocked at the bottom. But anyway, I get your point. So you're gonna see a straight line from behind at the beginning of this row of lights.
So we're gonna snap a picture. We're gonna get the side on view, snap the picture, go home. Hold on, we're gonna take it a side on view. Snap the picture, go home, put it on a computer, draw a straight line. It's gonna be pretty fucking obvious if that line's curving crazy or a straight line. Or do you think we need to go 4 miles or 5 miles with it? At some point, it's going to be curving insane. Like, how far of an insane curve do you think we would need to make this?
No, the left to right.
Use infrared to rule out any anomalies. Infrared, that'd be good.
The curving of the left to right, if you wanted to do, but that'd be an arc around you, would be almost insignificant.
No, we're not. It's not curving.
We're talking about 0.05 radians at 35,000 feet. So something astronomically small at 6 feet. You couldn't, or even at 60 feet, you wouldn't be able to see any left to right curvature.
No, so but this isn't like trying to hold on. This isn't like trying to see left to right curvature of the Earth. We got a string of lights in the air that we have a. Yeah, but this isn't like the globe curve that we were looking for. This is something else.
If you have a straight line, 1 point, depending how far away you are from the center, you're looking at it from the side. Let's say you're 3 miles away, or let's make it easy. Let's make it. Let's say you're 1 mile away from the center, and you're looking along. You're looking at one.
No, you're going to get farther out than that. Don't make it so close, because then it seems ridiculous.
For scale, it
makes it seem ridiculous. Say you're 3 miles away.
Hear me out.
3 miles.
Then let's say it's 2 miles.
You're going to have to be 3 miles at least, bro.
Let's say it's.
Dude, you know you're going to have to be 3 miles.
I want to use simple numbers so I can do the math in my head. You want to make me do more math? I'll do it for you.
4 miles.
4 miles. Okay, so what's the square root of 2 times 4?
You're going to be 4 miles from the center, and then you're going to be.
Well, hold on. That means 4 miles from the center. Okay, so you're 4 miles.
You back up 4 miles.
Hold on.
All right.
If you're 4 miles from the center, how far will each end be to me?
I don't know. What's the point?
Well, it's not going to be like 6.5 miles. So it'll be below your horizon. Now you got to get high enough to go beyond a 6 mile.
We're going to be like 50 feet up or something. You won't have to,
that's how about how far you would be up, 50 feet.
That's fine.
You might not be able to see it. They'll be right at the surface.
We'll be 60 feet high. Holy shit. 70 feet, 100 feet, bro. How high do you need to get?
Let's say 100 feet. That way you got it for sure.
Holy shit. Fine.
Well, because if we're 3 miles away from the center, you said 3 miles, or how many miles from the center?
Bro, I don't know. You never did the math to see how far away from this line we need
you
to be.
You said 4 miles. Somebody's used 4 miles. Hold on.
Why don't you do the actual math and see how far away from this line we actually need to be?
I want a value. I can't do the math. I have to give me a value.
Just pick out a good rectilinear camera. We need to be able to walk backwards from the center of the line and get the whole thing in one shot.
Xanik, you just sounded like Christopher Walken. You were like, I have to get the values. I can't do a good impersonation of it. You were just right into the zone.
Okay, so we do 1 over the square root of 2, which is 1.44. So 1.44 times the 4 miles, that's going to be near 6 miles, 5.7 miles to each start and the end of that line of lights. That's how far it'll be from you. You're at 4 miles looking at near 7 miles. Oh, wait, did I say 7? 6 miles, sorry. You're at 4 miles and you're looking at 6 miles on either end.
So what's the problem?
Okay, no problem yet. So now we got to raise ourselves up so we can make sure we see those ends. And you're asking, what do those lines look like? How are they diverging from your point of view 4 miles away from the center of the row of lights, right?
Wait. How far did you say we need to be away? 6 miles?
I said you're 4. You said you're 4 miles away from the center.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the math and see how much it actually was.
Somebody needs to write this down.
Well, we got to figure what you want to see. I mean, I figure as far as 4
I want to see the whole string of lights in one camera.
I know that just means that means I just got to be up. So let's make it. We said 100 feet up in the air.
You need to be a certain distance away from it too, though. You can't just go 1 mile away.
Yeah, 4 miles will allow us.
I don't know if that's the actual math.
Well, we can pick any number you want as long as we can see it in our field of view, right?
I'd feel better if we had the actual numbers, but okay.
Well, I don't know what number you're looking for. I can figure it out if you tell me what you want.
To make it more complicated,
it's an equilateral triangle.
To make it even more complicated, there's a next level concept of this, which is doing it with infrared and using infrared sensors. So when you're done with this one, Zanuck, there's that one as well.
That'll just rule out. That'll just reduce the amount of refraction that you're possibly encountering. And then you can actually do another test. I just thought of it. Thanks for bringing it up, George. Gio. What you do is then you would change between infrared and visible light, and the difference between the refractive values will determine what the refraction is. By the way, I haven't talked about that lately, but that's what you can also do. But let's get back to the actual problem here. So we're 4 miles away, and we're looking at the ends at about 6 miles from us. And you're saying, what does that string of light look like from our perspective? And you said, well, I don't know if it's 4 miles. What number are we looking for as far as the 4 mile or anything longer or shorter? What are you trying to achieve with the distance?
Here's what I want to do. I want to be able to be at the middle of the line. I want to be at 1.5 miles. It's basically an equilateral triangle, I think.
Yes.
All sides are equal.
Oh,
and I
want
to be at the point of the triangle.
That's different. If you're an equilateral,
I want to be at the point.
If you're an equilateral,
I want it to be.
That's 3 miles. That's not 4 miles. You said 4.
I don't know what the number. Oh, so if I'm 3 miles away from the center, I'll be able to see both ends in the camera shot?
Well, if you're high enough, yes, of course.
Okay. So 3 miles.
Okay, so 3 miles. 3 times 1.44. That gives you 4.3. So you're 3 miles away from the center, and the ends are going to be 4.5 miles.
Okay. So what?
You want to be on the same horizontal plane when you're looking at it optically. You don't want to raise yourself up. I think that's a bad idea.
Well, then you got to raise all those lights up then.
It's fine. It's fine if you raise up a little bit. The horizon still looks flat if you go up 50 feet or 100 feet.
Well, left to right,
don't start curving.
The left to right curvature is a lot different than the effect of what goes away from you. It's a completely different equation. We're talking about 0.05 arc radians at 35,000 feet, and it's a lot less than that at the surface. So it's almost.
I don't see. Oh, I don't see the problem in going up 50 or 100 feet or something. Why whites?
Well, yeah, I think he's making an objection that doesn't really have to be. I think I like having it low because even if you raise up, you can then see your row of lights that are right along the surface, and then the row of lights that are going to be bending upward.
Yeah, we're going to have a drone that's rising up, so we'll get both.
Right.
We'll get every view that's possible.
And you can stop
at every view possible.
You can stop at a height where you can see both. Whatever that height is, you'll stop at that point.
Yeah, we've got to incorporate this, Jeremy. This is good.
This is good shit, right?
I mean, this really. I got to give it to you, man. You guys drew up some pretty funny.
I didn't think of this. This came from Bob Dole or Brian Leakey, one of them guys. I think it was Bob Dole.
So let me give you the answer. So how high does the first set of lights start out ahead or above the 1 foot off the ground lights? Does it start at the
whatever
same
the diffraction? Whatever the diffraction, we got to get the distance that we need to be away from the lights.
Well,
and then you figure out
all the lights.
And then
you might be able to not tell if they're 1 or 2, but you're going to get all the lights. You'll be able to see them all.
Yeah, we're going to figure out how far away you need to be, and then we're going to figure out the diffraction limit for how far away the first light needs to be from.
I said start them together, Zanuck. Start them together at the same level.
No, you want to see the whole string of both of the lights. You want to see the whole string of both of the lights, bro.
Well, the ones that are together at the start will look like one light. No matter how far you get, you're not going to be able to get far enough. You're not going to be able to get close enough because that's going to look like one light because of the Rayleigh.
You're telling me I can't get it 10 feet?
Hold on, not the diffraction limit. The Rayleigh criterion will dictate that.
That's what I meant.
All the lights on the right hand side. Let's say it goes. We're coming. I'm just kind of visioning myself on the water out in Santa Barbara when these lights going out to those oil wells. I go out 1.5 miles at a right angle to that string of lights. I'm looking at the start at the beach where the lights start at, and I see 2 lights that looks like one light, and they're both really close together. That's where they start. And as
there'll be other colors though. There'll be different colors, but yeah, they'll look like.
So it'll blend together and make one. If it's, red and white, it'll look like it's orange, or a light red.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. Dude, what's the problem?
But at the other end, hold on. At the other end, we have lights that are going to be apart by 6 feet. Right. So that'll be pretty easy to see that there's 2 different lights: a white light on the surface of the water, and one that's clearly 6 feet above. Right.
You're telling me we can't go We can't start 20 feet above the first light, and we would see different lights from 3 miles away. Like, how high do you got to make the top row of lights to where you'll be able to see the whole string?
I think 6 feet you'll be able to tell the difference between the lights.
That's too high. By the time we get to the end, it'll be.
Yeah. So if we have this going from the beach out to the oil wells, the left-hand side, I'm looking at it from right as I'm in the water, waiting around or on this platform that I'm going to lift myself up. I look to the right. That's the beach. There's where the lights start. There's 2 divergent paths of light. 1 foot off the ground. The other one is going up.
See, that's weird. Squared. That's weird. I had the lights on the bottom starting on the left-hand side in my mind.
Really?
You had them on the right. Yeah, that's weird. Who else had it? Who had them on the left? Who had them on the right?
I had them starting on the right.
Oh, you guys are some fucking weirdos.
So the shores and the shores to your left then.
No, right? He's saying the bottom row at the bottom top light.
You're waiting in the water.
He's saying the bottom top. He's saying the bottom top light is on the right.
Yeah.
And then you go up from there, and it goes up towards the left.
Yeah, the bottom's on the right. Did I say it?
That's how I imagined it too.
That's fine.
Start is on the right.
I don't like this, but okay.
I said start is on the right, didn't I?
All right. I don't like it, but fine.
But you said you have it on the left. That means you were looking at this line, and the shore will be on your left, right?
No, I had the bottom. It's fine. We'll do it on the bottom ones are on the right. It's fine. I just envisioned it in my mind.
I'm waiting out there. The shore's on the right. The first lights that are close together on the right, and I'm looking, and the shore's on my right, and everything's going out to the oil wells, which are on my left. Because I'm halfway between the oil well.
Yeah.
Because I just have the oil well. We know where those are from that live action picture.
That's fine.
So I look at the lights at the shore because I can see them because that is 4.6 miles away. I'm up kind of high so I can see that because it's a little bit below above the horizon at this point. And I see 2 lights together. They're merged. They're red and white, and they look like they're the same light. They're just kind of a light red then. And as the string goes, I see them diverge where the final lights that are 6 feet apart. I see the red light on top, and it's clearly way above the surface, and the white light that is 1 foot off the ground looks like it's 1 foot off the ground. So what I'm seeing along this path is one curving and one going straight.
True.
Yep. And now here's what we're gonna do. We snap a picture.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we get home, we put it on the computer, we get it in Paint, MS Paint, or I don't know what you guys use, Photoshop. You draw a straight line. You draw a straight line in Photoshop from the left-hand side top light, because it's the top row is going to tell you what's going on here.
No,
you draw a line. Hold on, Zanuck. This is the punchline. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
You got it in Photoshop. You draw a straight line from the left-hand side of the top light to the right-hand side of the top row of lights. And it's going to be pretty obvious which is which, right? If that's a straight or curving line, you think? By how much the row of lights, by how much the top row of lights deviates off that straight line you just drew?
Jeremy, you're making it unnecessarily confusing.
I know what he's saying.
All you do is compare the two lines. That's it.
But you got to realize in this picture, this is the part that's going to be hard to kind of conceptualize. I'll try to explain it quickly and concisely. From your perspective, at this point, halfway, you have things climbing a curve and going away from a curve. So you have things that are below a curve and coming up. So in other words, that line in front of you is only 1.5 miles away. Right? Is it 1.5? No. How far are we? We're 3 miles away from the center? I forgot already. Yeah, we're 3 miles away. So we look at the center line. That's 3 miles away. But the ends are 4.5 miles away. So they're further away. They got more curve going at almost like at an angle.
It doesn't matter.
Even though they're straight, it's further away from you. So they're going further away from you.
They're not both straight. Only one's going to be straight.
Well, they're not going to be straight from you because you're taking a. Well, yeah, I guess it can
listen, Zanuck, hold on.
So you have a little dip.
The bottom row of lights.
Well, remember, the horizon is going to be at 3 miles, and at 4.5 miles, it's below the horizon by
Bro, we're up 50 feet or 100 feet or something. Stop going back to that.
I know. I'm just letting.
Besides, the horizon looks
straight. The bottom row. Hold on. The bottom row of lights. This effect you think we're gonna get to the bottom row of lights? It's gonna happen equally on both sides. That line is symmetrical.
Let me give
the
one
top
little,
line is. Go ahead.
Let me say one little thing. It might because I thought about this when I was in Cabo and I was watching the ship, basically following a straight path in front of me, starting from left to right, and I'm on the beach. It started out missing half the boat, and as it came to me, it was the full ship was in view, and as it went away, it started to, it was almost like perfectly 3 miles away.
Or
So
just
like,
make your point.
So the point, you got to think about the curvature. Even though this line is straight, the center will be the most visible because it's the closest, and the ends will be the most obscured, the most bent down. The surface will be the most bent down.
Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for 2 reasons.
It does.
No, it doesn't matter for 2 reasons. Number one, because the horizon looks flat, right? This is a line that's going to be so much shorter than the horizon. If it's, you know, for the curved, for the level one that's below, it's not going to matter. It's going to look straight, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what matters is the one on the top. If the one on the top is straight, by globe math, because you've uncurved the curve, right? You're raising it 8 inches per mile. Yes. It should look straight. It shouldn't, and especially if it's going to be like at the same level on the one end, and you're comparing it with this level line below, it shouldn't
it'll curve,
be fucked up.
It'll curve.
It should be symmetrical. That's why you take it home and bring it into Photoshop. Hold on, Zanik. Hold on.
It'll curve to the same effect that a line would curve in front of you at 1.5 miles. That's how much further it is.
Okay, listen. Your horizontal line on the top that you think is the horizontal line. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's
the horizontal line.
All we're dealing with is an extra 1.5 miles of curvature.
The horizontal line that you think is horizontal on the top, if that is horizontal, it'll be having the same effect symmetrically. But our line is not symmetrical. On the flat Earth, that line is not, there's nothing symmetrical about that line. Okay? You understand? We're leveling it. We're not leveling it in the middle. We're leveling it on one side. So it's not going to be a symmetrical line.
Well, if in the middle it would be symmetrical, the bottom one would be.
The top. This is all about the top line. We don't even need that fucking bottom line.
The side.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Any effect you have of being away or higher or farther away from one side than the middle, it's not going to matter because it'll.
From your perspective, I can tell you the angle that it would be off. You can have one side that's going to be 6 feet or 7 feet with 72 inches. What is that? 7 feet? No. 6 feet something. 72 inches, 6 feet. You have one side is 6 feet off. The other side that's 0.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you're going to see.
So what?
One side higher than the other.
Yeah. So what?
But they're also be tilted down a little bit too. So that's why you get up a little bit to get away from them being hidden. And all it will be one side will be higher than the other. One side will be higher on the left.
Would you agree that one of these lines is going to be symmetrical and the other line's not going to be?
The only one that's going to be symmetrical is the one on the surface of the water.
Correct.
Wrong.
No, the one it would be.
His horizontal line should look symmetrical. What do you mean?
No, because
when it would be like, increasing in altitude. It should be a straight line, and that's the rub. Like that's the difference.
That's why you take it home and put it into Photoshop. Why did you say I was making it too difficult when I said that? You put it in Photoshop and compare that to a straight line.
My bad. I thought you meant like comparing the. Okay, yeah, you're right. If the line looks straight, then it'll be their horizontal line. For the globe math, it's what they call a horizontal. It'll be locally, level at the end, at the right end or whatever, and then it'll just be a horizontal from there, right? But if the line is curving, that line of lights is curving, and it's curving upwards, then it's not going to be horizontal, and it's going to be,
well,
it'll be indicative of flat Earth because that bottom one will be the flat and straight one.
There's a little bit of a catch here. So let's go back to, remember I talked about the hallway and the center line, which is level, at eye level. Because this line is below level, the ends will tend to merge up, and they'll appear to curve upward on both lines, especially the straight line.
What?
The straight line will appear to curve up at the ends.
Why?
Because you know this, as something gets further away that's below eye level, it will approach your eye level with distance proportionally. You forgot about that. I know. It's okay. I didn't think,
and it's going to do that symmetrically for the. It should do that symmetrically for the top line.
It will do that symmetrically, and there's nothing to think about because this is how perspective works. We know this to be true. Anything that's below eye level that goes further away will rise up in the distance.
Yeah, that's fine. We're not talking about symmetrical. We're talking about the asymmetrical curving upwards. It should be either straight or, perfectly symmetrical, or it would curve in a specific direction.
The center is gonna, let's say, you know what we need to do? Let's make that lit line a little higher. So we can have it at 6 feet starting out at one end. No, it's gotta be in the middle because we have to hold on. We have to have it at eye level at 1.5 miles. At 1.5 miles, it would be.
What if you make the line 5 miles long?
2 feet, 2.5 feet, 2 feet, I think.
Yo, you're so like on edge. Relax. Zanuck, relax.
Hold on, guys.
No, Zanuck, please just relax.
I gotta get this out because I don't want to lose my thought on it because this is important. We have to have the center point of the curve of the straight line. One we made straight. That center point at 3 miles, or what is it? 1.5. I'm losing track. I should write this down. 1.5 miles, and we're 3 miles off of it. Yeah. So at 1.5 miles, we have to be, and that point is at 2.5 feet probably, because it's halfway, 8 inches per mile squared. The end is 6 feet. The middle is like 2.5 feet, and the end is zero, whatever it would be at 0. Then that has to be at eye level. And the reason I say that because that's the only way you can judge what happens to the other sides, because both sides will appear to go up toward one side will go down, the other side will go up because the other side is below your eye level, because it's a straight line, right? And it's also angled. Oh my God,
you're all over the place.
This is actually a great puzzle. I gotta write this shit down. There's a lot of factors I'm not taking into consideration.
Yeah, it's intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's good. It's a straight line. It's angled from that center point's perspective. I got to make the center at eye level, but that means it's tipped.
Yo, I wish we had Rumpus right now, and he could draw a diagram.
Oh, we'd be fighting like dogs right now about this.
How many points do you think we could make him put on it?
Bro, you remember that night?
Yeah, I remember
that? I had his diagram. I was telling Gio about that last night. I had this guy's fucking diagram looking nuts, bro.
Oh, Lord.
If I wasn't at work and I was actually focusing, he caught me because I rushed it. Like, he caught on because I was too rushing him with it.
Yeah, you were aggressive.
But if I had took my time with it, I could have gotten the beat. It would have looked nuts.
That was hilarious.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Would it appear straight?
I had him up to point G. No, he wouldn't put point G on.
Percentage. Think about it. The one on the right is lower. It's going to start going up to your center line. And the one on the left is going to be higher than the center line. It's going to come down. Does it mean it's straight at the end of the day? It'll look straight because of that? It's straight. It actually automatically straightens it out. That's what I'm thinking in my mind right now.
Well, you can take the picture.
Even so, that would be...
Hold on. You can take the picture so that everything's above the level line or everything's below the level line. It doesn't really matter.
Then you're really hosed because everything is going to be up to the if everything's below the level line, everything will rise to the level line disproportionately.
Equally.
No, disproportionately.
What do you mean that?
It's proportional to the distance.
It's farther away. Some of the stuff's farther away.
The part that's further away will, however farther away the other side is, which is 40% farther, or no, 1.41.
Listen, get crunching the numbers with this. I need to know what kind of camera we need, how bright the light's got to be.
It's 40% farther. You're further.
Are you writing this down?
You're 40% farther on one side, so it'll be 40%.
Listen, I got a list for you. Hold on.
And
write this down.
Changing the field of view by, I got to figure out with the.
Hold on, you're spiraling. Listen, Zanuck.
I'm not spiraling.
Write this down. Write this down. I got a list of shit for you. Ready?
Hold on.
You got a pen?
Wait a second. Let me get my pen.
Grab a pencil or something. I got a whole list of shit we need here. We need numbers crunched. If I get them from multiple people, I'll be able to figure out who's the fucking asshole that doesn't know how to do math.
All right, I got the.
So don't be that guy.
You know I'm not that guy. So here we go. I got my piece of paper.
Okay, here's what we need to know.
Okay.
You ready?
Ready. I'm got my pen in hand.
Okay, we need to know how far away from the line do we need to be to see, and what kind of camera, field of view, all that bullshit, right? You go with cameras. Aren't you a fucking camera? Everyone's a camera expert in this field.
I got old school cameras. I know how lenses work.
Okay, we need to know the field of view camera, a rectilinear lens, obviously. How how far away from the line we're going to need to be with that camera. We need to know.
Slow it down.
What's up?
How far from the line, like from the center line, right? From the center point?
Of the line, yep. How far from the center of the line? What kind of camera? What's the field of view? You know, that has to be all worked in.
Well, if we have like a 50 millimeter lens, like a 50 millimeter.
No, don't
camera,
go through it with me now. Just hand me the numbers later. This is not
50,
how bosses and employees work.
48 or 50 millimeters.
Bro, you get hired and fired on the same day.
140 boss.
Listen, just write this shit down and come back with the numbers.
I got it. So,
how far away from the line with the camera, rectilinear lens, right? We need to know how bright the lights are going to need to be so we can see them from that distance safely. Like you're going to want them a couple lumens over. You know what I mean? You want them pretty bright, so get them a couple lumens over. We're going to need to know how much do the distances and all your triangles and shit, and figure out how much the left light is going to go up according to the center light, according to the far right light, due to perspective, so that we know what the line should look like on the globe versus flat Earth.
Can we force the center point to be eye level so we can make it easy?
We can do it at eye level. No, we can't do it at eye level because we're not going to be able to get far enough away.
It'll be below.
Yo, you're not listening. We can't do it at eye level because you're not going to be able to see
the light. We haven't. We just found out that we just found out that the sides would be rising up and lowering down on either side. So we have to figure out how we make that still visible. Maybe we do this at 12 feet or something.
Yeah, whatever. Dude, you can take a picture at a level line, a little bit above level, whatever. Just crunch all the numbers.
But then that swooping line is going to have that 8 inches per mile curve, but it's going to be set up offset 12 feet. Is that okay? Or 6 feet? Starts at 6 feet.
Or whatever. Crunch the numbers and get back to you on a PowerPoint presentation.
Start at 6 feet. So it's going to start out. Hold on. This is actually good. I'm glad we talked about this because now we're going to have the light start out 6 feet above the 1 foot light. The 1 foot lights are 1 foot on the surface. The 6 foot light starts out at 6 feet above the 1 foot light. It ends up at 6 feet above the.
That's fine. I don't care, dude. This is micro. I can't be micromanaging you.
All right, you're my boss. Go ahead. What do you want? What else do you want, boss?
Fucking next time, come with these calculations ready. Come to work with them ready instead of figuring them out on the job.
I'm gonna need a PowerPoint presentation.
What he wants. I can't read his mind.
We need a PowerPoint presentation on this by Monday. That's it. That's pretty much it, bro. Okay. Is this doable? Do you think this is feasible?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you value what it will look like.
This is literally the most feasible one that I've heard. I know it's optical and heads don't like the optical shit, but I feel like on a flat Earth that top line is curving so crazy. Like, do we need to go 5 miles? Do we need to go 8 miles with it? I mean, a man's about to pull a 10-kilometer string of rope. Some stakes with some lights on it is nothing compared to that.
Well, stakes with lights on it will accomplish the task. You're going to see this.
That's what we're doing.
It'll be a straight line. The question is, will it be a straight line from the side? And it's not going to be a straight line to the side because you have this phenomena, which is how things move due to perspective in your field of view. And even at eye level, things in the middle, everything's fine at the 1.5 mile point to this object, 1.5 miles away from it. I forget how far we are now. I already forgot. We went 3 miles. No, 3 miles away. We're 3 miles away. From 3 miles away, that thing's at your eye level. That 6 foot high string of curving lights, which are straight from the perspective from the shoreline. The ones on the right, though, however, will drop down in the field of view, and the ones on the left will go up, or vice versa.
Why can't you take a picture of it? Can't you take a picture of it so the level line's just above all the lights? Like listen, the bottom row of lights is going to be symmetrically either curving up or down or whatever perspective is doing it. The bottom line is going to be symmetrical, right?
Not necessarily, because the bottom ones are going to have the same problem. They're going to be curving.
The problem's going to happen symmetrically.
Remember, it's 40% farther to those.
The problem's going to happen on both ends for the bottom ones, Anna.
Yes, the bottom ones are going to curve up because it's 40% farther. So
it's going to be symmetrical.
Well,
right?
No, because it'll be symmetrical. Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's what I was trying to say earlier with the whole symmetrical thing.
But you're saying the bottom one should not be. Yeah.
The bottom one's going to be symmetrical, right? So the top one's not going to be a symmetrical straight line, and that's what we're trying to see. Either way, it's not going to be. Is the perspective
I believe my knee jerk reaction is that the bottom ones will look like will have a slight curve to them, but they'll be symmetrical, and the top ones will look like it will be fairly straight because there'll be the lifting up of the ones on the right that are below eye level and lowering down of the ones to the left, which are higher to eye level.
You could also get shots of this farther away from different angles and shit, you know? Like you could have someone 3 miles away, then you could also have someone 4 miles away or 5 miles away or something.
Doesn't the boat doesn't that 300-foot ship just being like gone, doesn't that tell you that the Earth is round?
No, stop, man, stop. Just stop.
Just trying to implode the conversation.
I have one question. What do you think is causing the refraction? What is the cause of the refraction in, let's say, in these observations across the sea? Do you know what is causing?
It's called inversion there. Temperature inversion.
Yeah, but what is the cause?
Light bending toward a denser medium.
Exactly. So I put a couple of images there too. Which is true? The upper one or the lower one? We are observing the famous picture of the Chicago skyline. So either they cannot be both true. So either we have the less dense air in Chicago than the observer to light bend, or we have the above where the density of the air is approximately same. So basically, if the upper one picture is right, there is no curve, or there is no light bending.
Why would that be right? That's not why it's bending. It's not bending because you're going from a denser air to a less dense air. The gradient isn't from left to right. The gradient is vertically. So you had that whole picture is wrong. Completely wrong.
Okay. I will post the last picture so you will understand. And I have now in the last picture the light direction correctly. It was because the light is going actually from the Chicago to the observer. So the arrow of the light is now in the red there. So that is what is true actually. So what the density doesn't change.
Density. So the dense air is close to the water. It's more, and it gets more dense just above the water because it's cooled by the air. That's called the temperature inversion. So it bends downward because it's going to a more dense air, not because it's going to a less dense air.
Yeah, but if you look downwards from 2 meters, there is no change in the density of air from 2 meters to the sea level.
Well, I don't know what that means.
That's nonsense.
Well, that's what temperature inversion is. That's how it works, actually. Because without that temperature inversion, there would not be this temperature inversion, and you wouldn't have light bending downward. Light would just be going straight or following the curve without any kind of distortion.
Yeah.
Or refraction. Refraction is when there's a density differential and there's an angle of incidence change.
Yeah. Okay. The middle.
It's constantly changing because the surface is curved.
Okay. The middle big picture there, where the letter A is in the right and the light is starting from there to the 1 to the 5, where is the B. So that is what you actually believe. You are looking for less dense air to more dense air and even more dense air. And that's what you believe if the refraction you are talking about is true. It doesn't work in a globe.
That's exactly why it works in the globe.
Yeah, but that's your belief. It's
no, we can actually show that. We can show that. We can show light curving around. We can show when you have a gas and
no,
it's very cold.
You have to go in let's say, let's put on measurement device in let's say 1 mile and 2 miles and 3 miles, 5 miles into the ocean, which is measuring the density of the air. And then you can prove something you are talking about in your imagination. If you haven't ever measured the density, then it's just a fairy tale. It's not measured, and that's not science. You are just
you can measure this. You can measure this. You can measure this inversion layer. This is not. This is not. This is not. It's not fairy tale. It's very easy.
It's all they can do. At the end of the day, like they have to have some. It's just an explanation without backing. I agree, but what else can they do if it's not curving?
Yeah. I would like to see measurements backing up your claim that there is a change of the density of the air between the Chicago skyline and the observer. Yeah, then I would believe something like that. Then
that's not what you're saying, though. There's not a change of atmosphere between the two objects. It's a gradient.
The light has to go from a less dense air to the more dense air to bend downwards the Earth. That's your claim.
Right, and a light beam and light as it travels will be tapped. That's why the laser light bends down in the sugar water. The sugar water, there's not a defined barrier. It's not like density 5 and density 4 like your picture. It's density 5 and it blurs into density 4. And if the light's sent along that blur line, it will tend to bend it downward because that's a variance. Even if it's straight, even with a flat Earth, you can have this.
But that's science. That's science. Actually how dense is the water. You added the sugar in there, and you know what you are measuring in there. You know what you are doing. It's not a fairy tale if you deal with the sugar tank or water sugar tank or whatever. That's real science. Yes, that's not a fairy tale. I understand.
We can measure this density gradient. It's a very narrow band right above the sea level, which actually does this, which creates a temperature inversion.
Okay, how would I put this? If you are looking straight forward, let's say in your room, let's put it in a small scale, and you're standing straight up, 6 feet.
You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean by temperature inversion? Let's get one thing straight here. Do you know what temperature inversion means?
I think you mean that when the water from the sea is kind of.
What does temperature do? What does temperature do generally on any given day? What does it do does it go up? Does temperature go up as you leave the surface or down as you leave the surface?
Yeah, the water from the sea
Not the water. The air that's above the water. What does the temperature usually do from the sea level upward? Does it go up or down as you get higher?
The temperature will go up, but the temperature.
No, generally the temperature goes down as you go up.
I think you're meant. Okay,
it goes down about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, what we mean by temperature inversion is that we don't see the temperature go down as we go up.
Okay, but are you looking in the same temperature inversion or whatever that is? In your level to the, let's say, half mile at the same level. So is the temperature same from 500 half mile from your 6 feet to the half mile in front of you 6 feet?
Yeah, the temperature will be the same at the 5 foot range, all the way from where I am all the way across to the object. Whatever that temperature is. Whether there's an inversion or not, you'll have that same temperature along the water.
Okay, so it cannot bend anything because it's going in the same this gradient. It doesn't change the gradient doesn't change. So it's the same that
it changes because the Earth is curved. That's why it changes.
Do you understand that that's a circular reasoning?
No, that's how light bends. That's why we see more of the city than we should.
All right, you just said because the Earth
looms up.
Okay,
it goes toward the denser medium.
Yeah, you just said that the Earth is globe and therefore the light bends. that's a circular
That'd be a reason why the light would bend, and that's what we see.
Yeah, but you cannot say that the Earth is a globe.
Well, all we have to do, we can prove that by changing the measurement by elevation change. So hear me out. So we change the elevation, and we keep on taking measurements as we go up, and we see that refractive change go down as we go up. So it means that whatever we're measuring at the surface is different, and we can plot this change, and that would be equal to the refraction at any given altitude. And that's what we can measure that, and that would show that the Earth is round, actually.
Hey, guys. Sorry to interrupt this scheduled programming here, but Bitcoin just hit 47,000.
No way.
Yep, Bitcoin just took a big dip. It's at 47 right now.
What do you think? Dig in?
Are you serious?
Yep.
Do we dive in? What do you think?
Nope. Looking at the chart of it, it's actually a very predicted. So basically when Bitcoin was down at like 30, and then also when it was at 43, it's making a trend line, and it actually did break hard through this. So it broke through the trend line, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to actually kick from here up, is what I'm saying. But it basically made like a double structure to where it is hitting at that
double dip.
Well, no, it's a double run up. Actually, it's the upward trend, like I said, from 32, and then the next part of the trend line. From 32 and then to 43, and then now it's at 47. So it's sort of testing this line right here.
Well, didn't it close? Didn't it close at like 56 today or 55?
I think it was up there. Yeah.
So it jumped another 16%. Holy crap.
Wow. And every market right now just took a huge hit. Like every market's like down 20, down 30.
The futures they still show it implied open of 21 points down on NASDAQ and only 4 points down on, maybe that's not current.
Yeah, this could just be a Bitcoin dip. I mean, I do think Bitcoin's on its way into the 80s. So, like, I think it's going to bounce up off this range. But yeah, it definitely is.
What about buying the that ETF fund or the new one? Was it Bitco or Bito? You can buy it like a stock if you have a Schwab account or something.
I don't know. I'm just looking right here. Bitcoin actually hit 42 at the low. Like it's actually bounced back up to 47. But I'm just looking right here. It was at least on Coinbase. It actually got all the way down to 42. So yeah, that's quite a dip.
Wow.
That's a bit. Yeah, it's bigger than I thought. I mean, it kicked back up pretty quickly. It's kind of what Bitcoin does. It does these huge drops and then it quickly kind of kicks.
Right.
So,
oh boy.
But yeah, that is a drop for sure.
There was surprise today that was following the equity markets. Usually they're not inverse, but they usually are kind of detached. People think that might be a safe haven for overpriced equities, and it's going to be this big, ubiquitous, safe house for currency. But now it seems to be following the markets too, because it's been so speculative lately.
Well, yeah, there's this whole launch of this new variant thing, as you know. So, but actually, well, we could talk about crypto, could talk about anything, or you guys were doing the refraction thing. But actually, Jeremy, before we completely move on from everything you guys were talking about, so, what is the best case scenario for the end result for everything that you guys were discussing? Like, if Xanix able to pull through and come up, and then other people as well, we can bring it all together. What is what's the end result? And then how can that integrate in with everything else? I guess that's my ultimate summation question.
I think he wants to see visual effect of the upper line straight, what that looks like. And if it looks like it's, I don't know what he's expecting to see on that. Because if it looks like it's a curved line.
Well, the line, okay, the bottom line, whatever. Okay, go ahead, Zanik. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I was saying out loud. I'm sorry. I think what you're trying to, and I don't even put words in your mouth, but I think if we see that line being curved, then we artificially, put a curve in that line, and the Earth isn't curved because it'll look curved to us from the side. That's what I think you're thinking, right?
Okay, both.
I get the differences in the lines. Unless you're going to say anything more about it, go ahead, Jeremy.
at the end, both the lines on the globe will be symmetrical. They'll be curving whatever perspective effects and refraction effects. It'll be happening symmetrical to both of those lines. Wait, will it be happening symmetrically? I don't know about the top one. The bottom one will be happening symmetrically. The top one.
Well, I'm gonna plug it in unplug it into the simulator, and that way we can determine what we expect to see based on a curved surface. So what I can't do it off the top of my head. I'm going to have to say what that both ends look like with curvature from my perspective. That 3 mile spot, 1.5 miles up on the triangle, when I see something 4.5 miles away, and the dip and the perspective change, all that have to be taken into account. It's going to be a little tricky. Really think about all the variables here.
I mean, it should be pretty obvious due to the top line. If it's, like I said, I don't know, maybe we have to go out longer with it and do a 4 miles or 5 miles, but eventually it's going to be so fucking obvious that the top line isn't straight. I mean,
well, it's
so like I said, you take a picture of this, you go home, you put it in a Photoshop, and you fucking draw a straight line at the top line.
But you're only
now,
looking.
Zanuck, do you think the top line is going to look straight, or is it going to look curved?
It's going to look pretty straight.
Pretty straight, right? Like, it might not be perfect, but it'll be pretty straight. As the R's will be what? Pretty not straight, right? On a flat Earth.
The what will be not pretty straight?
If it's a flat Earth, it'll be pretty not straight. That line will be curving like crazy, right?
You said the R's.
What on a flat hours, like our line.
Oh,
flat Earthers line.
The flat. Which one's the flat Earth line?
Like I mean, our on our model.
According to the flat Earthers, that top line is going to be.
You thought you started talking about the radius all of a sudden. Ours.
I just got to take into account what the drop is for those, 40% further points from the center line. That's going to screw everything up. And how much they move, I don't know exactly. Angle, I have to get the angle dip on all that. So maybe my knee-jerk reaction is going to look straight because there's going to be a offset on that line. It should be angled because one side's lower than the other. The 1 foot off the surface line should be symmetrical from our perspective, but the other one should be straight and look angled, I guess. But maybe it'll
be straight though. It'll be straight, right?
I think it'll be straight because the part that's higher will come down to eye level, and the part that's lower come up to eye level.
No, I'm saying that the top line, that according to the globe, is that going to look straight or what?
I think there'll be offsets. I think it'll look fairly straight.
Will it be a blatant obvious difference between our model and your model? That top line?
Yeah, that's the part that's like the puzzle part, right? Like, how can it be straight if the bottom one's going to be symmetrical, and we're looking at it from the side? Why would the one be different than the other? It should represent the flat model better than the round.
What if we went 8 miles with it, or 7 miles or something?
Yeah, what I like to do
if we went farther out, would it be better
exactly.
to farther?
So what I do in a lot of my real tricky physics problems or math problems, I take it to the grandiose scale. Like, what if it was 5,000 miles? What happens? What do we see? That's what I'll probably do to see if I can get a picture of in my mind what's happening.
No, don't do more than 10 miles, bro.
Well, no, just in my mind. So then I can figure out if I'm right or wrong in my logic. Because
you're almost always wrong. I can tell you right now.
No, I'm not actually. You can think that if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be a clear-cut difference. Maybe not. I feel like there should be a clear-cut difference on the globe to the flat. Like that line, you snap the picture, you get it all in one shot. You snap the picture, you go home, you put it in a Photoshop or Paint or whatever, and you draw a straight line to the top line. And if it is okay, so we got it in the Photoshop. We got our straight line up to it. Would it be curving? It wouldn't be curving symmetrically for us on a flat Earth, right? There's no way. Like, there's no way it would be curving. You guys still there?
Yeah. So just think.
So there's no way it would be curving symmetrically for us on a flat Earth, but it could be curving symmetrically for them on a globe Earth, if it was curved at all. due to this little teeny tiny perspective effect that's probably negligible. But if it did happen, it would be curving symmetrically for both because it's a straight line for the globe. So it would be curving symmetrically, no? Like it doesn't matter where the horizon is.
Yeah, it'll look symmetrical for sure. It'll look symmetrical because
like you don't need to do anything but have this top line. Yeah,
you're on a chord.
That's what I'm saying. But for us, it won't be. For us, it won't be a symmetrical curve, right?
Well, the curve will be straight. It'll be a straight line. That's what we'll see. We'll see a straight line from the side.
All right, there we go. But we'll see it curving on a flat Earth, obviously.
And it doesn't curve. I mean, I don't know if you'll be able to detect it because it'll be so small. We're talking about a small section of. We're talking.
So I'm saying, do we need to go 5 miles?
1 degree for 60 miles of curvature. We're going to see how much curvature is over.
Bro, do we need to go 5 miles? How far do we need to go to make this curve?
500 miles.
No, we're not going that far, bro.
Yeah, okay. Good.
By the way, are you familiar with those observations that have been done over ice lake or frozen lake?
Yes.
Because in there, the air and especially those which has been in night or in a dawn or dusk and with the lights, and there seems that there is no curve when the air is as how you say, as close as it could be. How could sorry, I cannot say it.
No
in
problem.
English.
No problem. I get you.
Yeah, but the thing is that the air and the ground, or so the ice, is the closest to each other. So that proves me that because the measurements, or sorry, the observations over a lake which is not frozen or an ocean, we have always the moisture, and you said the temperature gradient, which I am not familiar with. We always have those variables in there. So therefore, anything observed over the lake or ocean, we cannot be sure of anything, whether there is a curve or not. So the frozen lake is the most straight as it could, and the air would be as dry.
Most consistent.
So there is
dry,
no moisture.
It's not about the moisture. It's really about the density. And the density gradient is going to be probably the most consistent with a dry. However, if it's if it's a little warmer out that day, then you have air that's warmer and then it goes very cold near the surface. You can have a temperature inversion there too.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the observations has been done in the night or in the dawn or dusk, not in the day or in the morning or in the evening, because the temperature is changing radically. I live in Finland. It's very temperature changes in a evening and in the morning could be very how you say fast.
Mm-hmm.
So because the sun is heating the ice, and the ice is generating the moisture, and then the sun is heating the moisture, and it's getting even more warmer. So that's why those night and dawn and dusk are only places where you can observe things.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, those are tough. I've seen some of the experiments. Those are tough because of the light sources and how far they are away, and
one was that the guy went with the truck 4-wheeler, and he put lights, like maybe 5 lights in I don't remember, half mile or 1 mile to each other, and then he filmed the whole thing, and he could see all the lights in a straight line, and it was a couple of miles. I don't remember how many miles, but let's say I could find let's say 5 miles. I don't remember, but I could find the video if you like.
I thought I had some screenshots. I'll put them up here. It's been such a long time since I looked at that, but yeah, that was actually pretty interesting also.
It's a debate going on amongst the
Xanik, are you still here?
This is why I've been stocking up on stable coins.
Try to find those pictures from the ice lake measurements.
So with the lights, like the way you guys are talking about the lines and the lights, why couldn't that be done in a way that's like physical rather than optical? Couldn't it be done physically and see the deviation that it's from making from the Earth's surface?
Well, that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to make it a physical difference between the two, like which one's going to be.
So the idea is that it's too hard to measure. It's too tight to measure just on the stake, so that getting it visually, you're able to see it from further away. That's the benefit with that.
Yeah, but the problem
with the stakes were.
What's that?
With the stakes, you don't know which one's curved and which one's not. There's no way to tell really.
You can make a curved path. Make a curved path to the 3 mile away.
It's still going to be optical because you still have to see the path on the stakes.
Yes.
The only difference is you're just switching up the lights for like some marks on a stake, like for some Sharpie or some shit.
Yeah, but at the end of that if you do a Sharpie, if at the end of that road, at the end of that line, you're going to have the answer, right? You're going to have the deviation. Because that's what you're hoping to see optically.
No, that's not. The end isn't the answer. The path is the answer. Because the end could just be, it could have gotten there as like a straight horizontal on the globe. Because they'll say that at the level point on the right side or whatever, it's just going to go straight out, and then that's going to give you the 72 inches disparity from horizontal, right? But that's not what we need. What we need is the actual path. If the path is straight, then yeah, they could say it's a horizontal, that makes sense. But if the path is curved and it's curving upwards, then they can't really say it's a horizontal.
This is why I've been stacking up stable coins. A lot of my shit's down hard right now too, yeah. I only have one thing that's up.
Stablecoin?
Oh yeah, this is a huge hit to the entire crypto market. Like everything just took a huge, big, candlestick downwards for sure. Just a huge one. Yeah, like virtually every market did. They with Bitcoin, that's often how it happens. Back in the day, like this would happen more. Bitcoin's actually pretty stable these days, considering this is actually the biggest like single drop that's happened in quite a while.
What's the cause? Or what news came out after the close that made it do this?
What closed, bro? Bitcoin don't close.
Okay, so what caused it?
Yeah, but what close are you talking about? You said at the close.
The stock market closing is usually the biggest.
Oh, maybe he's talking about the publicly traded Bitcoin fund.
No. That's traded on the open market. I mean, when the market's open, pre-market and after hours. But when the market closes, weird shit happens. News is released after 4 o'clock, and then people start doing things to their accounts. That they start moving their financial assets around.
That doesn't apply to crypto. Crypto is 24/7.
I know, but I'm saying the activity to crypto. If, for example, I'm a investor that most of my holdings are in the stock market. When something bad happens, like the unemployment numbers came out today, they were lackluster. Earnings comes out, technology could be something said about the COVID. If that happens, people start getting freaked out. They start selling shit, even in the crypto markets. They can start selling their assets.
You're right. Most of the time, there's a reason that someone's shorting it or something like that, but it doesn't need to have a reason.
Yeah, in this case, I guess I haven't. I mean, I'm not like I haven't heard of anything as of yet as to if there's a reason for this particular fall. I mean, but Bitcoin, like, it did that run to 60, came down. It did this. That's what I was talking about. It made this kind of trend line leap forward, and then ever since it hit that 68, it's pretty much been downtrending. And then this is just like a big red candle at the end of that. So the question from here will be whether it uptrends or downtrends. So I think. Yeah, that's what's going to be huge right now. Bitcoin is, it often it dips low when it does, and it can do some big candles, kind of whips down, that's kind of its style, but then it builds really, really strong. Its frequency is quite stable, but it does do huge dips down, but then it also does these bull runs that are just unheard of, in terms of most assets.
Okay, I posted the video I was talking about the observation over frozen lake. It was 8 miles, and he's putting different color lights in there, and it had only actually 20 views, so not so many people has seen that video. I'm not sure if it's the original, where it might be, but that's what I found. So check it out. And that is done in a kind of nighttime. So, and the camera, the P900, whatever it is, it's maybe 10 centimeters from the ground. So I don't know, 4 inches. So it's very low, and it can see the lights to the 8 miles. And but check the video. It's not so long. It's like 3.5 minutes. So when you have time, check that out and make your own conclusions about that. So that's what proves me personally that there is no curve, but I don't know if it proves any of you the same thing, but that's what I was talking about. So there is that.
Yeah, I've watched that video in great detail. I have a whole file on those observations and distances. So the yellow, the red, the blue, the other orange, whatever on the left side. Yeah, I have to.
This is taboo. This is taboo conspiracy. I can just tell from his voice. So this must be a taboo conspiracy video, and whoever this guy is mirrored it probably. But it's taboo conspiracy's voice.
Okay, thanks.
The dispersion of light is a problem. That was one of the things I picked up on when I first started looking at it. But I took a bunch of screenshots that I thought were meaningful, and I got to find my file because I have a bunch of ones that kind of summarized his observations and distances and what lights are visible and which are not. But it's a good video. It makes you think for sure. Can't find my file. It's pissing me off.
I actually had plans to do same kind of things a couple of years ago because there is a nice lake nearby where I live, and but I got sick and I was ill for a couple of years, so I didn't do that. Maybe I'm feeling a little better. Maybe I'm doing it sometimes, and I don't have the P900. I only have what it's called, what is Galileo used back in the days, the scope? No, the scope, telescope. Yeah, I have only that I'm using an adapter to put a cell phone into the telescope. And
I don't have a P900. All I have is a P9S.
Yeah. And do you know?
That's bad.
Do you know that sometimes in your P9S there is this technical.
I didn't say ass. I said P9S.
Yeah. But sometimes there is a technical error code, ID10. What it was? ID10. I don't remember. ID10. ID10T. Yes, ID10T. So the error code is ID10D. You will get it eventually. I will write it there. So playing with words, I can do it also with the English words as well. Anyway, it's sometimes good to make fun of each other and words and whatever. Let's not get too serious with this, whether it's slow or flat. Okay, I will call your mom and ask her to visit your home, and I will ask her to bring you some apple pie. Okay, I think it's now a good time to leave to take my dog out, and because I made somebody cry already, so.
Yeah.
And
my tears were sticking to a ball.
You're fine, bro. He's fucking around. He's a jokester.
No, it was terrifying.
See what I mean?
But yeah, go walk your dog before he shits in the house.
Yeah, anyway, talk to you later.
See you in a bit, bro. How's my fake crying? Speechless. That good, huh? Damn.
I'm questioning this string of lights we were gonna make now.
Why?
I don't know. I still think it's good, but Zanuck put all kind of weird things in my head with their perspective and shit.
No, man, it's simple. They say that Earth is a globe. They say that the horizon is actually curved, right? We see it as straight. So by their logic, we're going to see their curved line as straight. That means that the anti-curved line shouldn't look straight, according to them. But it's horizontal for them, so it should look straight. So basically they're saying that there's going to be two straight lines. It's fucked.
I know, right? Both of those lines to them have to look straight, pretty much.
But there has to be a difference.
The bottom one might be curving a little bit, but...
And the difference would be apparent with the light. So either you can see the curve at the Earth's surface, which they say you can't. You have to be really high up to see the curve, right? Or you can't. You can't see the curve and also have a straight line that looks while the curve looks straight. It just doesn't work. I think what we're going to see is what we're going to expect to see on a flat Earth, and they're just going to be like, yeah, that's how it works on a globe. Because they say that the curve isn't perceivable at the surface of the Earth, or close to the Earth. So they're going to say that the curved line is actually looking straight.
So the left to right curvature, if you're at the center of a 20-foot ring and you're like an inch and a half above the surface, like a small rodent, the curvature that you would see around you, the border, let's say it's a shot put ring, right? You know how big a shot put ring is, right? About 15 feet or so, 10 feet round. You would, if you were just 2 inches off the ground, like you laid down with your head on the ground, just a couple inches off the ground, the curvature of the outer rim is what you're talking about. That would be looking like a straight line to you. And that's
Zanuck, it's simple. Like you guys say,
hold on. That's the curvature you would see if you were at 35,000 feet. Seeing what we see at 5, 6, 7 feet off the surface, it's going to be straight as an arrow.
Exactly. Yeah. So if the curved line looks straight, and the other, you should have, and we're going to have a disparity between the curved line and the so-called horizontal line, right? The straight line. Right. There's going to be a 72-inch disparity on, if it's like 2 miles long or what have you, 3 miles long, right?
Right.
So, are they going to both look straight, even though there's a disparity? It doesn't work,
Well, that's the problem with what Jeremy mentioned, is that due to perspective, the one above eye level will come down, even though that has been lifting up, it'll appear to come down, and the one at the below eye level will appear to come up. It'll straighten it out automatically due to perspective. I don't know exactly how that was going to work, so I'll have to go through the numbers on it, but I'm just I'm thinking out loud and what I think we're going to see.
But hold up. Okay, so if the curved line looks straight because we're not at 35,000 feet, then what's the other line going to look like?
It's going to look straight as well.
So we're going to have two straight lines, even though on one end they're at the same level, and on the other end there's a 6-foot difference between them. But they're both going to be straight.
They're not going to be exactly the same, but yeah, they'll both look almost discernibly straight.
See where it kind of
yeah,
it breaks down?
Yeah, I see it. Trying to think what happens on that. Oh boy, on the 2 points where they're 6 feet apart, that's the part that I'm having a problem in my mind with. Because both the lines are going to be further away from you and further away from the midpoint by an extra 1.5 miles. That's a good one. I got to admit, that is a good one, though. It's a little bit of a mind bender.
I think ultimately, even if that top line is curving upwards, globers will just the hamster will spin to the point where they'll say, yeah, but that's what we'd expect. It's a straight line, but because of perspective or whatever, they'll just I think even though that's what would fit the flat Earth conception more.
I think it'd be enough, like you said. I think it'd be enough to see that the left one, even with the perspective alterations, I think will look straight, which it is straight. We've made it straight, right? Oh, I see.
According to the globe math,
we've curved it up 8 inches per mile square, but it actually is straight in our model.
Exactly.
So it will look straight, I think.
No, but the curved line looks straight when you're near Earth, near the surface of Earth, right?
Not as straight as the straight line. It'll still look straight, but it won't be as straight as the straight line, because you'll see the difference at the end. There'll be a 6 foot.
Hold up a second. You can't say not as straight as the straight line when there's no discernible curve until you go up to 40,000 feet.
Right, but
the fact that it's not discernible means it looks perfectly straight.
It will look straight, but you'll look to the end and go, oh my God, there is a difference between the height of those two end lights. Like we both know there will be, and you can zoom in with a telescope and say, yep, I see there's a 6 foot difference, and I go back to the start. There's no, they're almost on top of each other at the beginning. I forgot what we did. I forget what we did on that one. I think we forcefully separated them by 6 feet. So the other one would be 12 feet on the other end. But either way, they'll still be very close. We're going to say, yep, they're definitely different lines, but they both look straight in our, as we.
They can't both be straight and meeting at the same point and diverging.
They will be diverging, but ever so slightly. So you'll look at it and go, yeah, it looks straight. But then, I zoom in with the telescope. Oh shit! One is 6 foot higher than the other.
No, we're not zooming in, bro. There's no zooming in. You need to get the whole thing in one shot.
With the telescope. No, visually looking at it, you won't be able to tell.
What the fuck? How many miles?
Because you're 4. You're looking at 4.5 miles away. Go look on that. Look on the ship. Can you see something 6 feet tall on the ship? Yeah, kind of, maybe.
Just hold on. How many miles does this line need to be for us to be able to tell if it's straight or curving?
Well, you're not going to be able to tell the curving. You're going to be able to tell the result. The end, they diverge, but you're not going to be able to really tell how far they diverge along the way.
No, the top line. Hold on. How long does the top line need to be to where we can load it up on the computer, put it into Photoshop, draw a straight line next to it, and we'll know if it's curving or not. How long does the line?
You're going to zoom in though, even with Shutterstock, you're going to zoom in to see if those lines are diverging, right?
You need to get the whole thing in one shot so we compare it to a straight. So we can compare it to a straight line on the computer.
Well, both will have problems because of the fact that you got perspective bending the straight line because it's going away from you.
Yeah, I'm out, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, see you.
Later. So what do you got, Genius? What do you got, Zanuck? What's some definitive shit we could do?
I think we already went over that.
Not your crazy globe nonsense, like some real definitive shit.
No, the best ones are the looking down from a 5,000 foot peak to a beach, like a Huntington Beach, and look at the angle.
All right, never mind.
Or the mountaintops. Those are good ones too. Those are really good ones. The Mount Rainier, and those are unusually convenient mountains. Twice as high, but twice as far away.
Zanuck, this is a downgrade.
Yeah, great.
We've just been downgraded. Oh, no.
Well, that's not a mind bender. This one is a mind bender because so many things are going on. I gotta go dry it out before I forget.
All right, cool. No, I'm kidding. No, those are all right, but I mean, we're talking something new and something definitive and something breakthrough.
So I guess the idea is that they both will look straight, but even though one side will be 6 foot taller than the other, or some distance higher than the other, and that's what I'm looking at the markets to see what's going on after.
Bro, it's only about the top line. This whole thing is about that top line.
Okay.
Dude, that top line's going to be straight in your model. It's going to be curving in ours. Don't worry about what the bottom line's doing in relation to the top line. It doesn't matter. We don't even need that bottom line there. Honestly, we don't even need the bottom row there. I don't think the bottom row is necessary. I think that might just confuse things, honestly. Because now you're going to have two lights, and you're going to have the Rayleigh criteria, the lights merging. Like, just run one row of lights. That's all you need. How long does that line need to be before you can see if it's curving or not? Or you don't think it's going to be curving, actually. Never mind. That was probably a silly question for you.
Well, no, I thought we're going to see some curve because of perspective. We'll get a curve at the ends. From the middle to the higher point, from the middle to the lower point, we'll see some curve there because of perspective. But look at the picture of the oil wells, the oil rig. You can see we probably at 4 miles we can see a person on that on the oil rig, right? I mean, let me get a clear picture here of the oil rig. Yeah, here we go. This is a good one. I mean, there's 4 and 9. That's 4 and 9 miles. It's zoomed in though, but
bro, if we take a picture of this line,
it's zoomed in. That's it's zoomed in a lot. So that's how we're zooming in. Look how small a person would be on that shit, right?
Listen, if we take a picture of this line, not zoomed in.
You got to listen to that for a second. Think about how far away this is, right?
It's not even the same distance we're looking. That's fucking 6 miles or something. How far is the first oil rig?
4 miles and then 9 miles.
But he zoomed in crazy. Listen, all I need to know is.
But no, the point is, look at the objects. Look at this, like the boat. Is there want to have a boat out front? Look at those pylons. There might be 6 feet between that crossbar and the bottom of the oil rig. That's 6. That could be 10 feet.
I think we should make the line longer, Gio.
But look how crazy it's gonna be as far as like what we're trying to.
If we did the line longer, could you actually take several photos and then stitch them together?
You're gonna have to zoom in though to get the real deal here.
But if they were all taken like in a similar positioning to the line,
look how small, dude.
With the same equipment, of course.
Look at how small. Look at this last picture here. See the oil rigs? See the bottom of it. See the pylons. Look at the guy. I mean, that's a 40 foot tall boat. that guy is like a speck. We wouldn't be able to see him, the 6 foot difference in the on the oil rig. But that's also 9 miles. So 4 miles maybe we could see him.
Maybe put the first line at like 8 feet and the second line at like 25 feet.
Have them really diverged quite a bit.
Yeah, then you could also perhaps even look from higher altitude as well.
Because you know what this looks like, right? When we look at this from, you say you can't zoom in. Look at this picture here that I put in there. I mean, people don't realize how far 4 miles. That's a long way to look at shit. 4 miles away, right? We have to zoom in. Are you looking at this GIF?
Yeah.
The whole black swan is based on this zoom. Before you zoomed in, it just looked like 2 black spots. One black spot further than the other, and it's not until you actually, zoom in, you realize what the hell they are. So you're not going to be able to see anything.
Well, they still kind of look like. They still kind of look like big things out there. But yeah, even when you're zoomed out.
Yeah, you can tell you got a thing sticking up out of it, like an antenna, and they're black, and they have maybe they're on platforms. But you're not going to be able to see if 2 lines were meeting and they were 6 foot apart. They'd look like they're on the same line.
So Zanuck, in terms of that, those shots. If there's other tests that are definitive that the Earth is not curving, will you then basically just agree with what we've been saying for all these years about these shots?
What have you been saying all about these shots?
Well, I mean,
I realize the Earth seems a lot bigger diameter because these shots are allowing you to see further than the globe model would predict. The fact that you can see the bottom of a 9.5 mile platform means there's extreme refraction going on here.
Right. So you do agree that it's impossible on a globe Earth. Yeah. So at least, you're there with it. But I'm just saying, like, everything that people have said all over these years about all kinds of long distance images, but this one in particular from this BLSM 69, whatever the letters are, BLSML, MLS. Anyways, I forget the exact letters, but I'm just saying that these shots, like, what I'm trying to say is that if there's other physical verification of lack of curvature, will you then agree with what everyone's been saying about what a lot of people have said about these shots as to them disproving the radius and being indication of an extended planar surface and so on?
No, it just seems like, because to me, I'm looking at all the signs, and I remember that day, that week I was down there when these fires were in California was burning to the ground. This is 3 or 4 days later. It was 100-degree days, very warm air. You can see the dirt in the air. This is actually kind of clear, but it's still.
Dude, he just zooms in. That's just it. Like you could just see him zooming in. Like you're just looking over a plane, bro. That's what it's all it is. There's no magical bending, magic bending, like crazy refraction that's slam dunking some shit over a curve.
Well, no, but when you had the next day when it all cleared out and it looked like this, you do the same zooming, it looked like this picture.
Yeah, that's totally different conditions.
This next day.
Yeah, I would say that's because of magnification. It's not because of things bending around curves.
No, they end up in the same. They end up in the same exact magnification.
No, well, okay. I don't want to get into a whole thing. The original question, we could if you want, but the original question was just if you have other physical verification of curvature, of lack of curvature, and of the planar nature of the Earth. What I'm just trying to say is that what QE refers to as the black swan and so on, and everything related around it that multiple people have talked about. What I'm saying is that if you can verify that there's no curvature in other ways, will you then have to agree that we were right about this?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah. And all you need to do with even the black swan is go up and take this measurement from like 100 feet and see if those objects are where they're supposed to be. Also, look at the angle.
Right, so then if you said yes, and that means that you agree that whatever arguments have been made, and I'm not trying to call out any one person or whatever around these, and I know I'm being very general because people have probably said different things. So I know I'm being general, but so you would then have to admit that the explanation that we have, I'm just using we in general, is sufficient and is equally valid as in your mind as some possible globe refraction thing. Because you're saying that if it's measured flat otherwise, you would then have to say, okay, yep, that is what we're seeing. Like It's not the refraction. It's not the refraction you thought, and it's something else, possibly magnification, possibly something else. Because I agree, things cut off from quote unquote the bottom up. I think I would call it obscuring. It's really not. It's not cutting off, but nonetheless, things do that at different distances, without a doubt. Like
Wait a minute. We're actually physically changing the angular position in your field of view. That's not just the same as something being cut off. It actually lowered. It lowered in this picture, right?
Yeah. Have you ever put like a lens in front of something? That's what a lens will do.
No, but only one object gets lowered. We're looking at the same field of view. Only one object has moved. So something had to move only one.
The distance by which you can see the ground is what changes. So if you can see more, that's why the one on the bottom, like Dark Star that's posted, the one on the bottom, see how the water is really clear? It almost looks really blue.
Yes.
That's because you're seeing a closer, that's magnified. So you're seeing a closer portion of the water, but you're still seeing the shit up on the background because it's on a flat plane. So you're still going to see.
It's not magnified because the upper picture looks like it's bigger than the lower picture of the oil wells.
No, I'm talking about the ground layer. It's like bifocal glasses is how I see it. So it's like, you know how bifocals, like you've got something on the bottom, something on the top.
Same camera.
No, I'm not saying it is a bifocal camera. What I'm saying is that the magnification works like bifocals, meaning that when you have different density layers and different layers of atmosphere, you're going to get like where that sky meets the ground over the planar surface and the convergent point. That is going to change due to the magnification. So sometimes the ground will be magnified closer, essentially, whereas the oil rigs are in the bifocal layer that is still where they are. That's why they're similar in their position. It's only the ground layer that is quote unquote cutting off or obscuring, because that is the thing that's being magnified to be closer where the ground and sky meet. Whereas if it's different conditions, this point where the ground and sky and ground meet extends as it would on a plane, and it goes behind the oil rig.
Well, that's fine, but that wouldn't explain why the upper picture has the oil rig higher in the field of view with respect to the closer oil platform. Then the lower picture has the further platform lower with respect to the closer oil platform. That wouldn't explain that. It moved. Only one moved. It wasn't the former. It was the background one. The foreground one didn't move. The background one went lower and sunk. So something sunk. It deflated. Right. So that's why I say, okay, that refraction will do this. Now, which one is correct?
I don't think it's sunk. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not sinking. It's just the. I wouldn't say it's sinking. I guess I'm just trying to respond to say that.
Well, quantum says it's sinking. It's sinking refraction. That's why that's happening. And then, of course, Lemon would say it's convergent. It's squishing.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this meme. Kimo and I were hanging out in Gems one night, and we were talking all about this. And he said he'd make a meme for it, so he made it, and I guess he called it "Thanks, Kimo." I don't think it ever caught on. Like, I don't think tons of people had posted it around, but he made it that night, and we were laughing about it, and then he sent it to me, so I saved it. But this shows how the Blackpool Tower effect is similar to what's observed in the oil rigs in terms of the difference of heights due to magnification, even though it's the same location elevation, but it's different days. Anyway, it's kind of a cool little, it just shows how, because we were talking about this exact effect, and completely makes sense. When you have something in the foreground and then something in the background, those can be different magnification levels. So this is precisely why, in my understanding, sometimes like when you're looking, let's say like a skyline, sometimes you'll see none of the buildings, quote unquote, cut off or obscured. Sometimes you'll see 5 floors obscured, sometimes 10, sometimes 20, other days back to 0. And I know some globe earthers will catch shots of that and they'll go, and they'll find one that calculates roughly with 8 inches per mile squared for that distance. Like B-Ball does this. It's his one trick pony that he always goes to. I don't know whether he's like thinks it's legit or I'm not sure. I'm not trying to attack B-Ball. I'm just saying like it's interesting that he thinks it's showing curve, because to me it's such a simplistic way to see it that is just not consistent with every other observation where we see too far. So there's obviously something else going on. Nonetheless, he does that, and other people too, where they'll take where there's an obscuring level and they'll say, "Hey, here it is, the curve of the Earth." But like I was saying, the distance by which you see the ground and the distance of the sky can be at different layers, and those, as that extinction point of your vision meets due to those do those magnification layers, you're going to get that precise effect. It's just an optical adjusting of the field rather than any, you
can actually validate the magnification by taking the angular size difference, and you can see the differences in the shapes of the object based on the refraction. But the mountains, you can never go.
No, because that can't be. But you can never.
Hold on a second. You can never find a picture where those mountains are taller than that peak ever. But yet this lower on the water, where you can always see these foreground and background objects raise and lower based on the conditions, and the conditions that would be right for looming in the background is what we see. That's the same day. You don't find a condition like the bottom one or a winter day where the illuming ever happens. It doesn't happen like that. You don't have a temperature inversion on winter days out there. And you never have a picture of these mountains raising ahead of that tower, Blackpool Tower. If you do, we'd like to see it, but I don't think you will.
What do you mean you never? What are you talking about?
Well, because looming is a downward bending of light, and with these snow-capped mountains and how tall they are and the thinness of the atmosphere, they're not going to move much. And so I would think that you're not going to see anywhere near any movement as you did with these oil wells, which are right on the water and a huge refractive band of air.
All right, I guess I just can't respond to that directly because it's a whole bunch of assumptions and things that I don't necessarily even agree with in terms of how you're claiming those things are happening. So I guess I'm not trying to. I'm just saying I can't. I could.
Yeah, I got it.
I can't respond to that because because what I was actually describing was essentially, okay. So the effect we view what we view. Essentially, globe earthers use an idea of things bending around a ball, essentially, to account for what I'm describing. I'm describing how it works in my understanding on a planar surface due to magnification, the layers of atmosphere, the bifocal effect, and other components as well. So, and I'm not sure what else there is to say because I get it. Because the thing too, like I was saying before, if you were able, because you have a theory of how this whole refraction thing's happening, you could call mine a theory too, because these are only optical things. But like I'm telling you, that's why I'm saying once we have for sure definitive measurements of the Earth's surface not being curved, that's where I'm saying that whatever these arguments are that we're making about, I'm sharing the refraction one. QE probably has his own complete understanding of it, his own thoughts, which I know he does. The way and so on. Everyone has different viewpoints. But this whole thing started on is not really just to go back and forth in the same discussions, because I know that you think that it makes sense from where you're coming from. What I'm trying to say is that and I can do the same thing. I could say if it's curved, how could I understand it? I could try to put those shoes on too. But originally, that's why I was asking, if you put the shoes on that, okay, this thing definitely is a planar surface. What you're going to have to think of some other effect as to why these things are happening this way over the planar surface is what I'm saying. Wouldn't you have to say, okay, I was wrong about everything I thought. Now I have to figure out how it's actually working on a planar surface.
Yeah, sure, of course.
And I would have to do the same. If I found out absolutely physically it's curving, I would have to say, okay, well then my understanding of the way this is working with magnification must have been incorrect. I would have to say.
That's it. So off to the measuring we go. But I think the line, just going into these, showing the ship and showing the platforms and showing things that are 4 miles away and trying to see a 6-foot difference between two lines, even 20-foot difference, even 50-foot difference between two lines is going to be really difficult to.
Well, what about with Jeremy's idea, what if you have multiple lines, fucking 30 of them, and you have 15 of them that are 5 feet apart. So you got big, tall stakes. And you got 15 of them that are all, whatever feet apart that are all doing the curve with the water level. And then you have another 15 on the upper level that are doing your 8 inches, adjustment, 8 inches per mile squared adjustment. And then look at that from far away. Then it should be.
This is God's cruel trick to keep us wondering about stuff, because everything is so big and beyond human perception that no one can ever show proof of anything. Unless you go into space and see it, firsthand, all the terrestrial measurements are going to be unsatisfactory to everybody.
I don't agree. I think it will be definitive and satisfactory, although some people will still have like a version of schizophrenia where they literally will just not be able to accept reality. But I wouldn't call it schizophrenia right now because I agree. It is hard to measure and people are believing things. And it is kind of still schizophrenia to not be in touch with reality, but I wouldn't call it that. But if it gets to a point where there is, physical, definitive, it's sort of like if I have a desk that's 3 feet wide and we both take a ruler that's a foot long and we measure it, it's like that desk is 3 feet wide. If you were to say, no, that desk is 8 feet wide, you would be so out of touch with reality in some level.
Yeah, right. No, when we get the measurements, if there's something we can measure that'll show that, yeah, you will have to be eating our words as long as we can rule out refraction. And of course, that's going to be probably the more likely reason that we'll see something like this occur. But we do something like mountains that are, that we know the density is greater as we go down. We can see the snow-capped mountains align with other snow-capped mountains. Maybe it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult to actually show who's right or who's wrong.
Yeah, no, but just to respond on what you were saying, I do hear what you're saying, dude. Yeah, it's like it is quite a task. It is, and it's amazing like how many components there are to it, and what it will take to accomplish it, and like independently. So I know what you mean. Like it is like a puzzle. It's a major puzzle.
Right. Yep. Oh boy, I'm gonna write some things down here. I'll be right back.
I see Bob's in here. Bob, what's up, man? I don't know if you're able to, and you don't have to talk. I'm not trying to totally call you out, but I just see Bob. Dude, crypto, what just happened, right? Like everything just, I don't know if you're able to speak or not, because I know that you haven't used Discord too much in the past before, but yeah, dude, it's crazy. Everything just took a huge dip. I think if you want to unmute, I think you should be good. You should be able to click unmute down in somewhere on there, whether you're on the phone or the computer, if you want to chat. But because yeah, you should be good with all the roles and stuff. But yeah, Bitcoin went all the way down to like 42, pinged back up to 48. It's crazy. Good little dip.
Hello, Gio, are you there?
Hey. Yep, I'm here. What's up, Bob?
Oh, hey. How's it going?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Good. Just got back from a night out, so figured I would check in, see what everybody's talking about.
Nice, dude. Yeah, we've been going pretty deep for the last couple hours about some tests and measurements and doing some tests of the Earth and yeah, a couple different.
What kind of tests?
Well, we've been doing the last like several days. We've actually been doing a bunch of brainstorming.
Aren't you excited to explain it again, Gio?
Sorry, I know I'm joining in late, but
I missed out. My phone died earlier, and I didn't get to finish the conversation I was having. But in between, I guess I heard a little bit of it. Did you guys ever hit on the thing I was bringing up about the 1 degree over 69 miles comparison to the 3,000 some feet it would be at the 8 inches per mile squared? Did that get worked out or talked about at all?
That sounds like some complicated mathematics.
Well, Xanax here. I guess he.
Dude, we just wore Xanax out. Like Jeremy had him on the ropes for. I'm kidding, but Jeremy was like, at one point he's like, "All right, Xanax, get out a sheet of paper. We got to write down everything we need to do." Xanax's like, "All right."
And he did.
What about crypto too, man? Did you see what just happened, Bob? What do you have any thoughts as to like why this happened, or like just curious what your thoughts are?
I didn't see what just happened. What just happened? Please tell me it's good news.
Well, Bitcoin took a big dip. It hit as low as 42, and now it's at 48.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's crypto. Crypto is like way up, way down. It's the extreme volatility of people's emotions, and I think people's emotions are very volatile right now, and I think crypto reflects that. So I mean,
definitely the whales definitely have a big part in that, and that affects people's emotions. So any kind of FOMO.
The whales know, and the whales are playing off of people's emotions, and they know like when people are way up, way down, and how to play it, And I mean, I kind of do as well. I just it's hard for me to pull the trigger when I know in those situations because these whales are wrecking people's futures in a way,
Well, it gives if somebody can know what they're doing and study it a bit, they can play the game and get ahead. So it's not completely rigged, but the whales can just do whatever they want. I was hearing about some people earlier. I guess there's these bots you can have just do all the work for you. You set your stop losses and you tell it that you can program the bot to buy when it's this price or sell when it's this price, and you can make money overnight while you're sleeping. I mean, I know you guys know that that's possible, but the person that was talking about it's flat earther and saying that it's just a matter of programming the bots right, and you can. But the thing is, on the back end, they see what most people's bots are set at with the stop losses or what percentage they're going to get to, and they can just undercut it and then still play the market like to their advantage. So it's kind of like the dealers in Vegas having like inside knowledge and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's just the volatility of it is a lot greater, but and that's the reality of it is that they can do that and they are doing that, and you have to know that when you get into crypto and when you get into dealing with all of it, because they are the ones when you have $1 billion you could pull it in and out like whenever you want. You're gonna like significantly affect the price of whatever it is that you're doing that with, and they know it and they're fine with it.
Or have somebody like Musk could just like hint at something and it'll make a big difference in the price of the token or whatever.
Yeah, if you have enough clout like that, I mean, you just hint at it and it'll move, But and that's just the way it is. It's not like evil or good or whatever, whatever people want to think about it. It's just that's just the way it is right now. It's like you got to expect these 30, 40, 50% shifts in a week or two up and down, and you either got to be willing to like invest and hold on to it or buy and sell and buy and sell and buy and sell, which is like super stressful.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you have the bots and you just know what your bot, just put your bot to work for you. I think I'm going to try that. figure out from that person that was talking about it, because I'm too lazy to go and check it every day and try to figure out if it's going to go up or down on each coin and stuff.
I think with trading bots, like I haven't done too much with bots myself, but I have looked into it a bit, and I'm aware of how some of them work and whatnot. But I think what a lot of people find with them is that they only work under certain market conditions at a certain time, because even if you use a bot, you have to put it onto a coin, onto a market. You have to say, okay, I want it to trade this market, and that market has its own kind of frequency and quality to it. So for example, if that market is doing like a slow uptrend for like a week, you might really get like just positive results. Like you're making, whatever it is on that bot. But then the next week, maybe if it's downtrending, the same formula didn't work, so I think that's what people run into. That's kind of what I've heard, where it's kind of a matter of finding, a working combo.
It was Flat Earth Solar that was talking about it. Smart dude. He said he lost $25,000 overnight before when he was, using one bot, but he says you use two bots, and one of them's, he's figured it out basically. He's like this, if I had just known then what I know now, I would be doing like crazy good. So yeah, he was talking about using one for the downtrend and one for the uptrend. So maybe that solved that problem you're talking about.
Well, he could start doing it. He could start doing it, and then a month later, see if it works out. And if it's working out, he could show that to you or prove that to you. And that's like the thing I always like run into with all these kind of things. Is like everybody's got their own idea of what works and what doesn't work, and like it's always after the fact. And it's like, okay, we'll make it work. Let's see, And I've done it multiple times. I've been wrong multiple times, but I've thought like, oh, I've got to figure it out this time, and then I haven't, And
there's always that overall looming threat that they're going to like try to get rid of everything and then go to one coin for the whole world and all that type of thing. So you never know if it's always going to go back up. Yeah.
That's I mean, I think that's very unlikely, because I think there's just like too many of us and spread out, throughout the world that's they're not going to be able to do that. Like,
what's crazy is only 1% of the world owns Bitcoin.
I know. That is crazy. You're right.
Think about it. If we even get to like 3%, that's triple the amount of people. And if you're in on it, like the coins this early, and they do stick around, then it can only get more valuable, right? And that's the way the algorithm
the people that I thought like would own it, like I've like approached them like thinking like I'm gonna have some intelligent conversation on crypto with them, and like nothing. They don't know. They don't own it. They don't know nothing about it. I'm like, dude, you were like this big like website like internet guru type of person, like up on all this kind of stuff, and you're in like your early 30s to mid 30s, and you don't know anything about any of this.
Right.
Crazy.
It's like your old conspiracy 9/11 friends haven't even heard about flat Earth yet.
Well, right, yeah.
And they're like, what the fuck? You haven't heard about flat Earth? Or you haven't looked into it, or whatever. I mean, you're the guy that showed me 9/11, right?
At least explored it, right?
Yeah.
Whether you agree with it or not, or exploring it further or not, like it's like you should at least like have some sort of exposure to it. You would think,
right? Yeah.
But I don't know. That's like the thing that baffles me, is that a lot of them don't, and it's like, why not? Like it seems like this should be a part of everybody's portfolio, no matter what.
Yeah, like it's the most interesting conspiracy.
Yeah, it's like it should be at least 1% of your portfolio. Like put 1% of your portfolio.
Yeah,
nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, put it in something super conservative, super safe, relatively speaking. Obviously, but why not?
Well, I think a lot of people, they don't even know like how to buy it. They don't know where to go. No. I mean, Coinbase has made it easier for a lot of people, but there's actually a lot of people that don't like. They're kind of overwhelmed with like the wallets and how to store it, and because there is some to get into. I mean, I know for me, it was kind of like an initiation. Like this was back in 2017, and I had known about Bitcoin. I think I had even bought it before then to use it for something before, but I think it was like 2017 that I really started to fully like immerse myself, and it took me a while. Like it was like a couple weeks at least of just learning a lot and figuring out all these things and the different types of wallets and the different types of. There's a lot to it, yeah. So it is kind of like a project that perhaps not everyone has taken on yet, or a lot of people just haven't dove into it, yet.
And people don't like the idea that it's like 0.0001111, you know, like they can't relate to that. They want to know they have $1, it's $1. They don't want to know
That
they have
is
a
true. It's a little
percentage.
Yeah, all of the Satoshis are a little bit confusing at the beginning too, because I had to figure that out. Yeah, I'm like, what does this all mean? 0.000526
exactly.
of a Satoshi of what? And then so it does take.
But you don't need to know. You don't need to understand all that. You don't need to know all of it. Just like you don't need to understand like how the dollar functions or what makes it worth what it is, and like compared to other currencies. Like people don't know that, so who cares? Like you don't need to know all that. You just need to know that like people are willing to exchange it for equal value of something, you know? And it's like we create that value within it. Like we decide that there's more value in this than there is in this other thing, or not even that. Like we just decide that there's value in it. Like we all agree that there's value in this, and we're willing to trade it with each other, and that's our right as human beings. You know,
it is related to flat Earth in a lot of ways when you think about it. Like we were just talking about, plus the fact that you have to really kind of research it to know anything about it, and also it's just like people are dumbed down from the globe mentality, right, Xander? And they want things to be like very simple and like, this is the way it is, and they want to trust in what it is. They don't want to have to like guess at things. They just want to be told what it is, right? And it's not simple enough in people's mind. But even if the dollar is not really what they tell us, at least it says $1 and you can count 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
It needs to be that simple.
Yeah, but I mean, people should be able to be told something and believe it. I mean, the authority figure should be honest. It's like we should have honest authority figures, and like in an ideal world, right? But I think most people like they want to live in that ideal world, so they believe it. When these authority figures tell it to them.
Yeah, and they make it a matter of basic like survival. Like your mental fortitude needs that security. It can't live thinking that the whole world is tricking them. It's too much for people's constitution to handle.
Well, right. Well, because you go into fight, flight, or run mode, or fight, flight, or hide mode. It's like that's what they go into. Yeah. It's like, am I going to fight this person? Am I going to run, or am I going to just like hide? And a lot of people just kind of hide.
And they've studied the psychology of the average person, like to degrees we probably couldn't even imagine, and they're just using these tactics to manipulate us on a regular basis.
They have it down. Yeah, it's a very specific science to them. They know exactly how to move somebody that is in this position to this position slightly closer to the position they want them to be in,
Right. Plus just keep them busy. That's like keep them busy with a job that's going to or too many other little concerns that are going to make, the bigger concerns fade away.
Yeah. Keep them distracted. That's, Yeah. But that's the reality.
There was the Stanley Milgram trials. You remember that experiment where they were bringing people in, and there was one guy that was an actor acting like he was being shocked.
Wait. What was it? The Stanley Milgram?
Stanley Milgram. Yeah, it was the shocking.
I don't know that.
There's two guys brought in, and one guy's like strapped to a chair, and the electrodes are hooked up to his arms, and the other guy is in the other room giving him a test, and he's supposed to memorize this set of words like white horse, red house, whatever the list of words was. And if he gets the answer wrong, the person that's actually the experiment is being done on is shocking them, right? And first shock is just like, ow. And the second one's a little stronger. And he's like, hey, ow, hey, wait, that hurt. And then, the guy turns to the experimenter who's sitting there in a lab coat and says, hey, it's hurting him. Should I keep doing this? And then all the experimenter says is continue with the test.
Continue with the test,
right? Continue with the test, right? It's all he's saying is that this test requires you to give him shocks. And so what the interesting part about it is that Stanley Milgram found that the people that went on with the test after they knew they were hurting the person, there was a large percentage of those people, very high percentage of those people that would go all the way up to the 450 volt level. And like at 300, the guy's screaming his head off, like stop! And then he stops screaming as if you killed him. and the person still continues with the test, giving them the shock, right?
Yeah.
And the whole psychology of it, they have to go to the very end after they've decided to continue the test, because then they can disassociate themselves from any responsibility. And Stanley Mogan called it the agentic state, the state of agency. Once they're following orders against their own better judgment, they have to continue to follow those orders until they're let off the hook. So then they can just blame the person telling them to do it. But if they stop at any point prior to that, then they have to take responsibility because they could have stopped on their own accord earlier.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same. There's a lot of parallels to that you can see, like with what we're going through right now with the jibby jab. Once you take the jibby jab or the minestrone or whatever we call it, you're hooked into believing everything else they say about it, because now you're in. I mean, shit, you could have things crawling around in your body. You don't even think about that. Whatever it is they're putting in you, you got to believe it. This is another level of that, because now you're hurting you're shocking yourself basically.
Yeah.
And I also relate it to Flat Earth when I talk about that. I actually made a remake of that in film school in college. I did like a remake of that whole Stanley Milgram experiment because it was so significant, I thought, and it's been remade now like on a professional level and talked about a lot. But I often relate it to Flat Earth. And that, are you Flat Earther or are you? I don't know if I've talked to you before. You globe.
Me?
Yeah.
I would say no. I'm an open-minded person that just doesn't
so you're
make judgments on things. Like I wouldn't.
You haven't looked into
a Flat Earther. I just, for me, it's like I always try to consider everything, and I'm open-minded and
cool.
Well, anyway, as far as a Flat Earth, like I've
would
explored
you say that? Go ahead.
No, Gio,
Gio, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna. You can go ahead too, but I was just gonna ask. I mean, so your current thoughts are that it is a globe, or could be a globe, but could be something else. Like in general, like your current kind of cosmology, or is it more just open, like on the fence with it, or like open to just what it could be, or like the Earth in general?
Yeah, for me, it's an open discussion, and it's kind of one of those things where it almost doesn't matter to a certain extent to me what it is right now. What matters is that it's something that is dynamic and changing and evolves and is unknowable to a certain extent, Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, it's such a huge question, because actually a lot of what we've been talking about the last couple of days have been trying to get like some definitive physical measurements of the actual Earth's surface. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I haven't been privy to. I mean, I just kind of joined in tonight. So, for me, I think like, man, if you want to, if you're really determined to find proof for something that you really believe in, you'll find it. And I also think that there are certain realities to the world and certain things that, dictate how things work. And, whether the Earth is, the flat Earth theory, whether the Earth is flat or whether it's round or whether it's this or that. I don't know. It interests me. It's always something that like I kind of think about in my home. I don't really debate it with anybody. Like people get weird about it. There's not many people that you can debate about it with, first off. So,
yeah.
Welcome to the show. You stick around. You'll find some people to debate. But if you haven't taken a side yet, well, it's not really like you have to take a side, in my opinion. It's more like people see this. I mean, the propaganda surrounding this and the way it's presented to through the mainstream media and even mostly on the internet, it's totally a misconception of what flat Earth is. Like you said, flat Earth theory, and maybe you think people believe in flat Earth. and that's why they're going to find the answers that it's flat, because they're looking for that. But a lot of these things are kind of perpetuated in the idea of it, because it's a protective layer of the simplicity of it, in my opinion. It's not a new belief, it's the loss of an old one.
Well, okay.
Well,
I can see that.
I would say, yeah, and I would say that, well, the thing is, the term flat Earth is something that, like, I don't call myself a flat earther. I have used the term, of course, in a lot of ways, and it is still used at times. But I don't necessarily like identify with that full idea, that terminology, meaning that
to begin with.
It is kind of a misnomer. It's also just not like, it's not detailed enough, to really give a full sense of what the Earth is. Just those two terms. But yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Well, can I ask you guys a question? Did I come into a flat Earth conversation here? Is that what I came into, or did I come into a
flat Earth server kind of thing?
Okay,
no,
I wasn't sure if there was a
quote unquote.
Hold on, this is not a flat Earth server.
Kind of. Well, I don't mean
a
to say it that
specific
way.
conversation.
You know what I mean? No. You weren't interrupting anything. I just came in myself.
Okay.
Well, Bob, I would say that, like, this server is actually more designed, like, certainly discussing cosmology, but also like philosophy, health, and nutrition. Even like astrology and like the stars, the heavens, and a lot of other topics, just like truth in general, like truth topics, and yeah, like just nature of reality.
No, my main thing is, like, how do I, as we're having these conversations, as we're focusing on certain things, like, how do I focus, like, my mindset, my energy, my
that way,
whatever? Do I focus it in that? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I'll certainly focus it in that way. But if it's a different conversation that we're supposed to be having, that was like an intention.
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think it's supposed to be anything. I didn't mean to say flat Earth server, but it is kind of the biggest part of the discussion still. But yeah, Gio's got a wealth of knowledge that doesn't have to. I'm with him on when he says a lot of the time he's bored with the conversation about the shape of the whole thing, even though that is important.
Yeah.
Or about, like, what are the things that this could be beyond that, beyond just flat or globe.
Right, and I guess that's kind of what I'm like kind of getting at is, like, yeah, we could have that same conversation that everybody's had, like, that you guys, probably the two of you. I'm kind of new to this, so probably the two of you have heard of it again. And
I'll send you. There's like an introductory thing. So you could ignore that if you're already kind of hip to.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some introductory things, but I've also, like, if
you just can't find the links anymore.
If you two could get past me, and if you guys want to have, like, some, like, much higher conversations over it, some much more intellectual conversations over it, like, feel free to, like, get past me and my experience.
It's interesting when somebody's new to the conversation.
But I wouldn't say that I was new, but I would say I'm like new to conversing with you guys. But, like, if you guys want to talk about something like much higher, yeah.
Well,
but if you guys want to
continue maybe with what I was talking about,
like, we could talk on a much higher level, so that don't think that I can't discuss on that level, because you guys obviously have much more experience with this.
You obviously seem like you can.
Hold on, I think there might be a delay. New perspective. It might be a delay. I think you were interrupting Bob. Like, yeah,
I'm so sorry if I am.
That's all right. I just wanted to hear fully what Bob was saying. I felt like, yeah.
No, I mean, all I'm saying is that, like, I think the two of you, like, seem like you have a much higher knowledge of this than I do, and you don't need to convince me of anything. Like, I'm open to everything. Like, I think Gio could probably tell you, like, we've had conversations before. He could probably tell you that I'm open to whatever. But I would, if we're going to talk about something like, the flat Earth, I would prefer to hear your guys, the two of your heightened perspective on it. Like, you guys know much more about me than on it, so I would like to hear you guys talk about
it. Well, I was just going to add something. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that. If I was.
Oh no, you're good. I guess it was like looping. Like, I had to mute you real quick because it kept looping, and maybe it was just my connection, because actually, well, anyways, yeah, it could have been mine delayed as well. But yeah, go ahead. Or I was going to say something. Or yeah, go ahead. New perspective.
Oh, if you have something to say, go ahead.
Well, I guess I was going to say that just, yeah, I mean, like I would say, Bob, that like, yeah, because I think I had mentioned Flat Earth to you a couple years ago. I remember like we talked and yeah, and I remember like being really impressed with how open-minded you were. It was fucking awesome. Because like the term flat Earth, the thing is like in my viewpoint, you know, like we were told the Earth is a globe ever since we were children, and that really wasn't the case until after World War II. That they were really teaching it like that. Like they homogenized it and started teaching it in like all, you know, first world schools, first world country schools and everything. And right along with being told the Earth's a globe, we also were told that, oh, there used to be these ancient, you know, desert wandering people, and they just thought the Earth was flat, and oh, they were like stupid. They're like flat earthers, you know. And even that term flat, you know, like even though flat does mean, you know, level, it means horizontal, like when the Earth is just extending out from you, you know, like it does mean that in that sense, like that it's like a horizontal positioning, kind of like you can lie down flat on your bed, which means you're not literally like, it's like obviously your body's not flat in terms of having no features, but you're laying down horizontally. But anyway, so they kind of like linked that flat Earth term in with the globe Earth idea. And then as we're all brought up, it's like, oh, Earth's a globe and all of that. And then, but at the same time, like our ancient ancestors have always thought that the Earth was like a stationary plane, like a planar surface and stationary. So like more like we live within the garden of the universe in a sense, like perhaps there's like something surrounding us, like the sun, moon, and stars above us, perhaps like a dome shape or even a spherical shape surrounding us. So like the basic idea that virtually all the ancient cosmologies and ancient ancestors, including all of shamanism, like all the shamanic worldview, the Vedics, all the original, the Vedas and the Vedic, which is where all of like Buddhism and Hinduism comes from, literally the Inca, the Mayan, virtually all of them. And they saw the universe more like that we're on like a plane of existence and like more that we're within the womb of Mother Earth. So instead of being like on the outside of a ball that's like whirling and spinning throughout in like a vacuum, instead of that we're actually on a stationary, like a plane of existence of the physical corporeal world, and whatever's above us, the heavens, you know, the sun, moon, and stars, those are actually moving, and we are just on the earth, or kind of like, you know, in the earth in that sense. So that's kind of been like so universal, like that stationary planar surface, perhaps like surrounded by either a dome or a celestial sphere, and that thing is actually what's spinning around us, like a crystal ball that surrounds the flat plane. And so, yeah, but now, you know, they've inverted it, I would say, and they created this false globe Earth model, which is actually not the case at all. Like there's no curvature, there's no movement of the Earth. But I'll stop. I know I was saying a lot there.
Well, yeah, like what you're saying is basically it's the way that the everything seems, like everything he just said. Like we experience is a stationary plane. Any of us, our whole lives, right? We would just assume it's a stationary plane and everything moves above us, unless we were told this idea that we're spinning, you know, even though we can't feel it. There's curvature, even though we can't see it. We're going around the sun, even though it seems like the sun's going around us. So it's the opposite of what our reality seems to be. And so that's where the belief comes in my opinion. That's the belief, because it's not anything you experience. So when you give up that belief, in my mind, you're automatically a flat earther, because you're left with your default experience, which is a stationary plane. That's all we would ever assume it is. Maybe rightly so.
Yeah. So what I would say to you guys, if you could explain that to everybody the way you just explained it to me, like you'd be able to convert a lot of people. The two of you just explained it like extremely well. Like not even, yeah, I know, not converting, but like, yeah, I think a lot of people would have a much better understanding of it.
Yeah, you said
you guys just did really like a really good job.
Thank you. Well, Gio is awesome. I love to just listen to Gio. But I'll just add real quick that, yeah, as far as convincing or anything, that's like the other misconception about what this is all about, because no one's really about convincing somebody, because that's the opposite of what any flat earther would hope. They're hoping you look into it for yourself and find out or realize it, you know, which is like basically like, you know, a huge thing, even though you don't realize it until you realize it, right? Because it's like, oh, well, everything I'm not is as it seems. No way. I can't believe everything is as it seems. It's like, obviously, why wouldn't it be, right?
I'm not talking about convincing as a forceful thing, you know, more of, you know, it could be convincing, can be passive. It could be, you know, it doesn't have to be forceful.
Well, I would say, Bob, like within these communities, like, so there's some other servers, like one of them is, some of them that have flat earth in the title. And some of those can get pretty intense to where like they're really pushing the idea. And like, if you don't agree with them, you get banned or you get, reprimanded, and it's almost like more of like a cult energy where they're trying to force it in that sense. I'm not saying all of them, but there are some that are a bit like that.
That's what people do to them. That's what people do to people that believe that. That's what people do to people that consider it. That's the problem. It's people doing that.
Question.
Well, it's hypocritical because
I'll also say, I was just gonna say this too. I'll also say that even in this server, because a lot of the people that have come to this server since it's been launched have been from a lot of the sort of like quote unquote flat earth, globe earth community, if just call it that. Like in a sense, it's also like there's a flat earth community, but also there's a lot of globe earthers as well. But anyway, so yeah, there's like that. And in these, like, there are people who, like get, have all kinds of like, sometimes like more fight energy of like trying to convince each other. And in that sense, it is trying to convince each other. I think on this server, we're like trying to aim away from that as much as possible and more like a discussion platform where people can be respected, to have their viewpoints, to ask questions, to answer questions, to get to hear each other's knowledge.
That's what people want. That's what people want.
I want to hear what Ruhif has to say.
In the spirit,
I'll add real quick before you do.
Ruhif, Ruhif, you can speak for sure. I want to just introduce you to Bob. So, Bob, Ruhif he's in Australia. He is a 100% globe earther. So, and he argues and debates for the globe, but he's very intelligent. He has a lot to say, and he's a good friend. What's up, Ruhif?
Hey, Gio. I was going to ask, when he said there's no curvature to be seen, right? In my mind, curvature is when something is obscured from the bottom, right? If that's not curvature to you, then what does curvature look like to you?
Do you think perspective doesn't do that?
I don't think perspective does that, no. Can you make some sort of prediction using perspective on a flat earth that hides things from the bottom up?
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the thing is, in terms of prediction, like the atmosphere is always changing and always in flux, and it's especially today with all just like the chemtrails and God knows what else in the environment. The atmosphere, like that's why like sunsets, like each sunset is like is so unique. But in this day and age, with all just like the pollution and everything, it even changes it more. So in terms of trying to predict that, I don't think that can be done. But the basic principles of how perspective works and how the planar nature of the Earth and all of that functions is connected to the essentially natural way that we observe the Earth.
All right. So you said, first of all, Bob said that perspective can hide things. If Bob can sort of assume some kind of typical atmosphere in whatever he does, I would like to see how perspective hides things, because I don't think it can. Speaking of the atmosphere, which is why I'm super excited today, did I mention that I've downloaded a shitload of weather balloon data? Did I mention that the other day?
GoPro camera?
Say again?
GoPro camera? GoPro camera?
No.
Or
weather balloon data. Like
is there another Bob on here, or is the Bob you're referring to me?
I think he thought I was Bob.
I can't. I'm driving, so I can't see who's talking.
It was probably new perspective. Maybe said that about perspective.
Anyway, I think it was the other day, and I said I'm going to download a shitload of weather balloon data from hundreds of weather balloon data sites that release 2 balloons a day. And demonstrate that once you get a decent height above the surface, that light always bends down and bends down somewhat predictably. So I've downloaded, I don't know, maybe 5% of the data so far, and I've produced my first automatically produced graph, which I'll post in the chat. 1 minute. Livestream 1 text. Boom.
So Bob, like in terms of like these see sometimes we're like in a mode where we're more like in like spirituality mode or like metaphysics or philosophy or like health and nutrition, like other interest, just more like an open discussion vibe. And then other times, like someone like Ruhif, he might want to go more like head to head. Like he wants to like bring data and like, like more like debate style. But Ruhif,
I just don't remember saying what he said. I said, unless it's
no, he was talking about me. He thought you were. I'm sure it was.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. He just heard the name Bob and
cool.
thought that was the person talking. Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. So what I've dropped in the chat there is it's a graph of weather balloon or refractivity gradients in the atmosphere. This is only one location, and this one is actually close to the North Pole. It doesn't really matter, but is it the red or the blue? Hold on. The blue.
Wait, where can I see these?
In Livestream text 1.
Oh, okay.
Or Livestream 1 text over.
Yeah, it should be like right just above this voice channel. Well, there's a stage channel where we have stage shows, but above that it's a text channel. It's called Livestream 1 text. Yeah, that's kind of the main chat for this live stream.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So
sorry, I'm kind of new. So
what it's plotting there is the direction of the density gradient, which determines which way light bends. Okay, so anything on the x-axis to the right is light bending upwards. So you might get inferior mirages, that sort of shit. Anything to the left is light bending downwards. And just give me 1 minute. I'm at the drive-through, so I've got to make an order, and I'll be right back in a minute.
What are you getting?
Macca's. I'll get Happy Meals for the kids.
Oh, nice. Love it.
Ruhif just he loves this topic. Like, yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. He makes videos on it.
I love it.
He's dedicated.
I think he might be one. I think he might be somebody that actually thinks it's a globe. I think there's a lot of ballers that are just arguing that side for some reason, and for whatever reasons you want to. I think that Ruhif might actually believe it.
Well, it seems like it's very debatable.
It is. Well, it's interesting
obviously because you're combining like what actually is versus what we've always been told versus what might actually be or what could be.
Exactly. It's huge. It really is.
What we want it to be, maybe we could even make it into what we want it to be. I don't know.
Well, I don't
want to get too weird, but
don't want to think it's flat. Like the fact that there's millions of flat earthers now is like it speaks a lot of the fact that none of us wanted to think that it was true, like that it was flat. None of us wanted to be called a flat earther.
We just we want more meaning. We want more meaning in our lives,
Well,
back.
I would say as well, like in a summation, Bob, with it all, like there's actually all these different like categories of it. There's like the NASA thing, the outer space part. There's the actual the curvature. Is there curvature? And then there's the movement. Is the Earth moving, or is the sky moving? There's all these there's all these categories and all these subcategories. But what I would say, just to give you like a sense from my viewpoint, if we meet in the woods, like we just out of the blue, we meet and we've never met before, and we're both standing there and we're like, oh my God, we don't know what the Earth is. We're like, what is this thing, And maybe one of us.
That's kind of how we met.
Ruhif, you got a hot mic, Ruhif.
Oh, I'm waiting for you to finish.
Oh, I know. I'm kind of on a long rant at the moment, but
okay. Let me know.
Anyways, I was trying. Okay, to sum it up, Bob. What I was trying to say is that if we were just met in the woods and we're trying to figure out what the Earth is, like, is this thing curving? Is it just flat, like planar, or flat as it's just going out, like extended, sort of like Lord of the Rings, like Middle Earth? Like, is it that, and then the heavens are above? One of the things we would do is, I would say, is we'd both think to look long distances. How long can we look across the Earth? And what I will tell you, hands down, and virtually the globe earthers, virtually all of them admit this, that we simply see too far. Like,
no, we don't.
The amount.
Holy shit, Leo. Come on.
With Ruhif
Before we get
in
into
here,
the particular debate, I want to add something real quick to what Gio
with
was saying.
Ruhif in here, he's going to want to contest everything I say.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Well, I would say add to what you were saying. Like,
it's kind of the example that I was given to him earlier about like if you were just born on this earth and you were never told about the globe, you'd never even consider whether you're on a ball. It's just, it wouldn't be anything that you would think, even from observing the sky. You wouldn't think, oh, there's people walking upside down relative to me. That must be the case, until you were told that and given all the formulas and space pictures to go along with it to make that seem convincing.
Well,
but I would say the question that people like in geo scenario, you would only ask how far does it go? How long? How long do you think this thing goes on? You wouldn't be asking if it's a ball or flat. You'd be like, how long does reality go? Right? You know what I'm saying?
What were you going to say, Bob?
Well, I was going to ask how this all incorporates the fact that we've been taught the Earth just goes in a circle around the sun, whereas we know that it's all. Let's say that we know that it's all like moving through the universe, like it's moving, So the Earth is actually like spiraling, as opposed to going in a circle. Like, does that incorporate any of this? Like what you guys are talking about?
Okay, yeah, I can respond to that. Yeah, so exactly. So in the heliocentric model, the globe Earth model, they have the ball is like a globe and then the sun 93 million miles away. And the whole heliocentric thing, that's how they describe the movement of everything. If you're
we just go around in a circle.
It's in an ellipse, yeah.
Right, that's what they teach.
Elliptical orbit.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post two things in the chat.
Because most people were taught in school that it's just we got all these planets going in a circle around the sun, right?
Yep.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, that's obviously
how fast the sun supposedly moves.
Right, and how fast it moves. Yeah, right. And how fast the Earth moves. Like, so I think like even like modern day science would like, completely, within the system would say that's not the case. Like, we are actually like spiraling around the sun is what they would say if they were honest with you.
Do you know how
I don't know what spiraling means.
Right. Yeah.
They say.
They
say the sun moves.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what they say in the heliocentric model.
Sorry, the sun moves in relation. Breaks. Sorry. Hard braking. Fucking red
I was just going to say that it's interesting with people unfamiliar with the details of all of this. A lot of people that I first talked to were assuming that the sun was stationary and that we just went around the sun.
The sun is a star in the galaxy, and the galaxy is rotating. So there is a nominal speed.
It's moving fastly, right?
Yeah, so that's the heliocentric model. Yeah, and that is the current model that the kind of governmental systems have been pushing. But Bob, I just posted. Can you see the chat right now, or?
Oh, let me check.
Because I just posted.
Oh, that's cool. What is that?
Yeah, so basically, the one at the top is actually just some of the ancient cosmologies, kind of showing what I was saying before, the kind of like a flat kind of planar Earth, and then sort of surrounded by like a dome or surrounded by a sphere. That just shows a couple of them.
Find this? This is cool.
But yeah, and then the second one, that's called the Gleason's map. So it's basically like what a lot of people would think the Earth is, where you've got Polaris in the center, and then the continents, instead of going around a ball, they're actually spreading out, almost like more like a dartboard. All the continents spread out, which does make more distance in the south, of course, compared to a globe. That's one of the main differences. And then all the stars, sun and moon go above. And then the last one I posted, that just shows like a little kind of animation where it shows that that map, that type of a layout with the sun and the moon, just kind of showing how the day and night cycle, just a general sense of how the day and night cycle, so that when the sun is setting, it's actually just moving away from you and fading essentially, rather than going under a curve. So anyway, so I just bring this up because you were talking about, like in, the spiraling and in the heliocentric model, like they say we're on a ball, then the ball is going around the sun and the sun is going around the great attractor. And this, but in this kind of conception, it's more like that we're on just the Earth, like we're on the floor of the universe, like we're on Mother Earth. And then, everything would be moving above in circles, like the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter. All of those things are just luminaries, or they're lights that are actually in a huge time clock or a timepiece above us, which makes astrology even that much more potent, because it's like we literally are underneath this huge time clock that like has direct correlation and meaning to Earth, like right above us. It's like the ceiling and we're on the floor in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Farmer Bob fresh meat?
Well, let Bob respond, because I said a lot there. Because I wanted to just show kind of the solar system on a planar Earth model. It's just everything is moving above us rather than. But what they've done in their models, they've inverted it, put it onto a ball, put the Earth onto a ball, and then they had to reverse engineer all of the orbits of the planets to fit their model.
Which work, right? And the flat stuff doesn't work. That's what.
It works because it's reverse engineered. If we're right.
So again, yeah, who cares if it's reverse?
I think you'd have to agree. If it's flat, then it was reverse engineered, right, to make it seem like a globe. If it is flat,
go and try and
the only way all these predictions would actually be postdictions.
Well, because what they're doing,
reverse engineer reality into a flat Earth. Go.
Well, what I'll say, Ruhif, is that in reality, what they're doing, the sun, the moon, and then Mercury, Venus, Mars, all of those, the wandering stars, as they call them, because planet actually comes from planet, which means to wander. So a planet is actually a wandering star. But what they're making spirals, essentially above us, Fibonacci spirals, and they're all moving at their different frequency. And it's like the flower of life and the golden ratio. All of those components are connected to that. So if we have those making their movements above us in their kind of tracks above us, in the heliocentric globe Earth model, all they had to do is reverse engineer those frequencies, and then they put them as balls, in a vacuum. So it's all just in my viewpoint, it's just a reverse engineered cosmology. That's why it quote unquote works in some ways, but actually there's a bunch of things that indicate that the Earth isn't a globe. So it actually doesn't work in all ways, but it does. It fits in enough ways that they were able to pull this off and get the mainstream believing it.
Okay, if you guys think that the model is purely reverse engineered, all right, I guarantee you cannot reverse engineer it to fit a flat Earth. Go and do it.
I think the idea that it has to be like a defining the whole is how this whole conversation has been steered, because defining the whole is impossible, most likely, and we can't see all of it, right? So they have to make us be cornered into showing what the whole thing is with the exact measurements and all the model of the flat Earth, even though it might be impossible to ever define the whole thing. And that's the whole reason that this conversation could go on forever.
Well, what would be the goal of reverse engineering? Like, I mean, haven't they created like biodomes and stuff that have kind of created like tiny Earth-like atmospheres like in the world? Like, isn't that kind of reverse engineering?
That would be nice.
I've got no issue whatsoever with reverse engineering. All that means is you've taken observations and tried to make a model out of it, and that's what's happening. And those observations don't fit a flat Earth model. Well, go and try and reverse engineer it into flat Earth. Do it. But
what I would say, yeah, Bob, you're.
I think you guys. I think you guys have clearly like discussed this a lot more than I have. So,
watch those links I sent.
I'm like, well, yeah, I would love to listen to hear what you guys have to say about it, because
I just got home.
Half of it I understand, half of it I don't like.
Yeah. Well,
half of it like it makes sense. Half of it like, and that's a lot of halves,
Okay, that's fine. I just got home with Macca's, so I'm going to go. If you want to DM me, ask me shit, that's fine. I'll catch you guys later, next time I'm around. See you.
All right, later, Ruhif. Yeah, Bob, like Ruhif is like, he's interesting. I mean, like some of these guys are like, some of them like they're on an agenda. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple guys who feel like, that the Earth not being a globe is like misinformation and it's going to like destroy science. So they feel like they're like protecting what they think is science to like suppress people thinking the Earth is a stationary, plane rather than a globe. So
what's hilarious about that is that if it was so stupid, like they always claim, why would it be a threat?
Yeah, I mean that's the ultimate question with everything. It's like, what's the matter of what I think about it? Like, why is it so dangerous that I think differently than you?
Oh, exactly, dude. Yeah. And,
right? Gio?
Yeah.
Why is it so different? Why is it so hard for you that I think differently than you?
Well, that's a good point. That's a great point. I don't have that. Like, I actually very much deeply honor and respect everyone's viewpoints. Like, there's in terms of everything, like shape of the earth or just life philosophy. So I don't have any dissonance within myself that other people have different viewpoints. For myself, I just love the truth. I really want to know what the nature of reality is. I want to know what, this creation is. What, I'm always, as you know me, Bob, like I'm very, just wanting, spiritually explorative, and astrology is a deep passion of mine, just in terms of how these, luminaries are actually connected to our lives and the cycles and everything. So I think, to me, like, knowing what the earth is actually like a spirituality for me. And so in that way, like, knowing what the truth is, like, I'm driven to do. I don't really care much for changing anyone else's mind in that sense, but I do love to talk about it and share information and hear other people's perspectives. And ultimately, I also am very interested to get something definitive as well, because I think that will change the world for the better in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the propaganda that's gone into, like, if you think back on it, like, say you realized it's flat, and you would look back and you'd be like, wow, maybe that's the reason that they made me think it was so stupid, right? Or make it seem like it was like the worst thing. And the vitriol that you get from people, like you said, you can't talk to too many people about it, because the reaction is so, like, it's so harsh, because it's like, wait, so the thing that I thought was the stupidest thing is actually the real thing. It's too much of a shock, and it seems to have been created that way and made to, have that reaction as a protective layer, so that people would just be offended by the idea of a flat earth because it's supposed to be primitive. But why would they be here arguing with us if they're so sure it's a ball?
No.
Yeah, I would say, Bob, I'm much less interested in the argument side of it. I think
yeah, I mean, Gio, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we get along so well. It's because we could both discuss whatever,
Yeah.
But it's yeah. I mean, there's some good questions regarding why would somebody who absolutely doesn't believe it would try to convince other people not to believe it. They feel there's some danger in believing it.
There shouldn't be, is the thing. If it's a ball, there'd be, in my opinion, I think there'd be so many ways to know it, and there'd be so many, like, I mean, there's no way that you would even spend your time arguing if it's flat, because it would be like, oh, it's definitely a ball. But there's too many doubts about it now that they're starting to panic, I think.
Yeah. Well, what's the advantage in understanding that it's not? That it's not a ball. What are the advantages?
Go ahead, Gio.
I think that's a really, really deep question, and it because there's so many, like, categories of that. Like, I will say, like, so for a lot of people, there's a spiritual component of there being a creator, like atheism. Having, like, belief that there's no God, no creator, in a way, like, stems from the Big Bang idea. And it also stems from the heliocentric, like the globe Earth idea, and evolution. Like, those are all connected, and that creates atheists. And then atheism has its own, like, components to it as to, how people, in that sense. Whereas for a lot of people, by just measuring the Earth themselves, doing long distance observations, there's also many, many laser tests that have been done, like shooting lasers over long distances and them hitting the targets. That's a whole nother topic. So there really is no observable or measurable curvature anywhere. Everything we observe, the actual results, is an extended plane in terms of long distance observations with the naked eye, with binoculars, telescopes, all those things. And then also with measurements, things like lasers. And like I said, we've been discussing doing even more advanced ones to do more physical measurements as well. But anyways, so like the fact that that's the case, people who look into that and come to that conclusion, they're like, okay, there is no curvature, the Earth isn't moving, et cetera. Even if they were atheists before, it seems like universally they instantly have a connection to a creator. It might not be a religious one, like it might not be necessarily Christian or Hindu or something like that, but they just have a sense of a creator. and they're on like their own spirituality from there forward. And also like astrology seems to, make more sense as well. Like, even though they might not be super into it, but it sort of seems inherent because it's like, the sky above. And then I think there's also a lot of other components too, energy wise, and like, thinking independently, and like not just bowing down to authority, like things like that. So there's all kinds of levels, but yeah, those are a couple of them, like the creator component of it, like atheists who are no longer atheists. And then also like, just like the outlook on the world, like instead of evolving from some random big bang in a random materialistic universe, if we're actually in some kind of like realm that was created, then there's infinite potentials of what that could even mean and represent. And that we actually are all, sort of connected, and also the earth could like be a free energy machine. Like resources might not be limited, but might be infinite. That's a whole nother thing. There might be more land. There could be more technologies. Anyways, yeah, there's like so many things that it opens up.
Plus, you realize that if it is the truth that it's a stationary plane, then you have to realize that scientism is. I mean, this is an example of scientism to the max. That they've created a religion out of science, and that the whole world believes in the spinning ball, and it's a religion of its own, because you can't doubt it. And it's a religion that people think is based on facts, which is the ultimate crime when you think about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I mean, I think that's one of the problems with everything right now, is that people think science. I mean, people treat science as a religion. They don't.
They say I believe in science. You should never have to say I believe in science.
Or science says, or this authority figure says. So yeah, no, I mean, I already have that kind of view of all that, where it's like, whatever. Just because they say it doesn't make it so, because they've said a lot of things and they weren't so. So how can you trust them when it comes to a lot of these different things? But that's kind of one of the things I'm trying to understand. Like, okay, I already like don't like have that trust and faith in them. Like, I try to take everything as it is, but when it comes to why they want to convince everybody that the world is a globe as opposed to something else, like, why are they doing that? What is the benefit of it other than just
about it
forcing people to? And what is the benefit of like not agreeing with that?
Well, because think about it, when you if you're depending on them to tell you if you're spinning or not, when you're not spinning, right? Or it doesn't seem like you are in any way. Like if you went to a doctor and he told you were dizzy, right? Take these pills, you're dizzy. But you're not dizzy, right? Would you take the pills just because he's an authority figure, right? It's as simple as that. Or, the reason that you don't feel dizzy is because you've been dizzy your whole life and you've just gotten used to it. Think of how ridiculous that sounds, right? But that's kind of what they're saying. You don't feel the spin, but you're spinning. You have to rely on somebody to tell you your basic nature of reality is the opposite of what it seems. Then you're dependent upon them for everything after that. If you don't even know what your reality is, just what it seems to be is completely wrong, well, then I must be wrong about a lot of things. I'll ask an authority for everything else from here on out.
I do, on a very deep level, I hear what you're saying. It is like a trauma. Well, what I think, Bob, like, I mean, it's really kind of it's deep, like even going like dark in a way, like that they're like, okay, I think there's more land. I think there's more continents out there that have more resources, and God knows what else. Who knows how much oil, gold, etc. So the globe Earth model, what they've done is they've hidden land from us. And I think they used that other land to take over the gold standard and take over the Federal Reserve and essentially take over the whole world, which now after World War II is through the United Nations and all the governments and the space agencies. So it's so expanded at this point, what they've done. But the globe Earth hides the other land. And by selling us, like, because the ball, like, there it is, it's just a ball. So you just got those couple continents, a little bit of ice on the top, a little bit of ice on the bottom. There it is, spinning in space. And of course, the government, they control outer space, so like we're not able to really go up there. They do. although I know now they're trying to push the civilian space travel thing, which is a whole nother kind of topic of it all, which is what they're trying to push now. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, they control that whole, the heavens, basically. They control, what's up there with the story they've given. And then, yeah, like, I think it fundamentally weakens us because now, like, we have a limited view on what the world is. And then kind of like New Perspective was saying, like, every lie later, like ways to manipulate our minds or like brainwash us or whatever, was easier for them because they like disjointed us, like they like disassociated us from Earth and from reality. And that's even connected to just all of the, like the attack that's been done on Earth as well, like just with the toxins and stuff.
Yeah, like if you're asking about the benefit of realizing that it's not a ball.
Could Bob respond? Because I think we've been saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stuff. I just wanted to hear what Bob was going to say.
Oh no! I love what you guys are saying. It's great. Like, I enjoy listening to you guys. I think, Patrick, you will enjoy these books I'm writing right now for my nephews.
That's interesting. You know what? My phone's about to die, but I'm gonna come back. But I'm gonna put a thing about the speeds that they say we're going. A little GIF I made, or no, a little screen thing I made, or a little what do you call it? Meme. These are the actual speeds that they say we're going. And I was just gonna add also before when you're talking about the deception and what you gain by realizing it's not a ball. I'll put it this way: I don't know too many flat earthers that have submitted to the Fauci ouchie or the minestrone or whatever we're calling it, So the discernment that you might gain from it to see through the bigger lies is what I was trying to add.
Yeah, that is a good point, because Bob was asking about like the benefits of like, because there's so many components as to how they pulled off this lie, if they are, what it's all about. But then there's like, the possible benefits. So I think, it seems like people who come to this are like very open-minded and very aware of a lot of truth. And also, like, it seems fundamentally not willing to just bow down to authority. Like, that seems pretty universal, wouldn't you say? Like, New Perspective, or I would say that like virtually everyone who comes to everybody who realizes, everyone I've ever met who realizes the globe is a lie and is not the true cosmology, I would say is like fundamentally
open-minded.
Well, not just like, don't just bow to authority and think for themselves. Yeah, like it's in a general, and just saying that generally.
For sure. What are the books?
Yeah, so I'm writing a couple books. So my nephews are between the ages of 5 and 9 right now. There's 4 of them. So I already wrote one book for them. I'm writing another book, and I plan on it being like a series, but it's basically it's their uncle goes missing, and they've got to like kind of find him and discover, and there's all these different kind of like adventures they have to go through. But it basically teaches them that there's other worlds, other continents, other other things like that. So, when you guys were talking about like the other worlds, I was kind of like, in this book, one of the things I teach them is there's these portals to these other dimensions and worlds and continents that they can like kind of go to in the search for their uncle,
That's something that Gio would probably say is true, which is interesting.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm so glad to hear you say that. That's fucking amazing. Wait, you're writing these books?
Yeah, I'm midway into the second one. They've already read 32 chapters of them, right? Yeah. They love it. They love it. There's like,
is there a version we can
different
read?
Creatures? Like, I'm kind of like one of the things I'm kind of doing is I'm kind of taking I don't know if you guys like know about like Bigfoot, Sasquatch, like all those kind of things like that. So I'm kind of like, this other world is a world of that, but like Bigfoot, Sasquatch, but in like all these different kind of like sizes and shapes, and some of them are like waterborne, some are in the trees, so it's, and so I'm trying to kind of incorporate all those different things into it.
Awesome. Dude, Bob, that is awesome, bro. I'm so like excited to hear you say that, because like, a lot of like some of these, when we get deep into discussions, some of my favorite discussions in like these communities, like it just in terms of like, yeah, the deeper potentials, like, and like metaphysically, but basically,
does that all fit in with like the flat Earth stuff or no?
For me, absolutely. Like, yeah, like a planar stationary Earth, like surrounded by a celestial field of some sort. And then we would have like at the North Pole. See, I think there are portals on the Earth. See, I think that's another thing they're hiding with the globe, because basically they don't let us go north and they don't let us go south. So there's the whole Antarctic Treaty for the south, Antarctica. There's so much mystery around Antarctica. So that's a whole
Those are going to be the major battle points, like in the 12th to 15th book for the boys.
Really, dude? You are tapped in.
Did you say 12 to 15 books?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I just want to keep writing as they get older, So when they're 30, I want to be writing books for
amazing.
them, But
how many have you written already?
I'm midway through my second, but I have 3 or 4 other ones started like throughout their ages. So one when the youngest, who is now 6, he's 18. So I started writing like part of that one and part of another one when my oldest, who is 9, is like 34.
Do you have kids of your own?
No.
Yeah, I kind of live through my niece and nephew as my own kids, since I don't have any of my own kids too.
Yeah.
Dude, Bob, that is fucking amazing, man, that you're doing that, because like, I mean, I even think like J.R. Tolkien, like Lord of the Rings, like he actually got that from some ancient legends as well, I think. But like the idea that Middle Earth is real, like, okay, so if we're on a plane of existence, like if the whole globe thing's not the case and we're on a plane, I would say that it just opens up a whole bunch of new possibilities. And, and that could be different things. But there are actually a lot of ancient legends and in the ancient cosmologies about going to the North Pole. And, okay, so often what they would do in these spiritual practices is they would do a lot of like meditation and, probably DMT, who knows what else. And they would like work through all their own like spiritual process.
Where would they get the DMT from?
Plants and nature. Yeah. And then essentially they would take these voyages to the North Pole. And if they like harmonize their spiritual energy effectively, once they got to these certain regions in the North Pole, you would be able to go through a portal. And then there's these lands like Shambhala, Hyperborea. There's all these different like mystical lands that are, even Atlantis and Lemuria.
Yeah.
And so like that almost sounds like, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, like going through the wardrobe to Narnia. But what if that is actually based on something real? Like the whole idea of black holes, even like, what if there's like vortexes that you could like literally walk into? And so, yeah, like it's just the idea of portals. I don't know if that's how you're seeing it, but like, and I think at the north and in the south is where the portals are, because that's the center of the magnetic field of the Earth and the outer rim of the magnetic field. So the center and the rim are like the most potent, and that's where the portals are.
Yeah. So yeah, in the books I'm writing, there's portals throughout the world. There's smaller portals, there's medium portals, there's large portals. Like, they're not all the same, and they don't always appear like at the same time. They're not always there. Like some of them only appear like certain times of the year because of the gravitational, where the moon is, where the Earth is in position to the sun, the gravitational pull, the energy.
Why does the size of the portal make a difference in your concept of portals, like the medium, large, and small? Like, do they go through the portals in your book?
Yeah. I mean, I think like the smaller ones, it's like, okay, one person is going to go through at a time. It's more about physical size,
Gotcha.
And in the larger ones, it's like, okay, it's a huge thing. You could 10 people could walk through at once, kind of deal,
That's awesome.
So it's like that kind of, it's more, it's more kind of along those lines, which has different meanings
like
for what happens on the other side of the portal, Like if you have a portal that 1,000 people can go through at once versus, the enemies you're fighting have a portal that only one person can go through at once. Well, there's an obvious, advantage to that if you're going to, and so that's kind of like ultimately what they have to battle is that the battle of that.
Do you see them looking like stargates in yours? Is that how you describe them? Kind of like the ring, like a man-made thing, or just like a natural thing?
No, it could be both, but it's a natural thing initially. But yeah, I mean it could be both.
Because I would say if you watch those links I sent you, or get into this topic and realize what we think we've realized about it, it would open up a whole new chapter to your books, as far as like them learning about the truth of the nature of our reality. Your nephews. That's huge. I mean, like it's a true paradigm shift, and Gio and I are pretty convinced that paradigm shift has already happened. It's just that most people haven't realized it yet.
Well, kids are open to it from the start. Kids are always like, well, why this, why that? Like, I can't see it, and so they're like much more open to it. And it's just, I mean, it's really just, it's not even a matter of convincing them of this or that. It's convincing them to be curious. That's all. Just stay curious, because if they're curious, you don't need to like tell them these things. They'll ask them on their own.
For sure.
That's the hugest thing about scientism. It got rid of our curiosity. It told us everything's already been discovered. There's nothing to be curious about. Go ahead, Gio.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. You're right. That is what it did.
There is, there's kind of an authority that was pushed. I would, like in our generation, it seems like, oh, we have it all, science and cutting edge. The whole like Copernican revolution, like that whole kind of story. But what was I going to say?
That's the advantage. That's another huge advantage of realizing it's not what they told us, because then it's like this whole world opens up to you, literally, of like, what are the possibilities? Why are they lying about it? What is the truth? And like everything has to be questioned once you realize it's not what they were telling us, right?
Yeah.
Re-examine.
I just posted in the chat, Bob, if you have a chance to take a glance at it. That's just kind of like like what like a toroid is, like toroidal fields.
Yeah, yep, yeah. Sometimes when I meditate, I try to imagine one.
Nice. I actually have.
Which I meditate once. I meditate once, like every 100 days. So.
Kind of like this.
Go ahead.
Kind of like that one I just posted.
I don't know. Oh, it's like I gotta like get that. Discord can be complicated. I will tell you that.
Yeah, it takes a little time to get used to how to kind of pop around it. But once you do, everyone seems to totally get the hang of it once you do. But yeah, at the beginning, it's a little overwhelming. I think it could be more user-friendly, but it's actually like it has.
Wait, is it in the text?
Yeah, Livestream one text. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'll try to imagine that next time I'm meditating.
But what I was gonna say, like the one above it shows the idea of just kind of like a planar Earth type system, and then you would have one of those fields around it, sort of the donut toroidal field. So I think that that's what's going on, and I think that thing is what the magnetic field is. This huge toroid that surrounds the plane of existence that we're on, and then that thing is like vortexing. It's spinning. So the sun, moon, and stars. But my point about it as well, though, is that the portals, I think they're at the middle and then at the outer rim of that kind of structure. So that's why I think so I'm curious, like what your thoughts are on the portals. Like, is it connected to the magnetic field or are they random? Because anyway, I think the ones that I'm just sharing that because I think the ones that actually do exist on Earth are at the north and in the south predominantly. There might even be others that are even in our lands as well, but.
Well, the theory I'm promoting in the books, and I guess maybe that means that's what I kind of think, is that it's a mixture of a lot of different things. So it's a mixture of, the magnetic field at a particular location, but it's also affected by the composition of that location. So the mineralization, like, is it in a mountain? Is it in a desert? Because that magnetic field is going to have a different effect on different materials.
Crazy. It's like your imagination about all this is like pretty much flat Earth, but you're not using flat Earth to tell it. It's interesting.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So
extra continents, magnetic fields.
Yep. Yeah, but I think it's going to affect like different. So like you could have like certain, let's say magnetic rocks or a magnetic area that, you know, they carry a much higher magnetism to them. So the field in that area doesn't have to be as strong because those rocks like amplify it. And it's equal to an area where there are no rocks, but the field is very strong. You know,
Yeah,
and then depending on how the Earth is positioned towards the sun, with the moon, with the other planets, and all that kind of stuff, it all affects the strength of these different portals in different ways. So, you know, there could be an alignment, for instance, that this portal like is extra strong and extra powerful and extra whatever. I don't know. It has unique properties or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It makes me think of Machu Picchu, sites like that. Like, because Machu Picchu, you're talking about the minerals, and all of Machu Picchu is built on quartz. Like, it's all deep quartz within those mountains, and it's also positioned. Yeah. It's positioned in a particular situation, a particular position amongst the other sort of mountains as well. And then all that quartz is like channeling energy, I think, from the ether, like from the whole system. So what do you think of the idea of some of those sites like the pyramids or Machu Picchu, places like that, actually being like spiritual places where they were creating portals? What do you think of that idea?
What do I think about it? Well,
yeah.
I mean, I think we can create a spiritual portal no matter where we are. I think we have that ability within our own bodies. So when it comes to these different areas, I think that it's always possible. Sure. Like there may be certain areas in the world where it's easier to do that for somebody versus harder. But I think we have that ability within our bodies. And so these particular areas like Machu Picchu, they just make it like a lot easier for us to do it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I think, because we go to this magical area and all of a sudden we're able to, you know, do these things. Like, no, we've always had that ability. We have it. This area just makes it easier, you know?
You're such a flat earther. You don't even know it yet. I'm just saying that your ideas are, it goes like, you may think it's imagination, but you actually might just be gleaming the truth. And that's where it came from, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, I know it's imagination.
I think
it's definitely closer to the truth than what they told us. Seems like.
I think there's a lot of truth in imagination. Yeah.
Yep. I wrote a children's story. Go ahead. Please, Gio.
Well, no, you started saying something, so yeah, go ahead.
No. You first. I insist. Did you lose it?
No, I think it might have been a topic change, and I think you were going to, but.
Well, I was going to say something about a children's story that I wrote, which is way too long to try to just, you know, say go and then you go. So whatever you're going to say. I was just going to tell the story real quick that I think you'd appreciate, actually.
Well, how about you tell the children's story then?
Maybe real quick, just that it's similar to what it reminded me of something I wrote that was going to be a children's book. Well, it still could be. I was going to have my cousin actually illustrate it, and that hasn't happened yet. But anyway,
that is crazy because I've been trying to have my wife's cousin illustrate my children's books. And yeah. he's gotten like 4 or 5 drawings for it. So
awesome. Is there a version of yours we could read?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Knowing you, Bob, like you have so much knowledge, such a wealth of knowledge in so many areas as well. Like, is it going to be all fiction, or are you going to work in like some, you know, like information about like herbs or foods or like different like knowledge along the way? Is it based on that, or would that come in the future, or like is there like philosophy involved, or is it more like just fiction storylines?
Yeah, no, I mean it's going to be all that. I mean it's in the way they have the way they're supposed. So like the first book is basically their uncle goes missing, and the oldest has these like visions of like water rushing over him every time he closes his eyes, and all of a sudden like this weird creature, you know, appears, and they start to kind of remember like the last get together party they had with their uncle, and they remember these things because they're playing hide and go seek, and they like listen to it, and then basically their uncle goes missing, and then they end up coming back to their uncle's house because their uncle's been missing for a couple of years, and they find these letters on their uncle's table addressed to them. And I made there was a letter for each one of them, and I made them one of them was like a code, like this is how to decipher the letter. The other was like the letter, but it was all mixed up. So they had to use the one had to use the code that was given to the other to decipher the letter,
Ooh, I like that. A cipher.
Yep.
Nice.
And then the other one was like an image. And what was the fourth one?
Was it giving them directions to do something, like a quest?
Oh, a map. That was the fourth one. Yep. The last one was a map.
Nice.
So yeah. So they had to basically go follow this map with these different pieces of information, And so the first book ends with them following the map on a get together they had on Halloween to this to find these special kits that were hidden on their uncle's property. Okay. And so that's how the first one ends, with them finding it and then realizing, oh, there's things out there looking at us.
Aliens kind of things?
Creatures. Who knows?
Okay.
But there was something out there. That's how the first book ends.
Uh-huh.
And the second book, then the second book starts with a battle between them and what's out there.
Yeah,
and then very shortly after that, they realize they're all on the same side. But they're all mixed together, and they each have their own issues with it. But then they have to get to this portal somehow by this particular time in the next week.
Wow, dude, that is amazing, Bob. That's beautiful. Wow. That sounds like the future right there. It's going down. I mean, wow.
I would say one of the biggest advantages to realizing that we're not on a spinning ball for you is that what you're going to write, it totally lends itself to it being what I've heard Gio describe. He thinks that is going on with the portals, and some of the ideas even that I've talked about was as far as them melding the UFO conspiracy with the flat Earth conspiracy and telling us it's flat, and then using that truth to sell us more lies in the form of, okay, well, aliens aren't coming from outer space; they're coming from outer lands, outer ponds, right? And that's where the aliens have been this whole time, and it's actually just us. It's ancient people, just like us, that were highly advanced, and they were living in ponds outside of ours. And maybe there could be portals, or maybe you have to take a submarine to get under the ice wall to get to their pond or whatever. I mean, the sci-fi is incredible when you think about it with the flat Earth, because if you have outer ponds and these characters from different ponds could just be human or different types of humans or more advanced humans, and there's so much.
That's what Lord of the Rings.
Threat.
That's what Lord of the Rings, in Lord of the Rings, basically, they're on an extended planar surface, and there's the elves, and there's the dwarves, and there's the different peoples across the lands, and then there's obviously they have all those battles and stuff, but also they have that the Sauron, the eye in the sky thing. So that's kind of the idea of the North Pole, where there's this sort of portal basically that's there, and they're questing to go north and so on. So yeah, there's a way in which Lord of the Rings kind of has some of that.
Well, Game of Thrones is like that too. That was a huge thing.
Yeah, and it has
that was all this one flat map area,
Yeah, the 7 realms.
No talk about anything else, It was once you go past this spot, you're going into nothing.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I think is this is I think that ultimately, from my perspective, we're on a stationary plane surrounded by essentially a sphere of like plasma. It's like a liquid that surrounds the Earth, like the magnetic field. And like it's like a container of sorts, and we're in like the womb of the mother, and we're here. But like in the globe Earth model, they say that there's like outer space, like, and there's like that whole thing going on. I don't think that's a thing at all. Like, I don't think outer space exists. There is no vacuum. There are no balls floating around out there. But what I do think is that there's like a membrane that surrounds the Earth. And if somehow we could traverse through that membrane, perhaps, or maybe we do when we die, I would say we certainly do when we die, unless you're like still on the Earth or whatever. But if you like, and then like, I think that there's infinite dimensions beyond this one. So I think like this is just one like physical dimension in which our souls are like interfacing with, but this is just one of infinite other dimensions that could be like this. They could be slightly different. There could be billions of them, like infinite. So yeah.
But then that doesn't like discount for the view from Earth. It's like whatever you look up and see in the sky, or whatever you believe is out in the sky. It's like if there's infinite dimensions, and it's there.
It's there.
Yeah,
it's all
the
there.
dimensions. The
all
dimensions,
there,
even on a ball Earth, the dimensions allow you to have all those other areas. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, if they're infinite,
Right. It's interesting.
Like everything can be possible. Like so,
what they've
makes
done with the infinite space, like they've surrounded us by endarkenment. When you think about it, like we're surrounded and we're stranded, and we're like, this little ball surrounded by a vacuum. So it gives us that like we're literally surrounded.
We don't
by
have to be, right?
Well, I'm saying their idea kind of gives you that sense that you're surrounded by endarkenment, yet it's infinite. But if it's a plane, right? If it's a stationary plane, I would almost argue that it's infinite by default until proven otherwise, because, how could it end, right? Even if there was a wall, what's on the other side of that wall? A non-reality? I mean, how could reality even have an end when you think about it? Because where would it end?
We all saw the Truman Show. We know what's on the other side.
Yeah,
real world.
Did you guys see the Truman Show? That kind of like,
of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, for sure. And I don't know. I mean, that is like one of the deepest mysteries of life. I mean, one of the things that's possible with the whole idea of an edge is it's just an idea. I'm not saying it is the case, but if it just gets colder going south, colder and colder. Now there's ideas that there might be like another sun circling around another North Star, and you could go. There's more land. There's the idea of more land. But for the moment, let's just say that it does, like that it's not necessarily more land. If it just gets colder and colder to where you're just limited by cold and unlivable conditions, to where you may never even be able to get to an edge at all to ever even verify, meaning that we're just in like a natural realm or an ecosystem, and we're here. And yeah.
Well, do you guys know who Wim Hof is?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wim Hof method. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about like the cold temperatures that like he's able to tolerate in these different meditative states he gets into,
Yeah.
So when you're talking about things getting colder and colder and colder, well, he's kind of shown that like we can adapt to those colder and colder and colder temperatures. So if they get colder and colder and colder, can't we just keep going?
Maybe he's preparing to step into the freezer. He's preparing to step into the Antarctica, and maybe the portal's there. Like maybe that would make sense, that like being able to withstand cold like that, because usually the thing that's uncomfortable with cold, it's usually people's psychological reaction to it. Like, but there's the idea of just like surrendering to it in the deepest way possible, to where there's no aversion to it. And if that would allow you to last in very frigid conditions to where you could reach those portals, like that would be epic.
Yeah. No, I take a nice cold shower every day.
I would say we should take an airship if we're ever going to go out there. Just take one of those Zeppelins that they used to use all the time and go that way with it. You wouldn't have to worry about, definitely make sure you can get back, but those things go forever.
That would be cool. Dude. I'd love to do that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, those big airships. Yeah, you could pack so much just like food and stuff, and yeah, that'd be amazing. Just to cruise.
Look at the picture I'm about to put in a live stream voice text.
Well, that's how they get the map of the Earth. Really, is doing that. But
yeah,
you looked into Tartaria or any of that kind of stuff yet?
That doesn't sound familiar to me. No.
Well, that'd be something you'd love because it probably give you some ideas. Well, it's not necessarily Tartaria only that I'm talking about, but there's the whole concept that there was like advanced civilizations, even like not that long ago, and they've wrecked these free energy devices and buildings and things that were like beyond our capabilities now to cover up the fact that we were once more advanced. And the pictures that people are bringing up and showing is pretty proof positive that that was the case.
Oh no, I believe we were much more. Yeah, we've been much more advanced through our history and multiple occasions, probably. I mean,
one of the coolest parts is the
maybe more than multiple.
Like the steeples.
I don't know.
You know, like all the steeples and cathedrals and stuff.
Yeah, and
collecting part of etheric energy. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, the ancient architecture. Yeah, and some of that stuff is still left, and that's what's interesting about it. Yeah, but you were saying, the cathedrals were. Well, I'll just say this. So I'll just kind of throw this idea out there, Bob. Like, so there's an idea, like, so some people who come to, the Earth being, stationary plane or flat Earth and all of that. Like when they come to that thought, some people feel like that was like just the 1.0. And then the like 2.0, almost like flat Earth 2.0 for them was actually getting into like the origins of like who we are and our potentials, like what are our real potentials, and our origins and like technology, even like advanced technologies. And there's an idea that like that there was actually some kind of a huge reset that happened even as recent as the 1800s. And actually in the late 1800s and early 1900s, there actually were fires and earthquakes like in all the major cities across the world, like Paris, San Francisco, literally taken down to rubble, Chicago, St. Louis, all of these, New York City, like all these cities were literally like massive fires and earthquakes, like just destroyed them. And so there is some very weird stuff around that. And then, so there's some people that think that like even there was like some kind of a reset as early as the 1800s. And a lot of like the architecture that's left over is the stuff that we have, like the Taj Mahal. And some people are seeing that like a lot of these ancient churches, like architecture that we can't even build today. And it's like left over from perhaps an old world.
Sorry. Just kidding.
It's too bad you didn't hear what he just said because it was really cool.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, she just woke up and was asking what I was doing. Sorry. I heard most of it.
Well, basically, like that we just had we had a reset recently. Most likely,
right,
it seems,
in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and
it's possible. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of information that people are looking into, like. Also, the idea of mud floods, where people are finding these like structures that are like underground and seem to be built to handle like times when the level of the land changes. So there's like huge amounts of mud that comes in and it like changes the entire level of the land. So that's kind of interesting as well, like that could play a role in that.
Yeah, then you go to melted buildings, the idea that a lot of these mountain ranges that we're looking at or in the middle of nowhere, were actually mansions, like basically like huge castles that some kind of plasma event or directed energy weapon completely melted them. And if you look close enough,
or just time, like you wait long enough and like.
Well, some of the little mountain like it just be that, right? Some of it seems like it has some kind of melted effect. Something melted a lot of these buildings.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Well, that is very interesting. Yeah, because, like, I guess, like, to me, in terms of, like, the shape of the Earth, like, the Earth not being a globe, in my viewpoint, like, I guess it has opened me to question a lot of things. And, like, the history we're told, like, how much of that is actually true? And then what's our real history? That just fascinates me. And what's left of the old world that we can still uncover? It's kind of like a mystery that can still be uncovered.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Like, check out what I just put in the live stream.
I actually think it's connected to why they're lying about the globe.
That's a lot of pictures.
Oh, yeah, completely. You know, like just that not that long ago, we had these Zeppelins, you know, and these airships, and they would port at the top of these buildings that had the like little, like whatever charging station for them, it looks like, and then they gave us that whole Hindenburg thing, obvious psyop to get us like to think that this is dangerous with hydrogen balloons.
Yeah, because it exploded.
That's what they told. Well, at least it did explode, but whether it was intentional or not is the question. And there's a lot of good reason to think that they did it on purpose.
Well, in some of this architecture, like it's just unbelievably exquisite. And
yeah,
how did they have the ability? Like, I mean, the stories were told in the 1800s where they were, you know, they just didn't, in terms of building tools and stuff, like they did not have very much. And there just seems to be a way in which like all those fires like burned up all of these buildings, and then now what's left of them is just, you know, like the town center, like, you know, certain places that still have that architecture. It just seems like our whole world used to be something like, from what I can tell, just even looking at the architecture today that's still left, like there's a clear difference between what we can do today and what seems to be left over from this old world.
Yeah, the cathedrals. I mean, that it's amazing when you really look at some of the stuff people are doing videos on. I mean, it's like, oh my God, like there's no way it wouldn't even be cross our mind to build something like that these days. You know, I'll put some of the screenshots.
I mean, if this is the case, like that it's even this recent, see, I would think that these people were probably very spiritually advanced, probably did not have to work at all for any dollar, because I think they had technologies, like different free energy technologies that they could, like, I think this architecture is like 3D printed. So they had some ability to like 3D print stone, you know, masonry, and just create like just amusement parks basically, and just enjoyment of life. And I think they were like very, very spiritual. I don't think there was all this toxicity like today. I think, like you were saying, like the airships, like I think they were just cruising around on airships, going to like amusement areas, like living in nature, having like just like healthy just food, and then I think they would do these like spiritual portal kind of like experiences, basically. Like the churches of today that people say are some of these that are the old architectures, and all like the glass work and everything, like, and the light and the colored glass. I don't think that was necessarily meant just as a place to go like read a book. I think it was a place that people went to have spiritual experiences, and like like through like crystals and through sound frequencies, they would have like spiritual, you know, mystical experiences, and perhaps open portals. But yeah, that's just like the visions I have of it.
Yeah, they were healing chambers.
That sounds pretty cool.
Makes sense with the organs and the structures and the way that everything would resonate in there. Healing frequencies, like real healing, not like please God heal me type stuff. So it seems like they usurped all of that and made everyone believe that there was this, you know, one God that we're, you know, whatever.
And it's really not difficult to build that, to do that. Like, you know, like we could easily do that nowadays, like all over the place.
Do what?
Create these kind of like healing centers with sound and light and vibration and all that kind of stuff. You know, like these different pictures that are being sent. Looks like these areas were specifically designed for a specific experience of sound and light and vibration. You know.
Yeah. Those two at the bottom were like a city that would light up. Like they didn't even need like the city was like electric. They would light up through like just the etheric, like somehow they had this tech that was, they didn't even need cords. There's like a whole video you could watch on that. They had moving sidewalks and all kinds of stuff that we don't have now. I mean, like literally a moving sidewalk, like, right. You know, I mean, stuff that you would never, they totally covered it up. And it wasn't that long ago, it seems. That's the most interesting part.
Yeah, this one I just posted. This is where I want to be hanging out. The Palace of Electricity and the Luminous Fountains. Right. Oh, that looks beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like there was a whole different level of like elegance and just enjoyment of life, that because there's just a lot of strange things that occur. Like that one I just posted, it says World Exposition, Paris 1900. So there's all these like world fairs and world expeditions that are claimed to be these like events where they claim the mainstream story is that back then in this time, they erected entire cities just as like an amusement park thing, sort of just as like a, just for like a couple months, they would set it up and it would be like a world fair. And so that's their story. But looking at a lot of the photography from it and the actual, photos that still exist, like there's no way that was just artificially built up just for a couple months, display. I mean, these things, a lot of these things are, just the art, the craftsmanship, the depths of what it actually is. But right after like these fairs, that's when all the fires hit and all the earthquakes. So it seems like, there was actually all of this old world architecture and they tore down most of the world and rebuilt it, but only left certain parts of it. That's what it seems to me. That's what I've put together from my exploration of this. So yeah, it's interesting. And these world fairs are kind of like this thing that still exists that we have photos of and stuff.
Yeah, when you add up, like the thing that convinces most people is when you look at like where people are on horse and buggy and they're like very primitive in the way they're living, but then you see the building that they're going by, and it would have taken like elaborate tools and elaborate detail work that they just weren't up to at the time. But they're claiming that those buildings were built in a time that just doesn't add up. It doesn't match for the abilities of the people at the time. They would be building it, or what reason they would have to build these intricate details to the top of these buildings and stuff. I guess maybe that's why they call them Freemasons, because they took the masonry for free.
I just posted 2 pictures too, showing the Great Fire of Chicago of 1871. The other one is let me see, which is the other one?
Oh, look at the UFO.
Those are both Chicago, actually. Yeah, I know they put a UFO in there, but
he saved them from the fire. Probably he's like, "Whoa, dude, get up in the UFO, dude."
What's
up? Is that an airship or a UFO?
Well, to me, it
looks like a UFO.
Well, I think
I'm not looking at it right now. So I'm looking for another picture.
The ship. It's an airship. I mean, I don't know. With the beam, I think.
So here's like an entire.
There's definitely a beam. Definitely a beam.
Well, so there's an idea as well that they actually have these like directed energy weapons, the things that they're using now, like on the World Trade Center attacks, and also like to create the fires in like California and other places. That they've actually had that for a very long time. That it's not even recent. And perhaps the way that they lit all these cities on fire, if they did a huge reset back in the 1800s, perhaps they used that. And they used it as a weapon, but I think the way it was actually designed, because it's like a technology that can basically just clear out land. I think originally it was used as like terraforming so that they could build, beautiful architecture or spiritual healing centers or whatever, that they used it for that. But now whoever took over, like I think we've been usurped by some, entities, essentially, like the whole human race has. And so ever since then, they've stolen that technology basically. And then now they're using it to our detriment, unfortunately.
Have you heard? As like Nietzsche? It's like he talks about like the shadow of like Christianity, like or something like that. It's like I think that was the force. Like mostly was like the shadow that was ignored, and then it naturally really just tore everything, or like everything fell apart because of that or something.
Yeah, like a transgression of sorts.
Yeah, a deep one.
Yeah. Well, and also even just World War I and World War II were so just intensely transforming of the whole earth as well.
And you get some mala beads.
What's that?
Some olive beads. What'd you say?
Mala beads.
What are those?
They're usually like wooden, necklace, and then you can put whatever number of them you want or get any number. But 108 beads is like really good. And then what you do is like you're like holding on to like each one independently while you're in like meditation, and then you're chanting and like while holding one of them, and then like it's putting that energy into like one of the beads, and then you do that 108 times, and then you probably have like I was thinking you probably have a mala set for like each like probably for different things for sure or something.
Why are there 108?
It's like a really sacred sequence of numbers or something like that. I'm not sure. I probably have to do. I mean, I don't know. I could look it up.
Yeah, that seems like a specific number. I wonder why they would have 108. Gio, do you know anything about that?
Oh, it's interesting. That just numerology in general and just numbers and frequencies. In terms of that particular one he was mentioning, I don't know if I know the full context of that one, but yeah, numbers do hold certain frequencies.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll post this up.
Like the oscillations.
The numbers?
Yeah. Like encircling. I don't know. Like something like that, yeah. Like inner revelation. Yeah, the oscillation.
I think New Perspective has posted a bunch of pictures, but yeah, because it scrolled up real quick. But yeah, I saw you just posted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's right above what I posted. Gio mentioned earlier.
I'll definitely have to like look into that 108 more. It looks interesting.
I just reposted the Ptolemy model of the orbits above us and their retrogrades and everything, and how that fits sacred geometry, since that was just brought up in the sacred numbers. Just check that out.
So 1 stands for God or higher truth, 0 stands for emptiness or completeness in spiritual practice, and 8 stands for infinity or eternity. Is 1.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It's good stuff.
Everybody. Yeah, because like the Fibonacci sequence, which is like that spiral, which ultimately it's like a function that is expanding, and in the same way, what was I going to say? I was going to say how like dividing the circle by different numbers gives you the different frequencies. So if you take like a circle and you divide it by 1, it's a 1 frequency, and it's like, in its own kind of singularity of harmony. 2 is like can create a duality, creates an oppositional, and it has the othering kind of quality to consciousness. So 2 has that quality. 3 and so on, and it's like 3 is the triangle, and etc. So as we divide the circle by all these different numbers, it basically creates these like cymatic sound frequencies. It's like how cymatics works, like in sound frequencies, and each one has that. So like that's how numerology can be so potent, because it's like essentially it can be like using numbers to actually like tap into certain frequencies or harmonies within those. It's just also fascinating to me.
I want to get one of those cymatic. I want to get one of those cymatic coffee tables for my living room. Have you guys seen those?
Dude, I love cymatics. I don't know if I've seen like an actual coffee table.
It's like badass. It's like a coffee table, but it's like the cymatics, like so you could like play different frequencies and like make these different shapes of like the sand in the coffee table. Dude, it's awesome. Like I want.
Wow.
I'm just not sure if I
That's a
want to
great
put
idea.
a couple grand in on it right now, but it like if you guys haven't seen those, like check those out. I know but you know you gotta you could make one. You're right. Maybe I should.
Another thing about flat Earth, as far as like the stars.
Yeah, I'm curious what those. I'm curious what those are like. I just posted one. It doesn't do this, but yeah. There's also I think New Perspective was going to mention how cymatic.
I'll find it.
Like there's a connection.
You go ahead, Gio. I'd love to hear you describe it. The fact that I put, you know, why I put that in there because.
Cymatics are fascinating, and you know, I was just gonna say, Bob. I think he was going to talk about how like it appears as though the luminaries or the stars, or what people refer to as planets, like they seem to be pulsating in cymatic frequencies, which indicates that there's some kind of like a perhaps vibrational or even sound frequency component to the way that they're, you know, twinkling.
Oh, maybe it's kinetic. Do they call it cymatic?
Oh, okay. You're not thinking of sound with sand.
Oh, wait.
Kinetics?
How do I?
Well, I just posted. If you look at the chat, there's Bob. There's one where it's
I don't know
like
I can share this.
It's like a GIF. So if you click on it, it'll play, and it shows how the sand changes with the different frequencies. But you're talking about kinetics. Or wait, what is the table? Is the table cymatic or kinetic? Is that what you're saying? The coffee table? I mean, a cymatic coffee table would be fucking awesome. Like,
yeah, it'd be interesting if he made a mistake there and he gave us the most brilliant idea ever.
Yeah, if you just said that like that together, because that is an amazing idea. Oh my god. Oh
no, you know what? Yeah, this isn't cymatics. It works by magnetically pulling a steel ball through the sand using a Wi-Fi controlled robot.
Oh, that's still
so. Basically,
cool,
it's this table, and then you like the robot will like make different designs in the sand. So yeah, it's not cymatic.
Oh, that's interesting. It's like an Etch-a-Sketch almost.
Kind of, yeah.
Robot geared Etch-a-Sketch.
Yep, $1,500.
That is cool.
Well, I think that we have to make a cymatic coffee table now, Gio. that was a great mistake you just made.
Yeah, I thought it was cymatics. Maybe, I just like kind of briefly saw it. I was wrong.
No, that is brilliant.
Why wouldn't there be? There should be a cymatic coffee table,
right?
Because if you could hook that up to music, like you could hook it up to like solfeggio tones or meditation music or just like whatever, like it would be a table or it'd be like a device. It could be a table and it would have like glass over it and it would have like the whole like it would be all hooked up with the like sand and the sound frequencies and stuff. And then perhaps it could have some like pre-programs in it where you could select different things and it would make the different patterns and stuff. But what if you also could like plug in do your Bluetooth through your phone and play like different like tones and different, 432 hertz, 440 hertz, like all kinds of different things through it. And then as it's playing through, it would be like cymatically pulsating to the frequencies. That would be so cool.
Why limit it to that? Why not? Why not your guitar? Why not your drums? Why not your, anything? Like you could hook all that up.
Of people surrounding it, like you're doing like some kind of meditation, like tone type chant. Yeah.
In the microphones or
that would be amazing. Oh, and then you could actually. What if you set up a cymatic table that had like 4 microphones and 4 centers to where like each of your microphone makes an effect, and then if you harmonize together, you could create like sacred geometric. Hold on, you're interrupting.
That's awesome.
You can like interrupt.
I'm just like excited. I'm trying to interrupt and say yes. Go ahead.
Well, that's what's happening.
But I was thinking like also putting crystals in there. Like infrared and crystals that would be like glowing and a healing energy, and then have the cymatic frequencies, and then you could create sacred geometrical like shapes and designs that are actually like infrared, like pulsating healing frequencies.
Yeah,
potentially.
Well, you could have it like under the table. You could have all these different like crystals and infrared things, so you could almost like put your feet under the table and get like a or
create a whole
massage, but
create a whole sauna out of that. that would be awesome.
I love that you have to harmonize to make it go to the shape. You could all be like focusing on what you want to make it, you know, and making your voices match to get it to that whatever frequency. That's amazing. Blue part.
But yeah, it's like visualizing. It reminds me of like an oscilloscope where you can send sound through and it creates a graph, like it creates an actual, you know, frequency graph reading of the sound. And cymatics is similar to that. It's creating a vibrational, these like sacred geometrical patterns, which, like I was saying before, because the reason the cymatics do that is because they're basically different divisions of zero. So like, you know, you're dividing the circle by 1, by 2, by 3, and at each of those like frequency levels, it creates one of those like kind of sacred geometrical designs. So yeah, it's just so fascinating to me how that works.
Did you see the thing I put about the stars in there? The frequencies of the stars. Geo was going to kind of tie that into the whole thing about cymatics, and then we got sidetracked with the coffee table idea. But the fact that the stars are closer, if it's a flat Earth, I'm trying to think of like more things to add to the list of advantages to realizing that it's not a ball. And if the stars are actually having an effect on us and they have their own frequencies, it seems a lot more likely that astrology could have a physical or metaphysical, literal effect on our lives, like it seems it does. And it makes a lot more sense with the flat Earth, that's for sure, and closer stars.
I'm posting. Yeah, I just posted a little kind of GIF there, and it shows some photographs of stars and different luminary objects, and then on the right it shows like the cymatic frequencies, like some of the different hertz where it's like splitting the circle by those different numbers. So yeah,
where do you guys find these photos?
Or info junkies.
Okay, this is like intense.
Well, a lot of these people have taken like over the years, and with different devices, and in terms of trying to see what these things are. Well, there's something called sonoluminescence as well. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, Bob, but basically, like this topic wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention it. So it's actually called star in a jar, and it's actually a completely mainstream thing. It's well known. Basically, what they do in a nutshell is they take a sound wave and they pulsate it within a bubble of liquid. And when they do that, it creates light. So it's literally only just sound vibration in liquid, and it creates visible light. It's called sonoluminescence.
When water cavitates hard enough, it'll spark light.
Nice one. Yeah, totally. That's awesome too. So but it's called star in a jar because they can create this sonoluminescent, thing, and it looks like a star, and it's like literally in the, laboratory in a jar. So in my thought, if there is some kind of a liquid up there, like, like talking about like, the separating the waters from the waters, like the waters above, waters below, if there is some kind of liquid, whether it's plasma or whatever it may be, these luminaries or these like stars and even the planets and sun and the moon, they may be sonoluminescence, is a lot of people's thoughts. And that's what I think as well, is that it's like sound waves that are pulsating in, the heavens, as it were, like it's like the voice of God, as it were, or whatever that may be, but they're vibrating and then they're emitting light, rather than the idea that they're, in a vacuum, they're, burning balls, billions of light years away. It's a different perspective on it, that they're actually just sonoluminescent, light emitting objects of some sort.
Hey, Bob, take a look at what I just put in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
Right above the Spider-Man thing or whatever. That GIF that I made of the P900 video that's in the link there as well. I mean, this is what you have to accept if you think you're on a spinning ball. You have to accept that if 1 light year equals 5,878,000,000, but basically 6 trillion miles, right? 1 light year. And this thing that we're seeing here in the GIF we're told is 430 times 6 trillion miles away. So you'd have to accept that even all that detail you're seeing that was captured by a $600 camera there, all of that there is coming from 430 times 6 trillion. I couldn't even write the number of zeros that would take to even put that number down.
Oh yeah, they just went all in with the light years. They went all in with it.
And you know why they had to, Bob? Because they tell us that
they had no other choice.
Yeah, they had no other choice because they're telling us the sun moves 500,000 miles per hour, right? So that means you'd be displacing yourself in space and time every day by 12 million miles from your original position in the space-time universe, right? So that means our planet has moved 12 million miles from its original position every single day. Times that by just 1 year, times that by hundreds of years that we know that the luminaries have always been relative to us in the same position in the sky as they go around us, and relative to each other, no parallax shift. We're displacing ourselves by 12 million miles every day. Why is it that the stars always are in the same position? And we can predict it year after year.
They're displacing themselves by the exact same amount.
Exactly. How could that be if we're displacing ourselves relative to them, but not necessarily in sync with them to the point? We're not told that they're in such sync with us that's why they don't move. We're told the reason they don't move is because they're so far away, 430 times 6 trillion or whatever else. They have to make them that infinitely far away so that we can believe that we wouldn't have any parallax shift, or very little. And they claim there's very little. It's so infinitesimal, you have to have their special devices to actually measure it.
I don't know if Bob knows what parallax is in terms of this conversation, but because you might have to explain that because you know.
Yeah, like a shift in the way you'd see it. Like you know how we see the Big Dipper and all those stars are like same spacing apart from each other, and we know it can go around us, and we can always predict where they're going to end up. And wherever you are on the surface of the Earth, you know where the Big Dipper will be if you know the stars, right? You can position yourself. But if you're moving out of your position, even just a small degree, you would think that you have a different angle on all of those stars. And not only would your prediction of where it might be change, but all of the stars in relation to each other, you'd think would shift as well, because they're not claiming that those stars are the same distance away. They're claiming that one of them's like maybe 2 quadrillion miles away, and the other one's like 15. You know, it's ridiculous. The reverse engineering they had to do to make this thing actually seem believable. But the idea that they're infinitely far away.
But don't they say they do shift after like very, very long periods of time? Like it takes like 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, they do say that. Yeah. Yeah, that's part. Yeah, that is kind of how they just explain it in their model. Yeah.
In fact, they use the idea of parallax shift as a way of saying, oh, that's how we know they're that far away. Because of these tiny, 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 tiny little shifts that they say they can measure over, whatever period of time. And so but you can't ever measure that. It's only them that can measure this tiny, minuscule shift with their special telescopes and blah, blah, blah.
Well,
there's a book called King's Throne that I sent you.
It takes a lot of technology.
Yeah, so
maybe I didn't explain it well.
No, it's all good. I like parallax. Like, you know how like if you're looking at your computer screen or something, and if you have like something in the distance behind it, it's just one kind of example. You know how, Bob, like when you move your head, how the thing in the foreground like moves differently than the background because it's closer?
Yep.
Essentially, that's parallax, like in one way. That's one way to describe it, to where, so if the stars are all like at some local, like over like a planar Earth, like a stationary planar Earth, if the stars are actually fairly close and local, then there wouldn't be expected to be any parallax because that's it. They're just right above us. And if they're all at a similar altitude, meaning that they're not at dramatically different altitudes, but they're somewhat at a similar altitude, there wouldn't be any stellar parallax, which means like, star parallax. Whereas on a globe, if you've got, all of these things at different distances, this one's 30 light years, this one's 500 light years, this one's thousands of light years, I would expect to see not only parallax, but a change in their relative positions as because they say that we're moving at 2.4 million miles an hour is the total movement, meaning the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour on its axis. The Earth is going around the sun at like 66,000 miles an hour. The sun is going around, et cetera. And as you add up all of those movements, it's like 2.4 million miles an hour. So, yeah, I mean, that's how. And then, so basically they just write that all off by creating light years, and then they created the speed of light. There's the whole like contention around the speed of light, and then the astronomical unit, which is all of the things. The astronomical unit is how they claim to measure outer space and how light travels in outer space. So they basically have to use all of those to account for, these phenomena, essentially.
So with parallax, I mean, like, for instance, how we on the Earth see how Mars and Venus and Jupiter and Saturn and all the other planets like move around the solar system. Because we see them moving around at different speeds, right? And in different directions. Is that kind of like what parallax is?
No.
Well, there is like a different. You're right about, like, I agree with that in terms of the declination. Like, like we see them at different angles in the sky. But are you saying that we do? Oh, you're saying that parallax would exist in terms of the interrelationship between those bodies. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah.
It's not the same as retrograde, if that's what you mean, but it's more of like if we were moving and the stars are moving, then the idea that we would be able to have a prediction of their position in the sky year after year seems incredible, because our relation to them would change drastically.
I see Kosho's in here. Kosho, what's your take on this? Do you think, do you, in your model, I don't know if you're at your mic or not, and but if you are, do you think that in the heliocentric model that the planets there's parallax involved? I mean, it is a form of parallax. It wouldn't be stellar parallax because that would be the stars.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I would also ask is, like, as far as historical estimates, like, how far back in history can we go to see an accurate prediction of where these stars and whatever will be?
Right.
Like, how accurate have we been 100 years in the past, 500, 1,000?
Can't trust anything now, so we don't know. Like, they could claim that they had some parallax because of their readings that they believed, or were just making up or creating from scratch. Who knows? We have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, that's getting into kind of difficult to really validate or prove in a way. Like, that's getting pretty, kind of, it's good and it's interesting, but it's also kind of like, I feel like it's a bit deep in like being able to actually test for that. What I'm saying is that, like, okay, if we're on the ground and we see these lights and they move in their, see, I was saying the declination, like, how, Bob, like, how like in the summer, the sun is really high in the sky and it makes like a high arc, like in the northern, like, United States and all that. And then know how, like, as it becomes winter, it's like lowering an angle, more and more, and then it kind of makes like a different arc shape.
Yep. Yeah.
So like all of the moon does that as well, and then all of the wandering stars like Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, etc., they do that as well. They make that same. It's in the same band of the sky, actually. It's in the same region, which is the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, Tropic of Capricorn. So they basically just raise and lower an angle to us. So that's what we actually observe. And that could be working like in my viewpoint, like a stationary planar Earth with the stars above. But they've taken that and somehow convinced people that just those declinations of the movements of lights actually are this whole other thing, which is that, the whole, like, the vacuum and the infinite distances and the light years. And so it's a trip. And I mean, a lot of people, believe it. And like, and then being able to validate that, like how could you or I really ever validate that? So it's like we have to depend on a government agency or a space agency to do it. It seems so.
So you're saying they got us by the balls?
They gave us blue balls. Check out the stuff I just put in the live stream again, Bob, real quick. This is a good example of how to think of it as far as the parallax goes. Like, have you seen time elapse of the stars with the perfect concentric circles, right? You've seen those pictures before, right? Like, that doesn't change. Like, those stars go around in those circles, like year after year after year.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yep. I've seen those.
And it's perfect, right? And if your camera's like on a stationary plane and you're looking at these stars, and the only way for that to be possible, in my opinion, or most people here's opinion, is that if the Earth is stationary looking at the moving stars. Otherwise, we'd have this scrambled mess like they show on the right.
Yeah, but we don't have time lapse of 1,000 years, or 1,000,000 years.
No, but this is just one day. I mean, look at the stars circling in one day.
Well, for one day it makes sense, but like for 1,000 years, for 10,000 years, it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that is one thing that a lot of people, feel like because the interesting thing, like even astrologically, like a lot of these, like there's record going back in terms of, a lot of these ancient systems, and their systems had, these objects in the same positions we see them today, like in terms of like Mercury and Venus and Mars and, all of those positions. Like it's called the ephemeris. An ephemeris is, one of those like books that basically tells you the exact degree of every celestial object. So the degree of the sun, and then the stars, like the constellations. I mean, I'm not saying they never could have changed. I mean, it's possible like that they could have, but it is interesting how much record we have of like these particular constellations and, the particular wandering stars. Like it seems like to me much more of a time clock that's eternal rather than a chaotic jumble moving in all these different directions kind of thing.
Yeah. Astrolabe, I mean, right there. You heard an astrolabe, right? Bob?
No, I don't think so. No.
That'd be a cool device to use for one of your stories. Gio would probably be able to explain it better than I would.
What is it?
It's an ancient device. They basically they predict everything. Just that. I mean, there's particular theorems.
I think I cut off in the middle of what I was saying. Did anyone pick up where I left off?
No.
Oh, just that the astrolabe is an ancient, device that would show you all of these movements of the sun and the moon and everything, the stars, constellations, stuff like that. So it doesn't really work with a ball. Did you see what I put in the live stream voice text, Bob? Again? Oh yeah, we already talked about that. With the parallax.
Yep.
The parallax means that you would actually have a shift in your relation to those stars if you were moving as well as them. You know what I'm saying? The only way for them to make it possible or probable or even somewhat believable is to put them at such a great distance away. And that GIF that I showed in the one that I did about Polaris being 430 times 6 trillion miles away, how would you ever get that image from a light coming from that far away? It just doesn't add up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of P900 and P1000 stuff I thought I was going to end the ball like a long time ago. When I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute, what? There's no way they're coming from that far away. They'll say it's incredulity on our part, but I would say that's ridiculous to think that the definition you see from these stars through a $600 camera would be possible from that far away.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it never actually made sense. I mean, I was gonna ask you this, Bob, if you ever had anything like this in your life. Like for me, when I was even like a child, pretty young, I remember like questioning even the globe Earth idea. I was like, well, how is it like upside down in Australia? And I remember thinking like, how is it raining upside down in Australia? You know, on the ball, and just the whole idea of gravity. But I probably just kind of didn't think too much more about it. You know, like I probably just, you know, had to just like suppress that because they were all telling me it was a globe. So obviously I just like went with the globe. But anyways, I'm just saying I actually questioned it, you know, even back then. And the reason I say that is just because I also back then I remember questioning, you know, the stars being light years away, you know, and the idea that the light is traveling through like, you know, all these light years and then it's getting to us, you know, like years later. And then we're like the light we're seeing now is from, you know, thousands of years ago. Like even like that just never seemed valid to me. Like there was always something about that seemed not possible.
Yeah.
Don't be with your blood.
Who is that? Jordan?
I think Jordan's.
Is that an alien mask? What is that? A predator?
It kind of looks like a dragon priest mask from Skyrim, but I don't know what it is.
Right. It looks like a character. It's a combination of different characters.
Yeah.
But I think just lastly, I mean, the big for me, the big dead giveaway for the star distance as well is just the inverse square law of light, because like light functions through the inverse square law, and the amount that light dissipates over distance does not correlate with the ability for those objects to be trillions of miles away and still just show up to us as a little twinkle. No way.
Exactly. And they have to make them so huge too. When they get, it's like they have to make it like so big enough so that you could do the math and somehow think that this attenuation of light wouldn't happen, and we'd still be able to see these things the way that we see them, even from that far away. Even if they've died out millions of years ago, we're still now just seeing light that doesn't really exist anymore. But it's just so ridiculous. Laughable, in fact.
Well, remember how they also say that the light from the sun is like 8 minutes old?
Yeah, exactly. and how many billions is a billion times larger than the Earth? They say it's like no, it's actually a lot. It's more like it seems, just like everything else. I think you rest better once you realize you're not on the spinning ball. I mean, even though no one really literally thinks about it, you know, we don't think about spinning. Your whole life, you never thought like, oh, I'm literally spinning right now. You know, it seems like almost like we already knew for a lot of us. You know, it never made sense, really.
Well, I'm definitely gonna dream about it tonight, but I gotta go to bed, guys. So
good night.
Yep. I'll
Hey,
try to
send
listen
me a
in.
DM. Can you DM me back with your book copy that you said you had? PDF or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
I'd like to read that.
I'll try to remember to do that tomorrow or today. I don't know.
Whenever you can. Yeah, before you forget.
Whatever. Okay, cool.
All right,
All right,
Bob.
cool. Later.
Yeah, I'm so glad you came in, Bob. It's great to hear your voice,
Yeah,
bro.
enjoyed the
Love
conversation, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
All right, man. Much love. Later. Bob's the man.
Cool guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I could just make out with him, you know.
People here. I'm gonna mute. Let some other people strike up some conversation.
This book is called Hitler's Daughter. It was raining the day that Mark first heard about Hitler's daughter. The cows in Harrison's paddock were wet and brown and mournful. Raindrops dripped down their noses as they huddled with their backs to the wind. There was nothing in the world quite as sad looking as wet cows, thought Mark as he hauled his damn school bag further into the bus shelter. Do cows ever get colds, he wondered? What happened if they sneezed? The Wallaby Creek Progress Association had built a bus shelter last year. It was made of curved yellow tin, easily big enough for the 4 kids who caught the bus at this corner.
Is this a book about Angela Merkel?
Is that Hitler's daughter?
So some people think, yeah.
Maybe.
Why were you reading it? Why was it something you were interested in? What's the story? You just killing
How
time
about
with
okay, how about a story about an alien who comes to Earth?
yeah. I gotta actually hang up for a little bit myself, but
Good night, man.
Night.
Night.
Yep.
PK.
Yep. Later, bro.